Good to see you. I don't know.
Hey everyone, welcome. All right, thanks for coming. We've got a great set of papers today, couple of announcements. As always, we have a code of conduct. You can see it online. If you haven't seen it already, please take a look. The talks are on YouTube. They're being live streamed. Your comments will be broadcasted to the world, which is great. Bit in mind. And I think that's about it. We'll be making some more announcements as the day goes on, but want to kick things off in a timely way. So, Evan, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much to the organizers for including us on the program. Happy to kick things off for labor studies. This is joint with Pat and Chris. It's a paper we're going to be trying to understand what the public thinks about discrimination and recruiting conduct among large companies. It's a question we're motivated to ask because we see some recent work as pointing out that discrimination is not a sort of uniform phenomenon that happens everywhere equally in the labor market. It's perhaps concentrated in some particular firms and industries. And while we know a lot about how the public feels about inequality generally, particularly along race and gender lines, we have almost no research to date on what the beliefs the public might hold about the recruiting conduct of specific firms. There's a lot of reasons why you might be interested in that. One is that if it turns out the job seekers don't know which companies might be more likely to discriminate, then disseminating information about firm-specific propensities to discriminate could reduce the economic burden through sorting mechanisms, a la Becker. So what we're going to do in this paper is ask whether or not the employer biases that we've documented in some previous work are an open secret. We're going to try to understand whether Americans believe that some large companies are biased. If so, we're going to think which companies do they think are biased, in which sense, along race, gender, and age lines, for example. And then we're going to try to relate those beliefs that people hold about firm-specific discrimination propensities to the type of experimental evidence you get from resume studies where we send fictitious resumes to these same firms, which are otherwise equal except for some race or gender signal, and see whether or not they're disproportionately likely to contact the distinctively white name or the distinctively male name for a job interview. Okay. We're going to do this by studying a large survey that we fielded a couple of years ago now. In the survey, we elicited beliefs about a set of 164 firms. It's basically the Fortune 100 plus firms that we've studied in some of our prior audit studies. We're going to ask a bunch of questions about aspects of firm recruiting conduct that aren't directly related to discrimination, but some prior work has suggested might be connected to the propensity for discrimination. So we're going to think about how desirable people think an entry-level job is at these firms are, how selective they are, maybe how hard it is to get an entry-level job at these firms, as well as how much discretion managers may have in making hiring decisions at these firms. We're going to ask about discrimination in two ways. One way that very closely tries to parallel what you would get from a correspondence study. So we're going to pose the question, do you think this firm would be more likely to prefer an applicant among otherwise qualified applicants with a distinctively white, distinctively black, distinctively male, distinctively female name? You'll see in a second arm of the survey, we're going to ask about just discrimination in a very general term. Do you think this firm is likely to discriminate against black workers, against female workers, against male workers, et cetera? We'll look at a lot of heterogeneity across demographic groups, employment status. We're going to ask, for example, whether or not men and women hold correlated beliefs about the propensity for firms to discriminate. And then finally, we'll connect it to our prior experimental work where we run firm-specific correspondence studies, trying to get an experimental measure of discrimination at each of these companies. Okay. Let me summarize what we find before I dive into the details. First, we find that descriptively in our sample, discrimination looms large in the sense that a large share of respondents, about a third, report that they've put off applying for a job out of fears of discrimination. And that rate is roughly twice as high among Black relative to white applicants. This is what people tell us in the survey, but at least as reported, thinking about discrimination seems to be an important consideration when workers are deciding how and where to search for work. At the same time, our respondents don't believe on average that all firms are equally likely to discriminate. Firms have measurable reputations. There's meaningful dispersion in the average propensity or average beliefs about firms' propensity to discriminate on the basis of both race, gender, and age. And those beliefs are actually remarkably correlated across groups. It can turn out, for example, that the correlation of beliefs across Black and white respondents about firms' propensity to discriminate on the basis of race has a correlation is essentially 1. However, what we're going to find is that really only gender beliefs robustly predict what we find from audit studies. Okay, so firms that people think are more likely to discriminate against women are the same firms that in our correspondence studies are going to prefer to call back a resume with Greg on it relative to a resume with Emily on it. The connection between beliefs about race discrimination and experimental measures of race contact gaps is weaker. And it turns out that the key confound is some beliefs about selectivity, how sort of elite these firms are. Our respondents seem to connect how selective a firm is, how hard it is to get a job there, as well as how much discretion managers have in hiring there with racial bias, in the sense that they think that the most selective firms, where they also think there's the least discretion, are the firms where they anticipate the most discrimination against Black workers, for example. And those heuristics seems to be contradicted by the audit evidence. In fact, the audit evidence suggests, if anything, the opposite is true. It's the least selective firms where you find more discrimination. Okay, good. So let me explain how we get there. So first, the survey. So we did this in partnership with Qualtrics back in the summer and fall of 2023. We had Qualtrics find us respondents from 2 different channels. One is the convenience channel. These are just people who opt in to take the survey in exchange for rewards on a Qualtrics website. We also asked Qualtrics to recruit respondents from their professional set of survey takers who are designed to be nationally representative and high quality. We'll call that the probability sample. We were interested in how these beliefs might vary across groups, so we oversampled Black respondents and job seekers specifically to give us power to test whether their beliefs are different than other workers. We're going to ask everybody about 5 firms in order to provide connectivity across the sets of firms that people evaluated. Everybody saw exactly one of these 3 anchor firms, Home Depot, Coca-Cola, and KFC. The rest of the firms were sampled from this list of 161 Fortune 500 firms. Again, it's just a union of the firms we studied previously with the Fortune 100. You're going to see a lot of these firms' names in a couple slides, so you'll get a sense of who they were. The survey started just by setting the stage. We told them, look, we're interested in understanding people's perceptions of entry-level jobs, gave them some examples of what entry-level jobs are. We asked whether or not people had experience in those jobs. Something like 40 or 50% of our sample said yes. And then we explained that in the rest of the survey, we're going to be asking about your beliefs about the hiring practices of these the five companies that we named. All right, and the first things we asked about selectivity and desirability. These are framed on for the selectivity question as the likelihood that an applicant would be able to successfully pass an interview. We asked that for each of these firms. And then we jumped into our discrimination questions, and we had 2 branches here. So half our sample saw what we call the names arm, which, as I mentioned, is what we did. The set of questions were designed to emulate the audit study. So here the question was posed like this. We said, suppose there's 2 equally qualified applicants. They're both high school graduates with a little bit of experience. The same, but they have different names. And each name is either distinctively white, distinctively Black, and either distinctively male or distinctively female. And we gave them some examples of what those names might be. And we said for each of these companies, how much more likely you think they would be to contact the job applicant with a distinctively Black versus distinctively white name. And then secondly, to hire this applicant with a distinctively Black versus distinctively white name. We asked about contact and hiring because we were curious whether or not people believe there's some gap between firms' propensity to discriminate at the initial outreach stage versus at an interview stage later down the hiring pipeline. We elicited answers on this 5-point likely scale, ranging from much less likely to much more likely. We gave people the option to opt out, for example, if you weren't familiar with one of the firms that we were showing you. And you can see I've got Black, white, white, Black. We were curious whether or not the ordering, the base category we used mattered here, so we randomly computed the frame. Some people were comparing white to Black names, some people were comparing Black to white names. We asked about race and gender distinctive names in random order. Okay. We didn't ask about age in this arms of the survey because it's hard usually to construct age distinctive names, so maybe you can think of some examples. Okay, so this is what this question actually looked like. You had this sort of block of text at the top explaining what was going on, and then people filled out this matrix of responses for each of the firms they were asked about. This person was asked about Johnson & Johnson, Morgan Stanley, Murphy USA, et cetera. All right, that's the names arm. Go ahead.
Morgan Stanley, for example, 30%, what people had in mind that you did not know?
Well, the only way we tried to fix ideas about entry level, what an entry level job was this example. So cashier, sales associate, customer service representative. So maybe at Morgan Stanley, they're thinking more of a customer service representative, but we didn't collect data specifically what they're thinking about. But we wanted to fix ideas for entry level jobs because these are the types of jobs that we targeted in our audit study that we're going to compare to later. Okay. All right, great. So the other half of the survey saw the conduct arm. This was way simpler. We just said, please tell us how likely you think it is that each company below would discriminate against a Black job seeker, for example. Again, we collected these Likert responses from very unlikely to very likely, along with an opt-out. We randomly permuted whether you're talking about against Black or against white. We were thinking about the direction of bias. And again, we were able to ask about race, gender, and age, which we did in random order. All right, this is what this question looked like. Now to wrap up, we asked this question about fear of discrimination, just descriptively. Have you ever put off applying for a job out of fear of discrimination? Yes, no. We asked about hiring discretion, which was framed as telling us how likely they think it is at each of these companies that a manager could hire their preferred candidate without input from their colleagues. If they indicated that a firm was likely to discriminate on the basis of race, we asked them where they got that information. It turns out people report a broad set of information sources ranging from the internet to friends to reputation. And then finally, we had an attention check where we required people to recall the 5 firms that we've been talking about over the course of the survey. We drop everybody who fails that attention check. Here's what the sample looks like overall. We've got about 6,500 respondents total. About a third of them come from that high quality representative probability sample. The rest comes from the convenience sample. I'm going to test later whether or not beliefs are different in these 2 samples in case you're curious about that. The sample skews female. That's mainly because the convenience sample, does this laser work? Yeah. The convenience sample, people who opt into the survey, skews very heavily female. Something like 30 or 40% of the samples under 40 got support across the education distribution. The share with a college degree is kind of similar to what you see in the overall population. In terms of work and employment, our survey respondents, roughly half of them are working for somebody else. Another 10% or so are working self-employed. Decent share are not working, including a non-trivial fraction of them who are currently looking for work, about 12% overall. Go ahead.
Did you consider asking them their party affiliation?
I think we did, but we haven't analyzed that. It's not in this deck. We have support across the income distribution, including some relatively high income respondents. The share of people making over $60,000 in our data is quite similar to what you see in the overall population according to the ACS2. People engaged with our survey, we think, in a meaningful way. So the median time spent in the survey is about 8 minutes. It's longer than it took me when I was testing it. Some people obviously spent a lot longer noodling over these questions. First descriptive result. It's just a simple yes, no answer to our question about have you ever put off applying to a job out of fear of discrimination, mentioned earlier. So overall, about 30% of people said yes. 33% of people said yes. You can see much higher rates among Black relative to white respondents, higher rates among female relative to male respondents, and higher rates among people looking for a job versus not. So we think that, at least as reported, discrimination is an important consideration in job search. Here's what responses to our key discrimination questions look like. This is the names arm where we're asking about differential treatment of applicants with distinctive names. This is for race discrimination. On the right and left, I've got the framing where we asked about white versus Black. On the right, I've got the distribution of responses where we asked about the Black versus white framing. The modal response in both cases was indicating that they think the firm is equally likely to contact the 2 resumes with the same names. But you can see when we asked about white versus Black, there's quite a bit of mass over here where people are indicating that they think this firm is much more likely or somewhat more likely to contact the white name. When we flip the framing, you can see it's not perfectly symmetric, but some mass shifts to the right here. Where now people think that maybe the firm is much less likely to contact the Black versus the white name. See similar patterns for male versus female names. Modal response suggests equal treatment. Some mass suggesting preference for men, and then not perfect symmetry when we reverse the framing. In the conduct arm, this is where we're just asking about how likely do you think this firm is to discriminate against white applicants on the left and job seekers on the left and against Black job seekers on the right. We asked about discrimination against whites. The majority, over 60% of people responses were indicating that the firm is just very unlikely to discriminate against white applicants. It's going to turn out there's just no signal variance in this question. Our data are consistent with all firms being believed as equally unlikely to discriminate against white applicants on average. So we're going to focus on this other framing of this conduct question and much of what comes later, where we look at discrimination against Black job seekers. There you can see there's much more support across the full Likert scale. Okay, you see similar patterns for gender, where people view discrimination against men as quite unlikely, but there's more mass over here to the left. When we ask about discrimination against women, you see again more spread across the full Likert scale. Forgot to mention a second ago, but you can see almost in all these cases, the share of people who opt out is relatively low. I think on average across all questions, something like 2 or 3% of responses were opt-outs. We're going to have to drop those in what goes forward. Okay. Good. All right, so that's just the raw data. How are we going to aggregate this stuff? into some measure of firm level beliefs. The first problem we want to think about is that it's not totally clear how you should treat these Likert measures. Not obvious what the cardinal information is embedded in a term like much more likely or somewhat less likely, both for the same person and particularly when we aggregate across respondents. Maybe those mean different things to different people. We also showed that there's some asymmetry across these different framings that we use these questions, which might also affect how people answer these Likert questions. I'm going to show you two very different approaches to dealing with that. One we'll call the Likert scores, which is the most naive approach. We're just going to transform the Likert score, the Likert responses into a one-defined score and just take the sample average of that. It's kind of as close to the raw data as we can get, we think, in our context. The second, which we'll call border scores, we're only going to use rank ordered comparisons among the firms that people evaluated. So did you say that this firm is higher up the Likert scale than this other firm that you were talking about at that time, that we were asking you about? The advantage of Likert is that they're super transparent and easy to interpret, we think. The cost is that they may be sensitive to differences in grading scales and interpretation across respondents. The advantage of Borda is that they might difference out those respondent-specific grading scales at the cost of only yielding relative information. I can't put down the level of discrimination. I can just say that on average, people say that this firm is more likely than that firm to discriminate. Reassuringly, these two approaches turn out to yield very similar results in terms of which firms are viewed as most likely to discriminate and the connection between beliefs and the experimental evidence that we'll study at the very end. All right, so how does Likert work? This should be pretty clear, but we take every respondent I's response for firm J, we code that on a 1 to 5 scale. We're going to target the population average with just the sample average Likert score in our data. Okay, again, very simple, but maybe sensitive to framing effects. Maybe much more likely means something different to men and women, for example. For Borda, what we're going to do is say that J ranks, or respondent I ranks firm J above K if they assign them a higher Likert score. So they said that they were much more likely, for example, where they said that K was only somewhat likely to discriminate against Black applicants. We'll say that respondent I ties these two firms if they give them the same Likert score. And then for every pairwise comparison that every respondent made, we're just going to add a point to the winner and half a point if the two firms tied. Okay, and then the Borda score is just the average win rate, averaging across all the comparisons across all the respondents in the sample. So we take the 5 firms we evaluated, we transform that into all the pairwise differences, and then just construct the win rate for every firm for each of the questions in our data. Okay, again, so we think of this as a scale-free way to aggregate across respondents. You can show that it recovers the correct ordering of firms if a probabilistic notion of transitivity holds in our case, which doesn't imply things like IIA or other rank-ordered models might require. Again, cost is only relative information. All right, so we'd like to estimate these two things. Let me just give a couple details about how we do that. We have a bunch of different discrimination questions. Within each question, we also had these random framings where we asked about Black versus white, for example. It's going to turn out, I'm not going to click this button because it probably doesn't work, but the answers are extremely tightly correlated across framings. So when you asked about Black versus white versus Black distinctive names, for example, the same firms end up on top and the bottom. The exception is that race conduct question, where, as I already mentioned, when we asked about discrimination against white applicants, there's just no signal variance. People sort of think all firms are equally unlikely to discriminate. So in what follows, we're going to pool the randomized framings of those questions in the names arm, with the exception of that race conduct arm, where we're going to look at we're going to just use the data on discrimination against Black workers. It's also going to turn out, I'm going to show you this directly in a few later slides, that beliefs about discrimination that we listed in the names arm, where we asked about distinctive names, and in the conduct arm, we just asked about discrimination, are extremely tightly correlated as well. So we're going to construct a pooled measure that combines both those arms to maximize the power we have to measure beliefs, average beliefs about these firms as well. And I'm going to show you that to begin. Yeah, of course, we've done a lot of robustness exexercise. We think, well, what if we don't do this? What if we break apart the framing? And very little is sensitive to these choices. And I already mentioned what we do with the don't know. All right, so here's what the data actually look like. This is just a histogram of firm average beliefs measured by their Likert scores for this pooled race measure. Okay, we normalize this so that a higher number means, on average, people believe this firm is more likely to favor white job seekers. The means here is about 3.2, which is just shy of the middle of the 5-point Likert scale. So on average, people think that the average firm is likely to prefer white job seekers. You can see there's non-trivial dispersion around that mean. So the sample standard deviation is about 1/4 of a Likert point. If we correct for over dispersion due to the fact there's some estimation error in these things, the signal standard deviation is also about 1/4 of a Likert point. Okay, so this sort of answers one of the questions we posed initially. Do these firms have measurable reputations? Yes, they do. People do perceive some significant differences in the average propensity for these firms to discriminate on the basis of race. This is what we get for the pooled gender metric. This is signed so that a bigger number means the firm is viewed on average as more likely to favor males. Here you can see that the mean is about 3.2, again, indicating average beliefs about the average firm, indicate a preference for men. and much more dispersion than what we saw for race. Here, the sample signal standard deviation is about just over a third of a Likert point. Okay, so there's more dispersion in beliefs about differences across firms and beliefs about firms' average propensity to discriminate on the basis of gender. All right, you can do this for all of the questions in our survey. So each individual question across the arms for both race, gender, age, and so on. And you can kind of find roughly the same thing in every case. We get non-trivial dispersion in average beliefs across firms. You find more dispersion for these gender questions than we do for these race questions. People seem to perceive larger differences, at least measured in Likert units, across firms and their propensity to discriminate on the basis of gender. Find less dispersion for age, somewhat reminiscent of some of our earlier findings that age discrimination is somewhat weaker signal across firms in the labor market. We also get quite a bit of dispersion in average beliefs about these other aspects of firm recruiting conduct that we elicited as well. So if you look at selectivity, for example, remember this is where we just ask people how likely do you think somebody would be to pass an entry-level interview at this firm? That has the highest signal standard deviation in our data. Okay, so the most spread across firms in average beliefs. All right, a simple way to understand what this actually means is just to stare at some graphs where I actually name these firms. So I'm going to show you now a series of graphs that look like this, where I'm just reporting the top and bottom 25 firms ranked by shrunken EB estimates of their discrimination propensities. This is race discrimination using that pooled metric that combines the name and the conducts arm, where it signs that these firms on the right are the firms where people thought on average they're more likely to favor white applicants. These firms on the left are the firms people thought were less likely on average to favor white applicants. Okay, they're ranked by their shrunken Borda score, but I've got plotting their Borda score as well as their Likert score in blue along the way here. You can see that there's some non-monotonicities where the exact ordering between Likert and Borda don't totally agree, but obviously the firms that end up at the top when you measure them by their Likert score versus the firms that end up at the top when you measure by a Borda are by and large the same. You can also see that there's non-trivial differences between the top and the bottom here. So if you compare the sort of bottom of the list to the very top of the list, that's about a point in Likert space in difference in average beliefs. It's about a 30 percentage point gap in Borda scores, which means that, relative to the average firm, the firms on the right are 30 percentage points viewed, more likely to be viewed as preferring a white applicant relative to the firms at the bottom. Who are these firms? Well, right at the top, we've got JP Morgan, Lockheed Martin, Republic Services, Jones Financial Services, and General Dynamics. At the bottom, we've got Taco Bell, McDonald's, KFC, Tyson Foods. So these are the firms that are thought of least likely to discriminate against Black applicants. These are the firms that are viewed as most likely to favor white applicants. All right, and you might be looking at these lists and thinking like these firms are different. Lockheed Martin is engaged in a different business than McDonald's last time I checked. And you're right about that. There's an important industry structure to these beliefs. A simple way to visualize that is just to collapse down to a notion of industry. Here's like a 2-digit industry code that we constructed. And you can see that some industries appear to be near the top where average beliefs indicate a preference for white applicants. Some industries indicate average beliefs a weaker preference for white applicants or a preference for Black applicants. So banks and securities as industries where you get the strongest bias in favor of whites. Eating and drinking is the industry where you get the strongest bias in favor of Black applicants. Go ahead.
Did you get a sense of people responding understand that it's like same pay on top?
Across, yeah.
I mean, like, because the point of saying like, well, eating and drinking, the image of what one sees is much different than banking, like, in terms of that's really a comparison of people who are like, line cooks versus.
Yeah, I'm sure they do think of different jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing we did to fix ideas about jobs was to specify what we meant by an entry-level job. So in my head, hopefully they're comparing a entry-level customer service job in banking and securities versus, a crew member job in McDonald's. So again, those are the types of jobs we targeted in the experimental work. It would be interesting if we looked at, holding a job category fixed, how much of that is explained versus occupation versus firm and what we did. Okay, go ahead.
Clear that, how we get people to think about the labor market and the jobs versus just general impressions of these firms. Here clearly seems like higher wage places, industries seem to look different than low wage ones. If you, looked at other things that people might see, like what is the racial composition of people in ads for the
Yeah, we haven't done that. So
did they make a statement about Black Lives Matters, things that you might
Yeah.
indicators that aren't directly in the labor market impression?
Yeah. It's a great question, sort of where people are collecting this data from to form these beliefs. So we haven't looked at things like ads. We have looked at racial composition at the detailed industry level, and you find that they're quite correlated with beliefs. But there are fewer Black workers in these industries at the top than at the bottom. And a natural hypothesis is that what people are sort of inferring discrimination from representation. But it could be it'd be interesting to look at representation in ads and language as well. We haven't done that. Okay, go ahead. We haven't looked at the distribution of disagreement across industries, but of course there is a lot of or firms, but of course there is a lot of disagreement. So not everybody would put, make Taco Bell at the bottom of the board.
Everyone agrees.
We haven't checked that. In some sense, it is going to be correlated because you've got this bounded score from 1 to 5, but we haven't directly analyzed it. We could. Okay, so there's some industry structure. You'll notice that the dispersion across industries is smaller than the dispersion across firms. That's because there's also within industry variance. Turns out that industry explains like roughly half the variance we see in beliefs across firms. So you could also ask, well, relative to their industry peers, deviating from the industry mean, which firms are viewed as most likely to favor whites and which firms are viewed as least likely to favor whites. Here, the firms that come out on top are, Nordstrom Public Services, Ascena Retail Group, that's Ann Taylor Loft. By the way, when we showed people these firm names, if they operate under a common brand, we told them the brand so that you don't have to know who Ascena is to be able to take our survey. At the bottom, UPS, Waste Management, and State Farm. This is the same graph for gender, where now on the right, I've got the firms that are viewed as more likely to favor men. The left, I've got the firms that are least likely to favor men. Here you can see that the dispersion is much bigger, consistent with the higher signal standard deviation I showed you earlier. So it's almost like 2 Likert points between the bottom and the top, and something like 40 or 50 percentage points in border space. The firms at the top, that's Goodyear, O'Reilly, AECOM, it's an engineering services company, AutoZone, Genuine Parts, a lot of auto firms. At the bottom, perhaps unsurprising, Ulta Beauty, Victoria's Secret, Estee Lauder, Nordstrom, and Bed Bath & Beyond. Again, these are different firms. They do different things. There's an obvious industry structure to these beliefs. Auto dealers and services ends up at the top in terms of preferring men. General merchandise, eating and drinking, apparel is at the bottom in terms of preferring men. In other words, preferring women. Again, not all of the variance comes across industries, though, even relative to industry peers, there seems to be quite strong beliefs. So if we deviate from the industry means, it's still the case, for example, that AECOM comes up as a firm that seems likely to prefer men, as well as Dick's Sporting Goods, Philip Morris, Foot Locker, Icon Enterprises, Pep Boys, if you're ever got your oil changed. At the bottom, Ulta Beauty, Estee Lauder, Bed Bath & Beyond remain. We can do this for all the other questions. Here's what top firms that look like that want to prefer. Go ahead. Oh.
This is split at the other. And there is what exactly I believe the respondent has in mind as used. So she's had to say, for example, that some guy goes to buy a new ladder. And whether or not the hiring agent is discriminatory in that sense, she imagines that the person doing the hiring is going to want a representative who's male. Let's go with that. And so what you capture in there is the respondent's assessment of the firm's engagement as customer.
Sure.
Because we want to achieve status in a way you won't be conceived of discrimination for that. I am anticipating that it's still customer discrimination that the firm is reacting to in its time.
Yeah. So
it's related to the point about fines.
Yeah. So we didn't ask our respondents to parse the rationale for discrimination for these firms. So I think regardless of how it's motivated, this is where they believe discrimination is happening. It would be interesting to double click on that, and it might explain some of these differences. What might be that in banking and services, they think it's mostly customer motivated. In some other sector, it could be some different motivation. But I think if what we're measuring here is just capturing the composite.
Did you only asked about one position. You could have in principle asked about a customer facing position.
Yes.
And some back position when you wouldn't interact with any customer.
Yeah. Yeah, and we definitely could. I mean, one thing to keep in mind, just to preview where we're going, is that in some of our prior correspondence study, we found that the composition of jobs does not seem to explain the cross-firm differences. So there might be important differences in beliefs about discrimination across job categories within a firm. It's unlikely to sort of resolve the lack of correlation with the experimental evidence. Yes, this is what I mentioned it. Yeah, so both race and gender shares predict beliefs quite robustly. We don't have firm level data, but we can map firms into the NAICS 3 industry code, and industries with more women are industries where people anticipate more discrimination. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. let me, okay.
Actual. I mean, it was really notable that Goodyear was the most on gender, but not a little bit better firm. And so people know that that's a discriminatory firm. There's EEOC cases, there are famous trials, there's like some concrete data.
Yeah, we should, we can fold that in as well. I can tell you that the firms that we do related to our experimental evidence, those experimental evidence of discrimination have sort of the opposite relationship with activity that you might predict, in the sense that firms that have more bias in resume studies tend to have more regulatory scrutiny. Maybe that's cause and effect, but you can sort of preview where that regression would go from what I'm going to show you in a couple of slides. Okay, let me speed up a tiny bit. So that's what the sort of marginal distributions of beliefs look like for these questions. Another important question is how these beliefs are related across questions. For example, do people think that firms' propensities to discriminate on the basis of gender and race are correlated? As well as for the same question across groups, do Black and white respondents have similar beliefs? So we're going to just do a very simple exercise here. We're going to construct the signal correlation in beliefs, across questions or within question across groups, accounting for the usual issues that come up, sort of correlated sampling error and overdispersion and variances. Here's a graph that summarizes what we find. It's a little bit overwhelming, so let me walk you through it. This graph is just plotting the pairwise signal correlation between the variables listed in the rows and the columns. On the lower triangle, I'm showing you the pairwise signals for our Likert measure of beliefs. On the upper triangle, I'm showing you the pairwise signal for Borda. On the diagonal, I have the correlation between Likert and Borda scores for the same question. Walk you through this. Look up here, you can see, for example, that the signal correlation in beliefs about average discrimination propensity is measured in the two questions in the names arm at the contact and the higher stage, and between the names and the conduct arm, we're asking about distinctive names versus just discrimination generally, is 1. Okay, so people don't seem to see a lot of daylight in which firms are more likely to discriminate at either the contact or their hiring stage, and which firms are just likely to discriminate generally versus discriminate against somebody with a distinctively Black name among equally qualified applicants. Same is true for gender. People think that discrimination against men and women is the same thing as discrimination against gender distinctive names. People don't see a strong correlation between gender and race discrimination. Sort of might have been able to intuit this from the graphs I showed you earlier. It's sort of a different set of firms that ended up at the top and the bottom when we're talking about race versus gender discrimination. People do think, however, that race discrimination is very connected to firm selectivity and manager discretion. It's a positive set of correlations here. This means that people think that the firms that are most selective, where it's hardest to get a job, are the firms where there's going to be the most discrimination against Black applicants. The opposite is true for manager discretion. There's no connection between these other dimensions of recruiting conduct and gender bias on the other hand. One reason why you see these sort of opposite signed correlations between selectivity and discretion for race discrimination is they themselves are very negatively correlated, with almost a correlation of -0.1 or -1. So people think that the most selective firms are the firms where there's the least hiring discretion, the most structured process. What about across respondents? Here's just a scatter plot of beliefs about race discrimination measured in Likert land for white respondents and Black respondents. You can see that these plots are obviously quite strongly correlated. In fact, we can ask a simple minimum distance procedure to find the set of beliefs for both groups that are perfectly correlated and are most consistent with our data. That's what these blue dots are pointing. And then you can test whether or not these blue dots fit our data up to sampling error, and you won't reject. Okay, so in other words, we can't reject the null of perfect correlation in beliefs across Black and white respondents about race discrimination. You can ask the sharper question, well, are beliefs about discrimination for every specific firm exactly the same across Black and white respondents? That does reject. That's what this walled p-value is telling you here. That's because on average, Black respondents perceive more discrimination across all firms and actually have higher variance in beliefs about discrimination across firms. Okay, so different groups can disagree about the level and dispersion of discrimination while still roughly agreeing on the ordering, which firm should come out on top versus the bottom. It's also true of gender. You can't reject the null of perfectly correlated beliefs about gender discrimination across men and women. You can reject perfect equality. In this case, it's because women perceive more discrimination on average and have higher signal variance in average beliefs across firms. All right, that story kind of plays out for every firm we look at in our data. I'm sorry, every sample split we can look at in our data, whether it's gender, race, whether or not you're looking for a job, age, high school education. You usually can't reject the null that beliefs are perfectly correlated, and often we can't reject the null that the beliefs are exactly equal in every case across the two groups for each firm. And that includes, in case you're worried, our two sources of sample respondents, whether or not they were from this probability sample of representative survey takers or just opted in to take our survey. Okay, last question. That's what the structure of beliefs look like. how do beliefs predict contact gaps? Here we're going to study a set of 97 firms that we've previously experimented on with these fictitious resume studies in a couple prior papers. We sent about 1,000 resumes to each of these firms that were, otherwise equal in expectation, except for a signal of race or gender. We found that on average, firms tended to call back distinctively named Black names less than distinctively white names. And there was no average gender gap in our study, but there's a lot of dispersion in both of these metrics. In fact, some firms seem to really strongly prefer to call back distinctively white relative to distinctively Black names. After we released this data, in fact, the EEOC launched a commissioner's case against the firm that ended up at the top of our list in terms of its propensity to prefer white names over Black names. And for gender, you see a dispersion in both directions. Some firms seem to very strongly prefer to call back the male names. Some firms seem to very strongly prefer to call back the female names. We're going to ask whether or not that cross-firm heterogeneity is predicted by beliefs. We do something very simple. We just kind of want to regress these experimental contact gaps on beliefs, either in a bivariate sense where you just include a constant, or maybe with some other controls. Maybe we'll control for industry or other measures of beliefs. You can almost just do this regression because the reliability of our firm average beliefs is so high, but still there's some noise on the right-hand side, given that we estimated these beliefs, which we'll correct for just using simple errors in variables techniques. Here's what the results look like. Okay, so this is the Likert average score for discrimination, or for race discrimination. Again, sign where if you move to the right, you're anticipating more discrimination against Black respondents. And then on the left here, I've got the proportional white minus Black contact gap from our resume study. And as you can see here, there's just no unconditional relationship. When we correct for sort of the attenuation bias that comes from putting the estimated object on the right-hand side, the slope gets a little bit more negative, but is mostly unadjusted. So it's not predictive unconditionally.
The extent that I, as anticipate the burden was assuming I should not be one.
Yeah.
And indeed, your an audit study estimate, this is an audit study, which takes for random stuff, certainly firms, is misleading about an outcome because Blacks or women will not systematically be applying for firms to swim. Given that, in the language required was
well, so keep in mind, this is not weighted by people's directedness. So this is just across firms. Yeah. So I don't think I had a strong prior about what the relationship would be belief across firms are between beliefs about the prevalence of discrimination in our experimental gaps. I would expect people to be directing their search away from the firms where they anticipate most discrimination. Those don't seem to be the firms that on the margin are more likely to discriminate according to our audit evidence. So in that sense, they might be making a mistake, but of course, like we haven't narrowed in on what people's consideration sets are exactly here.
That's kind of bad. Because, right, it means they're expending effort
Totally. Yeah, no, I mean, it's motivated, as we're gonna talk about in a second, I mean, suggests that people hold these beliefs. They're not related to what you find in an experiment. If the experiment is correct, maybe informing people about how to search a little bit more efficiently would be better. Okay, not the case for gender. Here's just beliefs about gender discrimination, the experimental gender contact gap, proportional contact gap between white and men. Here you get a robust positive relationship. The slope here is pretty large in the sense that, a firm with one Likert point higher average beliefs about gender discrimination is predicted to have a 15 percentage point higher contact gap in favor of male versus female names. We can dig into this a little bit. So column 1 is just replicating what I showed you on the scatter plots a second ago. Column 5 is showing you what happens if you use Borda instead of Likert measures. Again, no unconditional relationship between race beliefs and these experimental measures of race discrimination. As we talked about, Taco Bell and Lockheed Martin sell different products. Maybe that people are getting confused trying to compare these two sets of firms. So we can think about the within industry relationships. So column 2 adds these industry fixed effects. And here we find actually a positive relationship between beliefs and discrimination. So maybe sort of when you compare like to like, people tend to have more information. Maybe that suggests that within their consideration set, they're better at directing search towards the firms where they're least likely to face discrimination. Of course, this also suggests that people are very wrong about the between industry relationship between propensity to discriminate and what we find from these experiments. One reason why they're confused about the between industry relationship is because of the strong connection between beliefs about selectivity and propensity to discriminate. Column 3 just adds a control for these beliefs about selectivity. You can see that increases the connection between race beliefs and actual race discrimination in the audit study even further, significant at roughly the 5% level. You can see that these beliefs about selectivity are a strong negative predictor in this regression of our experimental measures of recruiting discrimination. take control for both, you get an even larger relationship. So no unconditional relationship, but maybe among the right set of firms, there is some signal here connecting people's beliefs about race discrimination to what you find in these studies. For gender, the story is quite different. No matter what you do, you find this robust positive relationship between the firms that people think are likely to discriminate on the basis of gender and the firms that do discriminate against gender distinctive names. Okay, excellent. I think we have a couple minutes. Right, 1 minute. So what we've done here is try to study what people believe about discrimination among large employers. Found first that discrimination seems to be an important consideration for job seekers, at least as they report to us. 1/3 report having put off applying for a job but fear discrimination. We find that they also hold beliefs which are correlated across within firms, which means that firms have these measurable reputations for gender, race, and age discrimination. One way to characterize what we found for gender is that gender preferences of firms seem to be roughly an open secret. People understand where Victoria's Secret is going to fall relative to Lockheed Martin. There's extremely high agreement across demographic groups. Everybody roughly agrees, and also strong agreement with the audit evidence, both unconditionally and within industry. So, among retail firms, people understand where the gender preferences are going to fall. People's beliefs about firms' racial preferences are more complicated, although there's quite a lot of dispersion in average beliefs across firms, and those beliefs are very correlated across groups. They don't predict the audit evidence unconditionally. They only predict it once we control for industry or for other dimensions of people's beliefs, in particular their beliefs about selectivity. So we think that for race, one way to think about what's happening is that the public, on average, seems to hold this Illuminati or anti-elite theory of race discrimination. They think that the most selective firms are the most biased. They think these selective firms are the places where there's going to be the least hiring discretion. But if anything, the evidence from the literature kind of suggests that both those heuristics may be incorrect. In our data, the selectivity, go ahead.
It's very similar to beliefs about financial aid in college.
Okay.
Where people seem to think it's super expensive net if you're a minority, let's say the industry go to elite colleges, when in fact, the net cost is much lower and the number of attempts to try to use information packs.
Yeah.
It seems very similar.
Yeah, that's an interesting connection.
And move backwards.
Yes. And I mean, that nicely tees up the last thing I wanted to say, which is, of course, this all suggests that if this belief is incorrect, then providing information about where you can anticipate the most discrimination might help job seekers avoid the burden of discrimination in the labor market. Okay.
Sure. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for the organizers for putting our paper in the program. This paper is going to be about whether former industrial regions can recover thanks to positive economic shocks. So the main motivation for the paper is a central question in both labor and spatial economics, and it's about why are some regions booming while other regions experience persistent economic decline. And we now have a large evidence in the literature that negative labor market shocks, in particular import competition, automation, or global financial crisis, have led to persistent employment losses in former industrial areas. And in turn, those negative employment losses have fueled a broader social dislocation process and the rise of far-right voting and populism in those regions. We have a bit less evidence in the literature about whether such former industrial regions that have been hit by regional decline can actually recover if we face or if we give them new economic opportunities. And there are two interpretations of the persistent economic decline we see in those regions that kind of inform this question. One view is that those places and the workers that live in those places are fundamentally not able to adjust to new economic opportunities because they are large adjustment frictions or obsolete skills that don't allow them to take up on those new jobs. A second view is that those places have been hit repeatedly by a series of negative shocks, and therefore they've simply never been able to access new economic opportunity. And the reason why it's hard to distinguish those two views of regional decline is that positive shocks rarely reach declining regions of developed economies. Therefore, we don't have a lot of historical experiment to study that question with data. So this is what we're trying to do in this paper. We're trying to study one of the rare setting where a former industrial region got access unexpectedly to a large positive economic shock. So what is this shock? We're going to explore the fact that a very fast, rapid EU-wide financial integration has led to a very fast economic growth in Luxembourg, which was located at the core of EU industrial heartland. What that meant is that wages expanded very rapidly in that country and fueled a very positive shock in terms of labor demand, where wages reached 65% relative to neighboring France and Belgium. What we're going to do in this paper is going to be very simple. We're going to follow the economic and political transformation of French Rust Belt municipalities, where some people in some regions in this Rust Belt got access to new economic opportunities because all of a sudden workers could get access to jobs in Luxembourg in the service economy relative to regions in the same French Rust Belt that couldn't get access to those jobs. So we think this setting has three main advantages to unpack the dynamics of regional adjustment. Yes. Yes, so the main way, and I'm going to explain why. So the main margin of adjustment is first going to be crossing the border to get a job there. And that's going to be a nice feature to unpack the development of this sequence. So the first thing that is important to understand about the shock is that it's going to be very sharp and very localized, okay? So because it origins abroad and what was driven by EU policy reform, we can really trace the origin of the shock, but also it only affected people who can feasibly, commute to the country, as opposed to people that were unluckily too far enough to access this labor market. And so effectively what we're going to do is to compare people that got access because of commuting feasibility versus people who don't. And then we're going to replicate that design in the same Northeast region, but close to Belgium that didn't experience a service boom. And we're going to kind of show that only people that got access to that commuting feasibility combined with the labor demand shock experience an economic and political transformation. More importantly for our design, this opportunity really reached a declining region. So the places we're going to talk about have experienced roughly 20 years of economic decline led by manufacturing declining in coal and mining industries mostly. So think about, instead of comparing booming places to declining places, we're going to trace out what happened to Rust Belt municipalities when some keep getting a decline while others get a reversal of fortune due to that foreign shock. And lastly, and that's linked to the first question I had, I think the characteristics of the shock is going to allow us to unpack the sequence of adjustment over a very long period. Why? Because the shock occurs in a place that is not initially well integrated, meaning that the first margin of adjustment is going to be crossing the border to get a job there, while migration, firm relocation, and endogenous local amenities are not going to move simultaneously. So we can kind of trace down the downstream effects of that shock over time. And therefore, instead of comparing old and a new spatial equilibrium, we can really trace the sequence that leads to the new spatial equilibrium in the long run. Okay, so I'm going to first talk about the setting, and then I'm going to have 5 main results. First, I'm going to unpack the dynamics of labor market revival. I'm going to document that first. We're going to see a large reallocation of workers from declining industrial regions to new economic jobs in the service industries in the short run. In the second run, we're going to see that access to new labor market opportunities is going to revive the labor market, expand labor force participation, and fuel a broader process of regional revitalization through demographic renewal. And then I'll shed light on 2 main consequences. First, large improvements in living standards with inequal gains, and a change in political fortune, where we're going to see that those places eventually didn't vote that much for the far right relative to other former industrial areas of France. Okay, so this is our setting. What you see here is the core of EU manufacturing land in most of the 20th century that was initially specialized in coal and mining. So the type of regions we're going to study in Northeast France is really typical of the type of regions that will later experience the broader process of EU deindustrialization. So this is what I show in this graph. More specifically in that graph, what I plot is the change in manufacturing employment share in French regions between the peak of manufacturing employment in 1975 until today. So what you can see is that France Northeast was the most hardly hit by the deindustrialization shock. And important for our design, the regions we're going to study that border Luxembourg and also Belgium actually had experienced a decline in manufacturing employment that happened way before the emergence of Luxembourg as a service boom. So between 1975 and 1982, these regions had already lost 20% of their manufacturing employment. So they were effectively distressed due to the disappearance of manufacturing employment jobs. And those are the regions we're going to study. So now I just want to explain what happened in Luxembourg and why did Luxembourg kind of diverge relative to its European neighbors. So it's maybe something you don't know, but Luxembourg actually wasn't looking so different related to its neighbors in the 1960s. It was also heavily specialized in coal and manufacturing. And in fact, the manufacturing employment share was the same in Luxembourg than in the northeast of France and then in Wallonia. What happened is that in 1985, the EU decided to implement a capital directive that effectively fully liberalized capital markets in the EU, allowing any firm to operate from any country and to serve any other country. This fueled a very fast process of the emergence of a service-led industry in Luxembourg that had pre-existing advantage, both in terms of legal frameworks and very favorable tax policy. So from the late 90s on, you see Luxembourg really expanding relative to its neighbors. And that's kind of fueling a booming service economy. So as of today, you can think as Luxembourg as a very rich country that of course operates a lot in finance, but has also a lot of business services, public administration, and other kind of support jobs in the service industry. So this is the theory, but this is the practice. So I just want to show you with graphs when this divergence occurred and what was the size of it. So here I'm just plotting real GDP per capita and nominal worker compensation in Luxembourg versus France over time, plotting with a vertical bar when was the start of EU capital liberalization. And so what you can see is that Luxembourg really pulled far ahead relative to France. It became a very rich economy. And this kind of implied that worker compensation also increased in Luxembourg. This pattern is not a stagnation specific to France, it's really a growth specific to Luxembourg. So if you plot the same graph relative to Belgium or to other countries, we would see the same thing. So Luxembourg became better in aggregate, but what does it mean for wages? So what I do in this graph is comparing the wages paid to local Northeast French workers if they work in Luxembourg versus if they work in France across the skill distribution as of today. So this is kind of the state of divergence that you observe today in the labor market. And what you can see is that wage opportunities from Luxembourg labor market are very large, between 50 and 90% wage gap, even after you control for occupation and for sectors. And they're importantly really well spread out across the skill and the sector distribution, meaning that as a nurse or as a security guard or as any type of job, you actually much more if you commute on the other side of the border.
Pay tax in your home country, stuff, you don't pay different for tax.
So that's a very good point. They actually pay labor taxes in Luxembourg. So if any, this is kind of like downplaying the size of the divergence because taxes are much lower in Luxembourg than they are in France. We don't have super good data on the taxes they pay in Luxembourg. That's why I don't want to do the adjustment. But the European law is that you pay your taxes where you work. So you might have to pay a small share of local taxes because you reside in France, but the labor taxes are fully paid in Luxembourg. All right. So this is effectively what we're going to study, geographical exposure to that large emerging wage divergence. So here what I plot is the extent of labor market integration for French Rust Belt municipalities neighboring Luxembourg in 1968 at the very beginning of our period. What are the circles? Those circles are feasible commuting constraints that I take from domestic commuting behavior. So in France, most people commute no more than 50 or 70 kilometers. And so I just want to see whether labor markets were integrated before the wage divergence effectively kicked in. So what you see is that in 1968, there's no labor market integration between the French Rust Belt and the neighboring, place relative to Luxembourg and Luxembourg. So you don't see anyone working in Luxembourg. If you kind of fast forward 50 years from then and you look at what happens today, you see that there's an enormous emergence of cross-border commuting. A lot of people in France effectively commute and get a job in Luxembourg. In fact, this is today the largest commuting corridor in Europe because of course, the very large wage divergence. But importantly, all of this emergence of commuting and the rise in this, cross-border commuting behavior really emerged within the predetermined commuting feasibility space. Okay, so only people who can feasibly drive and get a job in Luxembourg were actually able to do it. And this kind of gives the intuition for the empirical design we're going to apply in the paper. So the main empirical
Migration is only migration or not
So interestingly, there's very little migration between France and Luxembourg. We think it's mostly because home ownership is really restricted in Luxembourg. It's just really hard. Home ownership is really high, so it's really hard to buy a house and there's not a lot of rental. So to give you an idea, for the migration flows as of today, where you can think as labor market integration to be maximal, are only 2% of the total cross-border commuting flows. So they're pretty small relative to extent of cross-border commuting. We're going to document that. We're going to look at effective immigration, but we don't see a lot of that happening.
economies higher in Luxembourg than I'm just trying to it's a very small island basically.
Yes, and so they kind of like source most of their workers from residents abroad. So like they don't have a lot of people who are working and living in Luxembourg beside people who are Luxembourgish nationalities. Yeah. And so that's why it's a source of labor demand, right? They really need foreign workers to come in and work because they don't have a lot of like local workforce, which kind of fuels this labor demand from France, Belgium, and Germany for sure.
You don't get many immigrants coming from other parts.
Yes, so I'm going to So we're going to document that. We're going to see that actually part of the migration response to the French Rose Belt to get access to the Luxembourg jobs is driven by foreign-born people. So people who kind of move to opportunity, they look at like what are the high labor, wage labor market in France. I could go to Paris, I could go next to Luxembourg. We're going to see that. Yes.
This is a sort of overarching question. How do you want us to think about this shock? On the one hand, Luxembourg is delivering all these service jobs, especially in financial services, which is really far away from manufacturing.
Yeah.
So you can think of it as, here's a shop, but it's very inappropriate for all of these manufacturing workers.
I know.
Before, so they have to really transform themselves. So maybe that's kind of, we wouldn't expect such good things. But maybe on the other hand, a bunch of manufacturing workers in Luxembourg presumably transformed themselves because they were, you said they were similar to people of France. So maybe Luxembourg is very good at retraining people to be ex-manufacturing.
Yeah.
So how should we think about
Yeah,
this?
I think about it as like the first way. I personally was surprised to see the extent of like relocation and the fact that you could actually see, and I'm going to document that, but we see a large labor market expansion, and part of it is driven, at least in the first stage, by people transitioning from attached, employment, in particular in manufacturing industries abroad. So I think this is one of the rare settings where you hit a declining industrial region with a service boom. Usually you have a fracking boom or you have place-based policies that are mostly manufacturing. I think this is one of the few instances where you have an opposite shock that have opposite sign, but also opposite sector. And I think we're trying to characterize what does it mean to be a service-led growth, and what we're going to see that it's not because growth happens in services that it only benefits traders. We're going to see employment gains across the wage distribution. So the way we're going to document that is by having a very simple, I think, intuitive dynamic difference in difference. We're going to compare over time between 1968 until 2021 average economic and political outcomes in places that are located within 50 kilometers of the economic centers of Luxembourg versus places that are between 70 and 150 kilometers further away. So people who have very easy commuting access compared to people who are in the same broad region but can't really commute. Because we could capture many other effects from being close to an international border, we're going to also replicate this design close to another international border, the international border with Belgium in the same northeast. So we're going to compare places that are within commuting distance of a big city that is not booming and doesn't have a service boom, and that is going to be located in Belgium. And that way we have a very natural placebo to show that our effects are just not, picking up any broad effects of integration. We're going to also have another identification strategy that has the same economic intuition, but that is going to be cross-sectional. Why? Because what I show you in the map is most of commuting expanding within the commuting range, but not above, which means that you should see increase in commuting and therefore improvement in economic and political outcomes, changing very rapidly with distance within the commuting zone, but not above. So you should see kind of a kink relationship that I kind of like can show you here between, the distance to the foreign city and commuting and economic outcome, but not above. And you shouldn't see the same extent of the kink relationship for places that are further away or far away from a non-booming labor market. Okay, so very quickly on the data, the backbone of the data is going to be census data at the micro level that are exhaustive, where we can track economic, employment, migration, average characteristics, education in all places in France between 1968 until 2021. We're going to complete this data with exhaustive voting data on electoral outcomes, and then modern data on taxes paid, transfers, income, rents, and many other information on the housing market. Okay, before I jump into the results, I just want to emphasize a few facts on the initial conditions of those places. So what I want you to retain is that the municipalities we're going to study are very typical from, Rust Belt communities. They were highly industrial before the shock. They had low participation rates and low employment rates, and if any, they had negative net migration, meaning they were actually losing population because people were losing out. That's the first thing. If any, places that were closer to Luxembourg were slightly less depressed relative to places a bit further away, so they had even lower employment rates. And importantly, places that are closer to our placebo international hub are very similar to others, which means they are very natural placebo to use in the analysis. Yeah. Yes.
So some of the effect may be into migration to other like Germany.
So in the census data, at least we see very little cross-border commuting behavior from those places to Germany. And we're not going to see a lot of odd migration from those places to outside Europe. If any, we actually see an in-migration to those places because people want to get job too. And we think, at least in general, we should have opportunities to move to Luxembourg should also affect our placebo a little bit because they're close to Belgium. But we don't see a lot of that happening in the data. Okay, so I showed you there's this huge service boom in Luxembourg. The first question we want to answer, are people living in Rust Belt declining industrial municipalities able to take up on those new opportunities? If they are, what is the size of this effect? So the answer is yes. Here I'm plotting the event study results for the share of local workers, local residents employed in Luxembourg from 1968 to 2021, with 1 dot per exhaustive census. So what you can see is that first, there is a very large and rapid increase in the share of local residents that get a job in Luxembourg. At the end of the period, you get 50 more per initial working age residents, people working in Luxembourg. Okay, so it's a very large expansion in the pool of people who get a job in Luxembourg. And importantly, we don't see any similar cross-border integration happening around the international border where the labor market is not booming. Now, the question is, who are those cross-border workers? Are they all new workers that move to the region? Are they unemployed workers? So the first thing I want to say is that when you look at the microdata of people who commute from France to Luxembourg in the early generation, what you see is that those are overwhelmingly incumbent residents. So only 1% of the first generation of commuters had moved in since the previous census, and 80% of them were natives of the Northeast region. So those were mostly, at least in the first stage, people who were living in the region and didn't move from somewhere else. We're going to validate this by showing you the evolution of population. The second question is, are those people new labor market entrants in the sense either they were unemployed or maybe they were young people who were trying to get a job, or do we see effectively people switching from a job in France to a job in Luxembourg? So what we do is that we follow the careers of workers employed in France using administrative panel data on the French labor market. And what you see is that among exposed primate incumbents attached to the French labor market, the probability of remaining employed in France really decreases after the shock, which we interpret as evidence of relocation across the board. Finally, very kind of intuitive, when I showed you what happens in Luxembourg, you see that most of the jobs are really into services. So services account for 60% of the cross-border employment responses, while manufacturing only accounts for 10%. Keep in mind that manufacturing accounted for 50% of the initial manufacturing employment. So this really means we had a huge sectoral shift from initial manufacturing specialization to the sectoral allocation of cross-border employment opportunities.
Services pretty broad. Should I think of them moving into financial services or like working in restaurants, serving?
I'm going to show you the decomposition in 2 slides. You should think about this to be very broad-based in terms of occupation. Most of it is services, but service-led growth is actually broad-based in terms of occupation. So you're going to see as much employment gains among childcare workers and service restaurant people than among traders, and I think that's one of our main results. Okay, so that's where I'm going. I showed you there are more jobs in Luxembourg. Now the question is, are we effectively expanding the local labor market? Do we effectively see on net more local residents being employed, and in which occupations are those jobs? So the answer to that is that in the first stage of adjustment, what you really see is a relocation. For each person that gets a job abroad, you get one less job on the French side. So people are effectively substituting between French jobs to better paid jobs abroad. However, in the long run, what you see is that the decline in domestic jobs kind of stabilize while cross-border employment keeps increasing, which means that on net, you do see a net expansion in the employment of local residents in places that are more exposed to foreign opportunity. So over time, total employment in these places rises by 36 jobs per 100 initial prime age residents. So this is a very large expansion of the labor market.
So the later from some migration.
Yes, I'm going to decompose that. I'm going to first decompose the migration effect, and then I'm going to decompose jobs that are in Luxembourg versus the local workers that can also be filled by in commuting within France. I'm going to document that in terms of like the local demand stimulus that this additional income is spilling over in those regions. But to answer the question about what are those jobs, so what I showed here is just the decomposition of these long-run employment gains. So most of it is driven by services, but as I said, turns out that services are actually very broad-based in terms of occupation. So what you see is that you have a lot of nurses, you have a lot of policemen, you have a lot of childcare workers, and effectively there's no occupation that account for more than 10% of the employment gains, which means that actually those gains are pretty well shared across the skill distribution and the income distribution, which is really important to think about the incidence of that shock. A second thing I want to say is that women at the end of the period effectively account for a large share of, or at least 50% of the employment gains, while there were very little women among the first generation of early commuters, which kind of speaks to the diffusion of these employment opportunities over time as more and more women entered in the labor force and were able to get jobs on the other side of the border. That's something important to remember to think about the labor participation effect I'm going to document next. Okay, so I showed you the expansion of labor market relative to the initial population. Now the question is, how does the labor market indicators actually revive? So here, instead of looking as fraction of initial residents, I'm normalizing my effects by current population. So first, I want to show you the change in the local employment rate. So there's a large increase consistent with what I just showed you. So local employment rates increased by 7 percentage points, which kind of closes half of the initial gap between those regions and average trends. So those regions managed not to catch up all the way, but they're kind of like on a much better trajectory relative to national average compared to their counterfactual that you can see with the orange line, which is our placebo. So we can obviously decompose this increase in employment rates between decline in unemployment and increase in labor force participation. Here, our headline result is that 80% of the gains are actually fueled by increased labor force participation, which is a combination of a large labor market slack initially, and the fact that a lot of women were not working and end up working because those jobs are very good for them. It's only in the long run that unemployment decreases. So at the second stage of labor market revival is fully fueled by increasing local labor supply among incumbent residents. So they were, the initial conditions were kind of perfect, allowing labor market to expand by drawing people into labor force participation.
Well, I meant, so there's this huge wage gap. Does the wage gap, do wages in this part of France start rising?
So
competition from lots of.
Yeah, because there's of course like a negative labor supply effect. All of those people get jobs there. We try to look at wage. The issue is that we have kind of a composition effect too, because now the people who get employed in France are in different service, like in different sectors and different occupation. We haven't found yet a good way to do it, but that's something we want to look at. Yeah.
That was friends, house prices.
It's coming in the first stage here, long run privatization. Okay, labor market is great, but really what we want to know is like, are these regions effectively doing better, or do they expand? Does population increase, and or does the housing market plays a role? So first thing I want to say is that, as usual, population and migration plays an important role in adjustment of regions to labor market shocks. But in our context, it really takes a long time for population to start adjusting. So you need to wait 20 years before seeing population effectively improve, which means that the story is really that first labor market improves, and only after labor market revival do you see population increasing and demographic review. So that's really consistent with other studies showing very delayed migration responses. Those effects are very large. Population eventually increases by about 15%, really reversing 30 years of demographic decline. So those places actually are able to catch up all the way back to the trends while they were kind of declining in the 75. All of the population effects are driven by net migration. It's not a story about mortality rates. It's not a story about fertility. It's really an increase in net migration. And we can decompose these migration effects. I just want you to keep in mind the migration effect occurs in 2 stages. The first stage is a retention effect. So those places stop losing their residents, so they become more attractive to their own natives. And then in the long run, they become more attractive to new residents. Okay, so net migration and net inflows account for the bulk of the increase in population in a very long run. We can also decompose where those people are coming from. And so a lot of them are coming from further away. They're not really coming from within the region. They're coming from outside the department, and they're coming from abroad or from foreign-born residents, which is again pretty consistent with the literature on regional adjustment. People who might have less attachment are better able to move to opportunity relative to others. With this large,
Actually, Luxembourg gets all these French workers to come in and do their service jobs, and then immigrants from the rest of the world come into that part of France.
Exactly. And we do see, and I'm going to document that in the next slide, that we do see local services expansion. Yes. And so the population also renew, and what you should have in mind is that those people who move into those regions tend to be younger on average, important to interpret our political effect, and they're also a bit more educated. So you see a 5 percentage point increase in the share of college educated in those regions relative to the counterfactual. So basically the region first stopped losing residents and then attracted a new generation of residents for an increasing location. So they kind of became an attractive residential cluster. So the next natural question is, was the housing market able to accommodate these huge population gains? So what I show you first is the expansion in the supply of housing keep in mind those places are not super dense and they had a lot of housing market slack. And what you can see here is that they were able to accommodate a lot of the population increase through the increase in housing supply. So for 15% population gain, you had a 10% increase in housing construction. So we know that in case of a decline, housing market can kind of amplify a declining shock. Here we see that the expansion of the housing market was effectively able to accommodate some of the increase. We also see a decline in vacancy rates, meaning that you have higher pressure on the housing market. So you need to use your existing housing stock more intensively. And to your question, you can look at rents. We don't have long run data on rents, so we have to use our cross-sectional kind of identification strategy. So here what I show is in the green line, the average rent in municipalities within the commuting distance of Luxembourg versus above, and the same for the placebo. And so what you can see is very mechanically, you have much higher rents when you get closer to the high wage labor market, and you don't see any negative relationship between rent and distance around non-booming international borders or above the commuting feasibility border. And so you should think about, on average, treated places having a 34% higher rent relative to others. So basically, the remaining scarcity is capitalizing huge increase in rents, which means that this shock also has redistributive effects between owners and renters. And so this matters to think about the incidence. Okay. To the question I had earlier on the local workers, we can say something about all this population growth was able to kind of sustain the local economy. What we see is that local jobs defined not now as local employment of residents, but really workplace employment. How many people sell bread and have pharmacies in those places? Workplace employment raises, about half of this is filled by incommuters from other regions of the North Bay. So they also need more local workers because a lot of the residents are not working in Luxembourg. And the gain concentrate in local consumer and public services. So 85% are in retail, health, and education, but you don't have any firm entry and you don't have an expansion of the local production base. So you don't see, those places export or create new manufacturing. Those places are effectively having more services because they have more income that is spent locally. We also see a change in local amenities. We have data on access to childcare, local schools, and doctors. And what we see is that treated municipalities better preserve access to local services with a 20% increase per capita access. And those services are also closer on average to local residents. So you should just take away that higher foreign earnings generate modest local spillovers and support local service employment and the provision of local amenities. We can now turn to the effects on, living standards and income. So here what I plot is first the average taxable income in those places relative to our placebo. So those places have an increase in average taxable income, which is really consistent with the fact that those people have better paid jobs. They have 20% increase in average income on average. But the question is, are those gains propagate enough so that the typical median household has higher income, and are those gains surviving adjustment for taxes and transfers? So what we see here is that we do see higher living standards as measured by median disposable income in those treated municipalities that are closer to economic opportunities, which is directly linkable to a decline in economic distress that we measure as the share of local residents receiving social transfer linked to poverty and low income. So those places have higher income and they receive much less, social transfer from the welfare state. We don't. Yeah, so we don't have individual level data on income and on transfer. And those are the long run. So you have to keep in mind that this is also just because the residents in those people might be selected in some way. Yeah. What we can do though is to compare individual consumption. So we don't have individual level data on income and transfer. We have individual level data on housing consumption and on car consumption, which is kind of a proxy for those unequal effects. And so we can kind of speak to that by saying that average income rises, but we do see an increase in inequality and an equal incidence in this average income. Yeah.
Look at why children were growing up as this shock came up in this area.
That's our dream for the next paper. The issue is that it's really hard to get intergenerational data in France. We're looking into that to see, what are the potential long-run effects.
Can I ask a related question? Related to my previous question as well. I think one of the things that people think about depressed manufacturing areas is that there are not a lot of people there who have high cognitive skills. And it's very hard to convert them into people with high cognitive skills because it's been a manufacturing area for a long time. People have sort of manual skills, manufacturing skills, schools aren't adjusted to that. They have attitudes that are different. But here you have a lot of people who are switching from manufacturing and manufacturing skills to
Yeah.
things that require cognitive skills, not just financial services, but
Yeah.
pharmacy workers and like that. I wonder if you could take the jobs that you have and sort of say, what is the cognitive skill content of them and how many people are really switching from a non-cognitive
Yeah.
sort of job to a higher?
We have very good occupation data for the entire period, so I think we could effectively do that and look at like this kind of more granular change in occupation. I think for now we're pretty broad, but we have five-digit level of occupation, so we could totally do that. Yeah. Okay, so rising inequality and the incidence, is commuters consume more space, they have more cars. So within a treated place, you have a lot of gains that fall for people who are able to take the opportunity. You also have, of course, inequalities between non-commuters that live in treated versus controlled place. So as a non-commuter, you're better off in a controlled municipality, at least in terms of real consumption, because prices are rising, but you're not getting a higher income by commuting abroad. So I have 3 minutes to end with the political effect, and that's kind of like the end up final outcome we want to look at. We showed you that these places have a labor market revival and broader regional revitalization. Now what happens to politics? So in this graph, I start by showing you the first round far-right voting share in places that are further away or not from Luxembourg relative to the placebo. You see two things in this graph. First, support for the far-right is incredibly high in northeast of France. It's almost 50% outside of Luxembourg. But the distance, like the border region to Luxembourg, is the only place almost in the northeast where the far right is actually not that high. And you see that the far right support really rises very fast with distance to Luxembourg. The question is, was it always the case, or do we actually see political divergence linked to the emergence of economic opportunity? So here I'm tracing out the far right vote share over time, before and after the divergence, to kind of quantify that. And what you see in this event study is that really those places diverge from the rest of the Rust Belt and just voted much less for the far right over time. Not that the effect really precedes our population effect. So you already kind of see here that it's not all a story of selection migration. It's really a story about those places voting less for the far right. Yeah.
Is this about something about economic prosperity and support for the far right, right, in a global context, or is this specific to the fact that the European far right is very much a debate about open borders and European integration, and the people who are supporting this are specifically the people?
Yeah. I think I have two ways to answer that question. So the first one is that those people don't shift to other anti-globalization parties. They really shift from protest parties to mainstream parties that really support globalization and EU integration. The second piece of evidence is that we can decompose in terms of observables, right? Try to understand which of the change in observables can explain this far right. And of all the observables we have, we see very little happening in terms of demographics. Change in education or change in age don't really matter. What really matters is the change in local income. It can explain observationally, it's not causal, 42% of the far right gap. So you still have a lot of residual to explain, which could be because of the shock is linked to EU integration.
Buffer group is one of those?
Yes, totally. But that would kind of, yes, that's almost, yeah. But we could do the dose response. I think we have it somewhere. I don't have it.
Point to the fact that people like.
Yeah. And I think that's the last piece of evidence, which is that what we see is not only a decline in the far right and more support for, pro-globalization, pro-integration parties. We do see a broader political realignment as suggested by more pro-EU integration attitudes. So we see that those people voting more for EU integration in a referendum and have more pro-European vote share in European Parliament elections. Okay, so very quickly, I think the main message is that a large persistent economic opportunity shock in service sectors was able to revive part of the French Rust Belt. This was a very large shock. Adjustment ran through commuting, and politics may partly respond to the pro-integration nature of the shock. But what is likely to generalize is that persistent decline need not reflect an inability of workers and place to adjust. It might be possible, and so it might be a good idea to try to connect declining regions to expanding sectors, not only to revive manufacturing, to make them better in the long run.
Hey, I'm gonna wanna use my iPad. Yeah, this afternoon. No, I wanna use the iPad.
I can't.
I don't care about the live stream. Okay, I don't want it to be live streamed. Can I just connect to this? Or you? Okay.
How are you? Yes, the one after yes, in the next session, they said. Perfect.
Yes, there will be.
Okay, David told me to get started, so I'll go ahead. My name is Anders. I'm really delighted to share this research with you on firm boundaries and capital skill complementarities. Okay. So the idea that new machinery increase the demand for worker skills is a cornerstone of a vast literature on technological change, labor market inequality. Now, despite the central role of capital skill complementarities in many macro labor models, recent micro evidence have been elusive. So armed with newly available firm level data, there's a growing number of studies, well executed, that document that investing firms are expanding employment, but do not shift their skill mix. So in this paper, we advance the hypothesis that the skills most complementary to new machinery are not hired in-house. So robot integration is a prominent example of the process that we have in mind. So a common rule of thumb in industrial robotics is that the 2/3 of the cost of buying such a robotic cell goes to this guy, the robot integrator, a specialized engineer helping the manufacturing firm both pick, program, and install the robotic arm on the factory floor. And because most manufacturing firms do not have the skills in-house to do this type of integration, the majority of them outsource it to dedicated integrator firms. And kind of simultaneously with the rise of industrial robots in US manufacturing, there's been this rise also of robot integrator firms, tripling in numbers just over the last decade. So to study this process more systematically, we go to Belgium, where we can link unusually rich firm level data on firms' capital investment. So we will be able to see when they're buying the robotic arm, the business to business transactions, which is coming from the fact that they have a value added tax, allowing us to see who are they purchasing services from, including the robot integrator. And finally, worker skills. So we will be able to see both in-house and among external suppliers, what are the skills that they're employing, and are they shifting labor demand towards certain skilled services, speaking to this capital skill complementarities. And using this data, we will be able to study not only how firms are changing their in-house employment around large investment events, but also the labor services that they're buying from their external suppliers. And then we're going to use the microdata to understand why firms may outsource this machine complementary labor. At the end,
we're gonna circle back to these macro labor questions that motivated the talk, thinking about what are the aggregate implications of these firm level effects once you take into account this external skill bias that are emerging through suppliers. Okay, so this is an empirical paper, but I think it's useful and instructive to ground it within some canonical theoretical frameworks. So conceptually, new capital, new machinery may impact the demand for worker skills through two channels. First, just installing and integrating new machinery may require skilled machinists, or in the robot arm example, the integrator to get that physical equipment to be functional on the factory floor, the investment skill complementarity hypothesis. Second, operating a more capital intensive production may also require skilled labor, dating back to the capital skill complementarity hypothesis of Grillages. Okay, the new twist to this analysis and this paper is to acknowledge that for each of these labor services, the investing firm is facing this make or buy decision of either bringing the required labor services in-house and employing them on payroll, or outsourcing it, relying it on external firms to help provide that outsourced labor. Okay, so why might a firm choose to outsource some of these labor services? First, there might be fixed cost. Any individual investing firm might not have the scale to productively employ a full-scale integrator team. That's especially the case because these investment events are very lumpy. They happen with 4 or 5 years apart, and it's very intense, just in a few months of intense integration, which means that any individual firms would need to bring in this integrator team for a couple of months only to let them go again. By contrast, with an external integrator, they can smooth out demand across multiple investing firms. They can stay on top of the frontier technology by learning across adoption projects. And if you go to the webpage of these integrators, they actually advertise all the use cases of past integrations. So it seems to be part of the business case. So following these intuitions, where should we see outsourcing more? It should be more likely among smaller investing firms who do not have the efficient scale to employ a full-scale integration firm. Lumpy investment, where this hiring and firing costs are more prominent. And advanced capital, where being on top of the frontier technology is more important. Okay, so we'll use the microdata to take those predictions to the data to understand why do we see this phenomena? Why are the integrators outsourced? Okay, turning to data, we link comprehensive firm-level data on firms' capital investment. This comes from the annual accounts. These firm-to-firms transaction, which is probably the more kind of the newest part or the most unusual part of the data set, that stems from the fact that Belgium has a value-added tax, and the National Bank of Belgium uses that to compile a firm-to-firm transaction register. And then finally, detailed data on worker skills, where we will be able to both distinguish between low and high, above versus below tertiary, as well as STEM versus non-STEM, to see whether there's also a bias towards more technical degrees. Okay, so using this data, we will be able to measure what are the skills that firms are employing through their external suppliers. So in this measurement relies on a key proportionality assumption. So the proportionality assumption, it's common in input-output analysis. The assumption is as follows. If I buy 10% of Alex's sales, I'm indirectly employing 10% of Alex's workers in every skill category. So using that assumption, we will be able to measure what are the skills that I'm employing through my external suppliers. So here, just a first descriptive table in a typical a year of an investment period. I'll explain what an investment spike is on the next slide. We see that a typical firm is in-house directly employing 40 workers, 23 indirectly employed through their external suppliers, 3 to 4 directly from machine suppliers. And here we break it up by skill shares. We see just as a first sign that these external suppliers might be a source of skill bias, we see that the machine suppliers are almost 3 times as intensive in high STEM labor. So if these investment periods are shifting demand towards these machine suppliers, that could in itself be a source of skill bias. Okay, so our empirical strategy will follow the investment spikes design, pioneered by Jim Besson, Anna Salomons, and co-authored, followed by many others afterwards, which leverages the fact that capital investment, especially these large machinery investments, are extremely lumpy. They come in these lumpy events, often with many years apart. So here we will, in our baseline analysis, define an investment spike as an increase in machinery per worker above the 90th percentile. So that cutoff is, of course, arbitrary. Everything that I'm going to show is going to be completely robust to changing that cutoff. But just reflecting this lumpy nature of machinery investment, we see that machinery per worker more than triples around these investment spikes events. And then the analysis will be quite simple. It will be studying these firms before and after they undergo a large investment event, and then studying both their in-house employment as well as the external employment, comparing them to other firms in the same industry that do not spike in the event year. Okay, so what is the core threat to identification here? It's that investment spikes may coincide with other shocks that may be shifting the skill mix of the firm. Okay, so in the paper, we do a host of checks of the validity of this identifying assumption. So the first thing we do is that we piggyback a bit on this existing firm level literature that I highlighted on the first slide that shows that investment spikes deliver similar estimates as quasi-experiments from better identified sources of variation. The Hivonen paper is from Finland using technology subsidy grants. The Aguillon et al. Is from France using foreign supply shock to the price of machinery, showing that the conclusions that you get from these quasi-experiments are identical to the conclusions that you get from the investment spikes design. We also show pre-trends, these spiking versus non-spiking firms are similar on observables and outcomes before the spikes. If you're worried that investment spikes are coinciding with increases or shocks, positive shocks to productivity demand, we show that all our results are robust to just explicitly controlling for the sales growth of these firms around the investment event. Finally, as I'll show you in a couple of slides, this skill bias that we're gonna uncover is gonna be specific to capital that are undergoing rapid technological change. So it's not just for any type of generic investment event, we see the same pattern. Okay, so converting this estimations or empirical strategy into a regression framework, we will implement a stack difference and difference design, comparing these spiking firms to other firms in the same industry that do not spike in the event year. Then our key coefficients of interest are these beta 1Ks that captures the differential change for spiking firms K years after the investment spike. And then our key outcome of interest is the firm's total employment of skills, both capturing their in-house employment as well as the external employment. We're going to measure that in % of pre-spike levels just to be able to speak to relative effects. We're going to distinguish between both high and low, where high is above tertiary as well as STEM versus non-STEM degrees. And then to understand what are the sources of this skill bias, we're going to take the total and split it into in-house versus external. When we do this split, we're going to keep total in the denominator, which means that each component, they're comparable in magnitudes, and they sum up to the total. Okay, so before showing the results, I just want to acknowledge there are many ways you can implement these staggered differences. You can vary the spike threshold. You can look at single spiking firms. You can look at repeat spikers. You can look at control firms. Are they later spikers, never spikers? You can look at a balanced sample, unbalanced sample. Our main analysis, which I'm going to show you today, is going to focus on firms' first spikes. With firms that have at least 5 full-time employees before the spikes. The controls are going to be firms that are in the same industry code, but do not spike in the event year. We're going to focus on a balanced sample, but everything that I'm going to show you today are going to be robust to varying these decisions along these different way of specifying the staggered different diff. Yeah.
We mentioned, how would you distinguish between investment spikes versus demand spikes?
Yeah, so we can explicitly control for the sales growth. If it's just that they're growing due to demand shocks, we can explicitly control for that in our regressions, and all our results are robust to doing so. Yeah. Okay, so now I will go into the results. So these two plots shows the first key result of the paper. I'm showing firms' employment by skill, these 4 different categories, and then split by in-house and external employment. So if we start with the left panel, that figure replicates the finding from the prior literatures that investing firms, they're growing in headcounts and employment, but they're not shifting their skill mix in-house, which seems at odds with the capital skill complementarity story. Now, the key new thing for this analysis is that we can take into account these external employment that investing firms are employing through their suppliers. And here we see a substantial shift of employment, especially towards high STEM workers. So these magnitudes are economically large. They're measured in total pre-spike employment by skill categories. So that means that the plot on the right says that external employment generate a 50% increase in total employment of high STEM workers. So this substantial shift around the investment event is direct support of the investment skill complementarity hypothesis. You need skilled workers, especially high STEM workers, to invest and install new machinery. Whereas the more sustained impact 4 years out is supportive of the capital skill complementarity hypothesis. You need skilled workers to operate a more capital intensive production. Yeah.
Have a way to assess that. Like, when they're doing these investment spikes, how much should I think of this as the production function's fixed and I'm bringing in more capital and I have an investment surge and it's pure capital skill complementarity within a given technology, or I'm adopting a new technology, producing new products, you know, there's no trend, but it's sort of a shift in demand. I have a new idea for doing something and it requires, you know, bringing in new technology, and then, you know, previous demand trend doesn't really.
Absolutely.
A new product now, it's still a form of capital skill, technology skill complementarity, but it's not the traditional within the single production function. It really is a change in what you're doing.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And I think the latter story is at play here. And we have one cut that gets to this, where we're looking at machinery from new suppliers, which are less likely to just be capital deepening more of the same machinery or replacement investment. And we see that the external skill bias is stronger when you're buying it from a new supplier. It dates back to old theories of capital embodied technical change, that the reason why machinery is skill bias is because it embodies new technologies, and that's what's bringing the skill bias, and we will find that quite clearly in the data. So
does it matter whether you offer like 1 degree removed or like, you know, even
Yeah.
do like the Leon's did?
Inverse, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great. Yeah.
The integrator exactly the same entire.
Yeah. So we do that, and so you're right that what I show you here is just the first order link. In the paper, we do the higher order link. If anything, it just makes the indirect employment more important because you take into account that the integrators are also purchasing from suppliers that may be more skilled biased. We do that in the paper. That's a very good point, and you're right that the rigorous way to do that is to do the Leontief inverse of the whole firm-to-firm transaction matrix. Yeah.
Put this in the context of history. Should we think this was always the way that investment spikes worked? Or is there something about the current times that makes it more likely to be an external labor supply, like robot integration?
Yeah.
So thinking about why is it that people don't always hire from external investment spike? And one reason is that you're worried that they're going to steal your firm's IP and take it along to some other firm that they don't.
Yeah.
And the other, from the robotic integrator firm's point of view, I might be worried that, oh, the firm will find out this guy's really great. Why don't we hire him permanently, and then I'm losing my robot integrator workforce? So why are these concerns minimized for this type of technology?
Yeah, I think it's a general phenomenon, first of all. Okay, so there's two questions, I think. One is about investment skill complementarities. I think that has held true throughout history. In the Industrial Revolution, Joel Moncur has papers on steam engine builders that were traveling around the US helping factories switch from water to steam power, and they were critical in that adoption period. And they were not just some random people; they were highly skilled workers. Then there's a second question: is why are they outsourced? Why are they external? The steam engine builders were also external. They didn't go and work at the mill afterwards. They were traveling around the country. I think it relates to some of this theories of the boundaries of the firm related to scale economies. That these are very lumpy events. It's efficient for them to spread out their integration services across many steam mills or factory floors in a modern day. So although I don't have that like firm-to-firm transaction data during the Industrial Revolution, I would guess that some of these things would also show up historically. Yeah, I think that's my interpretation. Actually, if you go back to Golden and Katz's paper, they have a two-stage production where there's an investment stage that is a Leontief in physical capital and machinists. So they're the perfect complements. So I think it's in that sense it's not a new idea. It's just that now we have the data to kind of in the right lens to study it. I also want to kind of relate it to that prior literature. That was a literature on production and investment, not a theory of the firm. It's just that when we take those models, apply them to firm level data, then we need to think about the boundaries of the firm. So I think it becomes more salient once you go to the firm level, these issues.
You certainly saw this in agriculture, as places mechanized, they bring in specialists who knew about tractors, often these cases often capital the external years because it was highly seasonal.
Yep.
So outside market, there you probably would have gotten the measurement right. Because it's external, but you were hiring external, but they brought the capital with them.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The unusual thing here is that they do bring the capital in-house on their balance sheets, but they do not bring the integrator on. Yep. Yeah.
There are also questions who owns the capital.
Yeah. Yeah.
These things. It's not clear.
Yeah.
One thing you might want to do to reconcile with the rest of the literature, and also indirectly to answer Larry's question about whether it's a stable production function, would be to try production function estimation the way people normally do it, ignoring the external suppliers, but using your investment spikes as a excluded instrument. And then do it including the external stuff and see how the estimated parameters change. I would guess that you're gonna still be able to reject Leontief pretty easily if you do GMM. So you're gonna need a more.
It's a great point. I have not quite as sophisticated as what you're suggesting here, but let me show you something that speaks a little bit to these lines in a slide. I just want to show you real quick here. What are these external suppliers? Where they're coming from? Around the investment event, machine suppliers are important in driving that investment spikes. Over time, it's actually also other industries. So one industry where we see this very clearly is, for example, software. Having a very capital-intensive production is complementary to software services, but these firms do not start to to develop their own software. They're still relying on external suppliers to bring it. Okay, so related to Pat's question, I think it's instructive to try to map some of our estimates into some of the canonical frameworks of capital skill complementarity. So the Crusoe et al., the so-called Korf paper, they proposes a nested CS where the lower nest is a combination of capital and skilled labor. The upper nest combines that composite with low skilled labor. And our reduced form estimates identify the ratio of these substitution elasticities to be around 1.6. So that means firm level or capital skill complementarities at the firm level, the ratio is above 1. It's still more muted than the ratio of 2.5 that is implied by the Korf aggregate elasticities. Here I'm still holding the production function fixed. It would be interesting to see how things would change if I allowed some of these just the shape of the production function to change with this investment shock. Okay, so why do firms outsource these skills? So one simple first cut is to split investing firms based on their employment before the investment spike. So here it's just a very crude split below and above median. We see that smaller firms are more likely to rely on external suppliers for the high-skilled workers required both to install the machinery, also to operate the more capital-intensive production. So this is consistent following the conceptual framework with scale economies in these machine complementary skills. Now, speaking to Larry's question about why are these new machinery skill bias? Is it just more of the same thing, capital deepening, or is it because it's bringing new technologies? One simple split is to distinguish between whether these spikes are driven by suppliers that are entirely new to the investing firm. So these are suppliers the firm has never bought from before versus existing suppliers that machine suppliers that the investing firm has bought from before, more likely to be replacement investment or just capital deepening, more of the same thing. And we find that the skill bias is stronger when the investment spikes are driven by new suppliers. So this is consistent with this idea that the reason why capital is skill bias is because it's embodying new technologies dating back at least to Solo.
When I worked in semiconductors, you would purchase new machinery that came with services. So like one of my jobs was to build a sample design for our chip and then help the firm adapt our design so they could buy our chip as smoothly as possible.
Interesting, yeah.
Can you tell whether that's the kind of services these folks are purchasing? Is it from the same firms as the new machinery is coming from, or is it from a separate set of contractors?
Yeah, it's often, so these are specialized integrator firms, but they will often sell this as a bundle. You buy both the machinery and the services related. And the integrator are also heavily involved in just picking what is the right robotic arm for you to, if you're doing food packaging, they know what is the right model to use for your specific application. So they're heavily involved also just in the adoption phase. It's not like a two-stage thing where you first get the hardware and then you start looking for the right skills to complement the hardware.
integrator firm A, do they have a long-term relationship with robot firm B? So
Yep.
so it's the opposite order of what you just described, where I'm really choosing the integrator firm. And then I just get the robots that they always pick.
Yeah, so most integrators will supply multiple robot brands. So okay, so the I don't know how much I can go into this detail. The world market for robotic arms is heavily globalized. It's like 7 ABB, KUKA, Fanuc sits on the world market. None of them are manufacturing in Belgium. They're imported often by these integrators, and then the integrators are selling them to the end users, the manufacturers. Okay, also consistent with this idea that the reason why investment might be skill bias is because they're embodying new technologies. We find that the skill bias is less clear for building spikes, for intangible spikes, which also just follow a much more smoother investment profile and are arguably just less amenable to outsourcing the complementary services. We don't see any skill bias. So this is, again, consistent with the embodied new technologies, capital being a more mature capital type, and that these hiring and firing costs are quite important because we don't see the same thing for these smooth investment types as intangibles, for example. Okay, so in the paper, we also use the microdata to dig a little deeper into why firms outsource. So first of all, this external skill bias is pervasive across sectors. If anything, a little stronger among service investing firms. We also, everything I showed you until now has been from the perspective of the investing firm. We can also use the Belgian data to take the perspective of the supplier firm. And we show that the way they stay productive is that they smooth out these lumpy demand events across multiple investing clients. Okay, so what I don't think is the driver of this external skill bias is wage savings motives, which of course is an important driver and has been documented to be an important driver of the outsourcing of more lower paid, for example, janitorial services. Here, if anything, low wage investing firms are more likely to outsource their machine complementary labor. These integrators, if anything, they pay a premium to their engineers. They're highly paid. They earn more than the high skilled workers in the manufacturing companies. Okay, so you might also ask, are there ways to get at this external skill bias that do not rely on having this amazing firm-to-firm transaction register that Belgium offers? So we use the microdata to evaluate two approaches. One is a local labor market analysis. So if all the integration is sourced within the local labor market, then aggregating the analysis up to the local labor market will actually capture that external skill bias. Yeah.
I mean, often you hear when you companies that outsource the high wage services, integrators, that part of it is they don't want to break their internal wage structure. But I can pay a robot integrator way higher, but if they were a permanent worker, then that would sort of affect my wage structure now, just like I hire consultants, pay huge premiums. So it could be there are internal equity constraints that could lead you for the highest wage work to outsource, because then it doesn't affect.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. In some sense, the mirror image of the outsourcing of the janitorial services also, you don't want to, because the integrator has the wage premium, you don't want to bring that in-house. Simon?
Your description of like what these firms do, they essentially also sell the robots.
Yep.
Made me think, wouldn't we have to weight everything by the labor share?
Yep.
And that a lot of it would be
yeah, absolutely. And I'm exactly doing that. I'm only allocated the actual. Sorry, okay, got too excited. I'm only allocated the actual employment. So I'm not allocating intermediate inputs to them. So I am taking into account kind of the labor share. If let's say that they're only kind of an intermediary, they employ no workers. Then I would say they contribute with zero external employment to the investing firm. Yeah, I am taking that into account. Okay, so local labor market miss it because these external skills are most often purchased outside the local labor market. These integrators, they're very mobile, traveling around the countries. The software providers, they don't even need to travel. That's a tradable service. Okay, you might also ask, can sectoral input-output matrices? We could go to the national account and download the sectoral input-output matrices. They also miss it because it's really a shift of demand towards high STEM suppliers, and not just to your average supplier of your industry. Okay, so in the last 5 minutes, we'll circle back to these macro labor questions that motivated the paper. So taking stock here, we find machinery investment generates a high STEM bias, especially from external suppliers. And now I will ask, are these firm level effects large enough that we should care about them if you're a macroeconomist, want to understand overall skill premia and skill bias in employment? And the strategy I will use, the approach is going to be quite simple. It's going to be a two-step procedure. First, we'll scale up the firm level difference with the aggregate rise in machinery over our data period. That will give you the partial equilibrium shift in the labor demand curve. And then how that shift in the labor demand curve is converted into wages versus employment depends on the elasticities of labor supply, labor demand that I'm going to calibrate from the literature. So this table shows the key result from this exercise. It shows the skill bias from new machinery towards high STEM workers relative to low non-STEM. I'm distinguishing between both in-house and external, as well as the skill bias that is coming from this integration phase around the investment event, as well as the production stage that emerges 4 years out. And the key conclusion from this is that new machinery is an important driver of aggregate skill bias in the labor market, contributing with a 20 percentage point increase in the demand for high STEM workers. But crucially, it is important to take into account this external skills to arrive at that conclusion. If anything, if you only had access to the firm level in-house data and you aggregated that up, you would end up concluding that new machinery biases skill demands away from high STEM workers. Okay, yeah.
Is there such a thing as an investment spike in this model? You're making it sound like a neoclassical GE model with supply and demand curves.
Yeah, so it's essentially, I can use the investment spike to estimate the complementarities between capital and investment with high STEM workers. And then I can aggregate those effects up to the aggregate level.
But are the spikes in the model?
No, there's not in this aggregate.
Because
so
one might worry that in GE, the frequency of spikes also changes, right? So I mean, I don't know, it's just not very closely connected to the data. You'd want a dynamic micro framework.
Yeah, so the model in the conceptual framework, there is a dynamic investment model where there is a Bellman equation and they are solving this optimal decision of when to invest. And I'm using that to derive the propositions I showed around why do firms outsource. It is true that in this last aggregation exercise, I do abstract away from the dynamic problem that these investing firms are facing and trying to, with the least and the most transparent way and least possible assumption, think about how can I aggregate from the firm level diff and diffs up to something that speaks to the aggregate. So that's kind of the nature of this exercise. But sure, this could be done in a finer way. Okay, so what's the key conclusion here is that just aggregating this up and using these calibrated labor demand, labor supply elasticities, just the skill bias from new machinery can account for a quarter of the rise of high STEM employment. It just echoes the hypothesis of this older literature that capital skill complementarities is an important factor in understanding aggregate skill bias in the labor market.
What about the quantum?
Yep.
Manufacturing and integrating robots, this is for the entire Belgian economy, not just for the manufacturing sector.
Yes.
So much more STEM employment is outside of this.
Yeah, so we do it both for manufacturing in particular, but here it's just all the entire Belgium economy. The skill bias that we find from, of course, manufacturing is highly machine intensive, but actually the skill bias of machinery is very pervasive also in the services sector. So it's not something that is in some sense specific to manufacturing. Yeah. So it is in a manufacturing sector. Like industrial robots is a manufacturing technology. Okay. Yeah.
Sounds like we should.
Okay. So what is the upshot of this paper? I think we provide quite direct and strong evidence for some classical theories around both capital skill complementarities, investment skill complementarities. But the kind of key new insight here is that these skills are not hired in-house. I think it has implications for both measurement and theory. In terms of measurement, it really highlights the importance of looking beyond the payrolls of investing firms to capture the skill bias of new technologies. In terms of theory, they highlight the central and I think sometimes underappreciated role of external suppliers and the specialized skills employed by these suppliers in facilitating technology adoption. Thanks so much for the comments.
No, I don't.
I
don't.
Yeah. I can move it along. Okay. Thank you. Well, thanks for having me. Thanks everybody for coming. AI is now used by hundreds of millions of people. So I think a key economic question is not just what happens if people adopt AI, but also what happens to work as AI integrates further into the firm. So this paper is going to study AI agents. And a key abstraction I like to think about when thinking about the economic impact and footprint of AI agents is that they shift AI's role in production from more of a support tool to more of a delegation tool, which might change how we think about AI and work. So let me give you an example here. So this is showing you an example of the previous generation of AI, an AI copilot, where a software engineer could use this tool, type some code initially into this editor, and the AI would then suggest kind of additional lines of code to include in the code base. And this abstraction, this idea of AI support, I think is extended to many studies of AI so far in production. Think about risk scores to judges or diagnosis suggestions to doctors. One thing that I think is changing as AI further integrates into the firm is that its role shifts from being a support tool to being a tool for delegation. Here's an example here, right? So here's a coding agent window where there's a chat box where you can go in and type code for this agent to do work on your behalf. I think this introduces some new kind of tasks for workers to interact with AI. The first is this task of specification, right? It's no longer the work is sort of syntactically implementing, some given sort of semantic directive. They're actually providing that directive directly to the agent, right? They're actually specifying some type of work that the agent has to do on their behalf. Another urging here is the idea of evaluation, right? Since the agent is not the worker has to go in and sort of evaluate that output the agent has produced and decide whether they integrate it into production or how to change it. Another new worker task is this idea of gathering information using agents, right? Agents are not just things that produce, they're also, these chatbots that have access to the code base. And I think we're seeing this growing, work pattern of gathering information using these tools. And finally, I think, this will be a growing kind of work pattern. This idea of planning, right? As workers start to use agents for more and more abstract tasks, it may change kind of what skills are important to build alignment. So what this paper is going to do is going to study what happens when AI agents change the role of this technology from more of a support tool to more of a delegation tool. We can maybe go back to first year micro and think, that this starts to create an alignment problem, right? The actions of the agent may not follow the intent of a worker. In some ways, we think that this alignment problem might be ameliorated or reduced is one, if we think that the work is easier to evaluate. So in some sense, if the worker is able to check the agent's output more strongly, we might expect that such tasks are more amenable to be used by this delegation technology or delegated to this technology. Another lever we might think might matter for reducing this alignment problem is the skill of the worker themselves. Right? If expert workers have more tacit knowledge about their code base, they can better specify the boundaries or contracts they draw around the agent. We might think that these workers are also more effective at turning these tools into productive output. So what this paper is going to do is it's going to study how AI agents affect software development using data from Cursor, which is a platform for AI-assisted coding. I'm going to focus on a sample of 120,000 professional users across 1,000 firms. I'm going to observe data on usage directly of the agent, on accept rates, right? Does the worker choose to accept the code the agent produced, as well as the intent the worker provides when they're messaging the agent. We're going to find that there appears to be, a higher usage of agents for these verifiable or perhaps easier to verify or evaluate tasks. So designers and product managers who often work in this visual space where they can kind of check that output, as opposed to a database engineer who has a lot of dependencies in their code. We find that these designers and product managers are more likely to use only agents as opposed to other AI tools and use these agents more frequently. We're also going to find something that is consistent with agents being more effective tools with expert workers. So folks with more years of experience use agents differently. They have more of this kind of planning alignment behavior up front, and they have higher accept rates, which suggests that they may be able to produce output that is better suited to the production demands of the firm. These are going to be correlational sort of descriptive evidence. We're going to turn to a more design-based study. So I'm going to look at shocks to production by the unexpected releases of new agentic tools into firms. And I'm going to find unconditionally that weekly merges, one proxy for code output, increased. And these increases are also greater for firms with more non-engineers, as well as firms with more expert workers, which suggests that this sort of evaluation is, as well as this idea of sort of expertise, might be these two mechanisms that improve the ability of firms and workers to use agents for production. So that's where we're going to go. Let me just start by showing you how much has changed in software production over the past few months. So this is showing you the share of workers on Cursor in the sample using this sort of autocomplete tool, that earlier sort of support tool I showed you in gray, as well as a share of users using this kind of agent tool. And this is going to, the variation we're going to use later for the design-based study, right? Cursor initially releases its agent at the end of November 2024. We see some adoption. And then it has this kind of full release where it's made the default generation tool on the platform. And we see a big growth in how many people are using agents to code. We're also seeing a drop off in how many people are using auto completion. Please. This is workers on Cursor. So there's a small percentage of users who are maybe opening the editor, but not typing code in that week to trigger auto completion. The other thing you can see here is, the auto-completion share falls below 40% at the end of the sample. Then auto-completion only triggers when a worker starts implementing code manually. So what this says is as many as 60% of workers may no longer be typing code manually on this platform. They may be delegating that work to agents. Now, this is an upper bound because coders could be using other tools. We think that kind of the cross usage in this period is pretty low. So there seems to be a pretty big shift in how workers are producing output in the software industry over this period. What we can do next is we can kind of look at the intensive margins, we can look at the kind of types of tasks that workers delegate to agents. Please.
Native agent, or are you able to see if they're using Claude Code or some other external agent?
In this paper, I'm only going to observe usage of Cursor's native agent. I think one thing to keep in mind, though, is that until the final two months of the sample, the sort of the usage rates of the other agents was not super large. So we think, at the first 80% of the sample, this seems like a pretty reasonable.
I find that very surprising.
You can look at the numbers of Anthropic, and then you can look at GPT's numbers. I think towards the end of the sample, we start to worry more about kind of substitution to other platforms. But I think during the main period this is the shock we're going to look at, which is the release of the agent. This is by far the largest agent used in production. Cool. So let's kind of look at what people are doing when they're messaging the agent. So we can look at the distribution of message intent as fit by a classifier the platform has to kind of look at queries and figure out how people are querying the agent. So we see the majority of requests are for writing code. So they are delegating some type of production task to produce literal output to the agent. But we see that other intents are also kind of interesting parts of this pie, right? So we see that there's this ask intent. About half of that is asking the agent to explain code. About half of that is asking the agent to explain errors, like what's going on with this behavior. And we're seeing this small but growing intent, I'll call planning, where the worker is not saying do this, it's not saying what's going on, they are saying I want to do X, like let's figure out a way to go into details on how to accomplish X. There's also this growing share of work on task automation, where workers are now not only delegating coding tasks to agents, but also delegating kind of more general knowledge work type tasks or engineering management type tasks. So that's going to show you a little bit of what's going on as workers are using these agents. Now let's look a little bit at kind of realized usage across worker characteristics. So on that first mechanism, this idea of work perhaps that's easier to evaluate, perhaps being more amenable for agents, we can look at the usage of agents only, not the kind of the old auto completion tool across worker roles. And if we think that product managers and designers work on these tasks with easier evaluation ability, like dashboards and styling, we might think that they're more inclined to use the agent for their work. And indeed, we do find that. So both kind of on the role side, we look at workers who work in product and design. We see that there's a higher share of agent only usage by these workers and a very small share of auto completion only usage at the end of the sample. We also look at this by sector, and these are kind of weaker, but we see that there are some sectors like consumer and retail where we see higher agent-only use. So what this is saying is that there's some difference in kind of the margin of kind of adoption of these different AI tools. And some workers we might expect to be generating output that is more amenable to agents also appear to be using agents more often, or at least more likely to use only agents to produce output. We can also look at this on the intensive margin. So again, this is just the role breakdown I showed you earlier, right? Now I'm putting this on this x-axis, what I'm calling this idea of an easier to verify task mix score. So the way I construct this axis is I take the share of work done by each job title that is on UI and styling or API integration, things we think might be easier to evaluate the outputs of when generating software, and contrast that with the share of work in each of these job titles that's involved in architectural and DevOps work, where industry reports in software have shown that it's actually quite hard to know what the agent has done, whether what the agent has done is sort of completely up to the specifications that you've put without a lot of work. And we see on this dimension, what I showed you before is the extensive margin. Now also on the intensive margin, these designers, these BizOps people, these product managers are using agents more often per week. And in the paper, there's some other measures we could think about to get this idea of verifiability of work or ease of evaluation. That's going to be that first channel I talked about. This idea that if this agent is not a perfect extension of your will, you may be more likely to use it for work where you can evaluate the output more readily. The second then channel we're going to look at is this idea of worker expertise, which we're going to proxy in this paper for with years of work experience. But there's other, I think, important measures we want to look at as we continue looking at this kind of technology. So one thing you can do is you can take that task classification distribution I showed you earlier, and you can see how that relates to years of work experience. And what you see if you do that is that experienced workers are less likely to ask questions to start off their conversations with agents, and more likely to start off their conversations with these plan development messages, right? Perhaps they have more production context, so you need to ask, what a semaphore is. Perhaps they, also have, a better understanding of their goal, and perhaps they've worked with a lot of junior workers before, so they know how to work with others to kind of get toward some outcome, which suggests that this might be one reason why we see more planning intent as these experienced workers are using agents to do.
I mean, I think experienced workers would also have a different role in the pipeline, like they might be doing a higher level task for planning and development, the others are more execution based. I don't know their kind of position in the occupational hierarchy other than their experience.
Yeah, so one thing you can do, which we have in the main text figure, is you can adjust for these ideas of like roles and sectors and so on. But this idea of like kind of experienced workers having different task distributions, I think is it's a genuine thing to look at more. So in the appendix, I have this result that looks at kind of the task intent classification of the messages that experienced versus less experienced workers sent to the agent. And the distributions actually don't look that different. If you adjust for that kind of task distribution as well, you still find kind of pretty strong relationships between these intents. And you can also, adjust, I think in the appendix we have this, not just for role and sector, but also title implied seniority. So you can control for managers. So managers are the only one where the task distribution looks very different than the ICs. And even after adjusting for that, you kind of see these gradients. Please.
I mean, one of the limits of agents is like limited context.
Mhm.
So after a while, you sort of have to hand it off, and that transfer, I think, requires some human element. Otherwise, there's like information loss along the way. So I wonder if the more experienced people are working kind of longer term projects where they kind of have to manage information flow.
I think that's right. And I think that is, one thing that has bound a lot as people start to think about AI for software, which is that the agent in this kind of very greedy, kind of narrow scope domain might be implementing something within the set of outcomes you're okay with that narrow domain. We start to think about like the bigger chain of dependence across the production. You might think that the agent is less attuned right now, at least, to handle that context. I wonder if I could do some more empirics to get more directly at that, right? I'm just speculating here.
See kind of the work done within the project.
That's good.
Independent tasks.
That's good. You can look at the kind of notions of you could classify the, intents and look at them kind of across the chain within a project and see if the expert workers kind of bring what's the word, internalize more context. And, yeah, that's a good idea. I should do that. Please. That's how I interpret it, your second interpretation, which is, earlier when we talked about this idea of this alignment problem, right? I interpret these expert workers as being able to draw better kind of boundaries or contracts, if you will, around what the agent's going to do. And that might be one reason why they're more likely to do this. They also just need more skilled at doing it, which is why we see them do it more than the junior workers. Maybe they've also seen a lot of junior workers go off the rails and they want to make sure the agent doesn't go off the rails. Cool. So there's something different about the way that people interact with agents that relates to their years of experience. Let's also look at not just how they, send messages to the agents, but how they kind of accept the final output the agent produces. So another thing we can do is we can plot against years of experience the sort of relative accept rate. So the AI produces some code and you decide whether to accept or reject it across that older AI feature, the support tool auto-completion, and this newer AI feature, we might call the delegation tool, the agent. Larry. Good. So in the auto-completion case, it's like that screenshot I showed you earlier. You type some code. The AI says, here's some new code that you could write. And you press the tab key to say, great, I want that code.
It's not the same thing as it's been integrated in the components.
Correct. Yeah. So when we get to the design-based results, we'll look at, code output. But this is the intermediate step where they are at least putting it into their editor. They're not just completely getting rid of it. For the agent, it's a similar idea, right? The agent writes some code. You can accept or reject that code. If you reject it, it goes away. And I think one thing that we see here with the agents that runs counter to a lot of prior evidence we've seen on AI and experience/expertise is that the more experienced workers are actually more likely to accept the outputs of the agent. And I think if we introspect a bit about how this technology is changing in production, we might not find this too surprising, right? These support tools are kind of working within a fixed sort of neighborhood of tasks that the worker has already started implementing and giving the worker kind of some help to kind of finish that task. The agent is kind of letting the worker delegate maybe a larger set of potential tasks at the level of specification, not while already implementing them. You might think that younger workers benefit more from support, more experienced workers benefit more for something that just kind of gives them more outcomes that they can produce. Please.
You know what share of total time is less and more experienced workers are using on a platform? This is all conditional on platform interaction.
Yeah.
Is it that the older workers are just much more choosy and they only send the occasional task to the agent when the agent's getting great at it? Or is it that they're guiding the agent more effectively with the same set of tasks?
Mm-hmm. So we can look at, so there's appendix figure on this, looking at kind of how frequently people use the platform by experience. And it looks somewhat like a Nike swoosh. So the very low experience workers are using agents a lot. They're just like throwing messages at the agent. They're trying to say, do this, do that, do that, do that. They also accept it at low rates. In the middle, it's kind of, moderate. And towards like the tail of more and more experience, you gradually start seeing more usage of the platform. Now, of course, you have to adjust for, the types of people who are using this platform. Right? So there's a lot of litigation done in the appendix, looking at allocation versus agents and such. But I think that suggests that it's not this idea that these experienced workers are complete like bespoke developers, right? They're not, using the platform that much less. And when we look at the output results, we'll see that they're producing more, not just they're, prompting less, and it's like the same volume of output. Please.
Follow up to the question about what's an accept. The agent is going along doing something and I interrupt it before it gets to prompt me.
Yes.
And stop doing it, do something else.
Yes.
Is that flagged in any way or?
I think interruptions don't show up in the accept if telemetry. So it's a very small share, I think, of messages, but literally like stopping the thing and doing something else, I think won't show up in the accept rates. Yeah. Please.
Very, very software developers with experience. Sort of strikes me as a person's job.
The concentration is between 5 to 15. So I think there is, some slowdown in hiring. So you see a little bit less at the kind of very small years of experience, but we see like pretty similar total sample composition at 5 years and 15 years. So I would think of that as kind of the big range. Yeah.
Get to 20 years of experience, 25 to 30 years.
Yeah.
That's gotta be somewhat expensive.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's one thing where contrasting with the autocompletion is also helpful, right? You're looking at workers who are perhaps a little bit more skilled than the full set that might have stayed in the software industry in coding roles. But even there, you do see kind of there's a big difference between how much they're willing to kind of take support versus delegate some new stuff. But it's a fair point. Great. So I've shown you some sort of observational evidence. Now let me turn to a bit more of a design-based study of what happens when agents enter into production and how the response with merge output at least changes across the worker composition of the firm. So one thing you could do is you can look at that adoption plot I showed you earlier with those 2 releases and now look at the timing around those releases, not just of usage, but also of a proxy for output, which is weekly merged PRs. So a PR is kind of a unit of work, right? You're going to merge a PR because you're satisfying some item on your backlog. We can look at kind of the rate of merged PRs as one proxy for how much software output may be changing around this period. So this event study is going to have a smaller sample of those firms that have available kind of output data. We're going to look at this sort of eligible group where you have 24 firms that are affected by the releases. They're on cursor before the releases. And this baseline firm, the set of firms where I have the data on the merges, that wasn't using the platform at all during this period. And what you see is that there's increases in weekly merges, right? So firms merge in a typical week about 40% more pull requests. And we also find that there's no sort of commensurate increase in bug fix rates or revert rates, which you might think as proxies for kind of low quality. However, this is a short sample, so I don't want to make strong claims about quality in this paper, right? It might be that agents are producing a lot of technical debt, and the months that I have to kind of observe quality proxies just don't reveal. So I'm going to focus more on the output results than the quality results. What you can then do is you can take this event study, and you can cut the sort of eligible group by work experience and by worker title shares. Oh yeah.
Trying to figure out code merges here have been reviewed or they're going.
Post review.
This is post.
This is stuff that's past review and made into the final code base of the company.
Don't measure code.
Not in this sample, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, code review could be a new bottleneck. So this other paper called Returns to Intelligence that came out a few weeks ago that's looking at kind of what do firms do when AI capabilities improve. And one thing you see is that there's a larger share of time spent on code review, at least through the agents. And you also find that the firms that adopt tools that might speed code review, like AI code review products, tend to use more AI. Some complementary technology story might be possible there. But in this sample, I don't see code review time.
There would have been a larger increase in raw sort of coding.
Yeah.
Slowed down by the code review process, the aggregate.
Right. So potential output might be higher if firms are able to apply technology to the review. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what we find returns to intelligence as well, right? The firms that adopt the AI code review products are able to use a lot more AI for their output.
3 minutes left, so why don't you?
Great.
Finish up.
Let me finish my output. Cool. So one thing you could do is you can cut this by characteristics of the firms and the worker basis of the firms, and you find that there are larger increases in weekly merge output for firms with more non-engineers, so like above the median of share of workers that are non-engineers, as well as more experienced workers. So above median for the share of firms, above medium, sorry, for the kind of average experience in the firm. So what this suggests is beyond just the kind of observational results I showed you, we look at kind of actual output, it does appear that something about kind of the ease of evaluation of the output and something about kind of the experienced density of the workforce may kind of increase the ability of firms to use or workers to use agents for their work. We talked briefly about where this sits, right? So I think it's interesting to study agents is that they differ by one, this moving to this delegation model of AI, and two, kind of using these scaffolds that integrate model outputs, like what Alex was saying earlier, right? If you're not connecting the AI to your production context, it might not be kind of the most applicable tool for your job. I think these complementary investments we talked about. I think one finding that struck me was this idea of agents reversing the experience gradient. So Enrique, so you didn't tell us of this paper where they're looking at sort of a model of AI as a co-pilot versus a coworker. I think these results concord very well with that, right? If you're more skilled and the tool is something you can delegate to, you might be more likely to use that tool and more successful in using that tool. And finally, there's a long host of literature on AI and software development. Right here, we're looking at this professional sample with micro evidence. I think we're the first econ paper to really look at the kind of content of the messages to really see how workers are using the platform for their work. So let me talk a little bit about what we've learned. Right, so if we think that agents reduce the cost of implementation, we might think that the balance of work shifts to specifying output and verifying the result. We do see evidence consistent with this view that agents may be more effective for easier to evaluate work, as well as expert workers. We're going to look at this in software development. And I just want to close by saying, right, a big question now is coding unique or is coding early? Right? We think that in coding, there's this open source data, but we're also seeing growth of investment in collecting data for these knowledge work domains. We also may think that coding is early because the revenue concentration right now in AI is in coding and consumer chat, which are both products with production feedback loops where the developers also consume the products. So you might think it takes time to diffuse to other things, and also this early adoption idea. And we think that as there's growing investment in these scaffolds and other domains, a big property of what's made agents successful is this idea of a syntactic regularity. Whereas a worker, you have semantics over the type of thing you want to build, but there's some regularity to the syntax. Right? When you write an econ paper, there's an intro, there's a method, there's a data section, and so on. Right? So if we think that there's ways to match these types of regularities in production, we might expect these types of knowledge work, for example, mathematics, accounting, and contract law, to be affected next by agents. Thanks so much for your time.
We're taking a break, keep in mind this is a short 10-minute break, so stay close.
Okay, let's get in. Let's get going. Our next talk is going to be another 25-minute talk. And Hillary, please go ahead.
Fantastic. It is a pleasure to be here. This paper is Technological Unemployment in Victorian Britain, Young Workers and the Collapse of Entry. So we do not know whether technological unemployment swept across England in the wake of the British Industrial Revolution. We do know that the fear that the new machines would replace human labor reached something of a crescendo, with workers taking hammers to the looms in the north, and then only a few decades later with the swing riots in the south. And we know that the new technologies did destroy jobs, and they did make skills obsolete. Gas lamplighters disappeared in the 1900s when electricity came in. You don't see many of them in London anymore. The work of the telephone operators was displaced in the 1920s when that industry mechanized. And there are countless other examples. On the other hand, at least in historical context, we know that new technologies have also created new jobs, demanding new skills. And those countervailing forces of job creation and job destruction have been very well known for some time and recently formally modeled by Itamaglo and Restrepo in their 2019 paper. But I want to pause for a moment and highlight that just how vital new work has been for maintaining employment when we look over the long run. In the 2024 paper from Otter et al., we hear that 60% of the jobs that Americans currently occupy just simply did not exist 80 years ago. So we're dependent on those new jobs emerging. The question that I'm asking in this paper is, when technologies destroy some jobs and create others, how are workers allocated from an old system of production into a new? So in this paper, I'm going to go back to Victorian Britain and quantify labor displacement and reinstatement in a historical context. Why history? Well, for two reasons. Firstly, if you want to study the full life cycle of a technological shock, you need long-run data. And secondly, because we actually have nearly 3 centuries of experience with creative destruction, so there is a rich record there. However, the problem is that there's very little data on technological unemployment in Victorian Britain. And in this paper, I propose a solution which allows me to quantify labor displacement and reinstatement in 19th century England. And I'm going to do that by generating task level data on occupation. I'll apply this approach to one industry, the English bootmaking industry as it mechanizes, and explore impacts on workers and their families. So let me give you a very brief introduction to the English bootmaking industry. So in the 19th century in England, it was a very large industry. It was responsible for employing about 250,000 people, 1/5 of whom were women. And it mechanized over the latter half of the 19th century, which very helpfully coincides with when we have excellent individual level data. Mechanization was precipitated by the adoption of the bootmaking sewing machine in 1858, which was met by riot and union resistance. Workers went on strike for about 2 years. They were very afraid that the new machines would take their jobs. Nonetheless, by the 1860s, the sewing machine revolution was well underway in England. Singer sold millions of the machine in this period. But that's the technological shock. So let me turn, and my interest, of course, is in how this impacted on workers and their families. So let me turn to the data that I'm going to use to explore that. So I'm working with decennial English census data from 1851 to 1911. This is excluding 1871. And it consists of about 160 million individual level census records, which have been digitized. Characteristics include age, sex, marital status, information on family, and the address of the people. Occupation is available in the data, but only at the industry level. Let me unpack this just a bit. So from 1841 onwards, every single English census asked people to declare their occupation. which they did sometimes parsimoniously in 2 or 3 words, sometimes with 10 or 15. But the end result was millions of unique character strings describing occupation. And if you think back to the 1850s, the British government realized pretty quickly that it simply could not track occupation at the level of granularity at which they had it. So instead, they devised a taxonomy of about 800 industries. They hired clerks to assign people to the right industry. And from that point on, whenever we study occupational change and structural change in this period, we are looking at it at the industry level. And when the ISEM team digitized the census, they retained those industry level classifications, but they very helpfully uploaded the original strings. So just to give you an example of what this data looks like, all 5 of these people, these are individual level observations. You can see they are all bootmakers, occupation code 663. But we can see that this person is a cordwainer, that person is a shoemaker, we have a binder, a riveter, a sewing machinist. So we're getting more granular occupation information on what it is that these people actually did. I've got 1.3 million of these individual level observations, and I'm going to assign 97% of them to this more micro-occupational level of data. That's the first kind of big block of data construction work that I do. The second big block of data construction work is in record linking. The census is all cross-sectional data. We need panel data to follow workers over time. So we will leverage time invariant information on name, date of birth, place of birth. And in my case, I also use quite a lot of information on family members. I have a separate companion methods paper on this. And my results are robust to different census linking specifications. Okay, let's turn to the results of the data construction work. My first finding is the extent to which moving to the task level of information about occupation reveals changes in the occupational structure that were completely obscured when we look at the industry level. So here what I'm showing you is just the total number of English bootmakers over the period. And you can see that we start with about 220,000 English bootmakers, and it dips a little. And then by the end of the period, we have about 210,000 English bootmakers. So if you just look at this, you might very well conclude that mechanization had very little impact on the industry. But actually, this is a bit of a black box, a blue box, and by going down to the task level, we can open this up. So let me show you what happens to the old jobs. I define as the old jobs the set of jobs which together were responsible for employing 95% of the English bootmakers pre the mechanization shock. And you can see that as mechanization set in, there's a monotonic decline in these jobs. And in total, about 150,000 of these older artisanal jobs disappear, while simultaneously a more specialized set of new jobs, more tied to factory or large workshop production, emerge. And in total, about 140,000 of the new jobs are emerging. Which means that in this particular industry, at the national level, those countervailing forces of job loss and job creation are just about netting out. I should make a note on the side here that this is certainly reflecting an enormous surge in demand for these less expensive boots, both domestically and selling abroad. We're into Jevons paradox territory here. Okay, but just because the countervailing forces netted out at the national level, they did not net out at the regional level. What I'm showing you here is all of the counties in England. And in the first panel, what we're seeing is the change in the total number of old jobs over the period, with the zero line just over there. So you can, the zero lines here. So you can see that in every single county in England, these older artisanal jobs were evaporating, they were disappearing. But the countervailing force, the emergence of the new jobs, was really heavily concentrated in only 2 places, Northamptonshire and Leicestershire. And this meant 2 things. Firstly, there was a tectonic shock to the spatial location of the industry as it became much more concentrated in these places. But also, it was the places that adopted the new machines and the new processes which really flourished, and where the bootmaking industry started expanding. Everywhere else in the country, the bootmaking industry went into collapse. We're talking 40% decline pretty rapidly. Okay, so with this kind of preliminary work done to show the new evidence, we can now, the new data now lets us see the structural change. And the first question which we might have, given that so many new jobs emerge at exactly the same time as so many old jobs disappear, is whether incumbents transition directly out of the old jobs and into the new jobs, right? So what I'm doing now is, now that I can see the structural shift, I'm trying to understand what were the margins of adjustment? And we can see just directly in the descriptive statistics. Yeah.
And so much of the change in the number of tasks to counties, can you identify the exact firms that are employing people in those two counties and say, because part of the interesting question is, I might have gone from a pretty small firm where I was working with, 20 other people, and now I'm working for this enormous firm, and it's going to be a totally different sort of experience, not only of what task I'm doing, but also just what sort of firm I'm working for. So is it possible to identify the firms?
So yes and no, there isn't linked employer-employee data, but what we have is in the strings, it says things like if someone is a manufacturer, they will often say manufacturer employing 20 people, 3 boys, 2 per, and so you'll get the whole kind of set of how many people they employ. And I've worked with those strings, and there's another project, the BBCE in Cambridge, that has worked with those strings. And so you can tell where the larger industries are emerging. And what I am finding, and it's in one of the appendixes in the paper, is that it's really, it is where the larger factories are emerging and growing is exactly where the new jobs, these sets of new jobs are emerging. Yeah. Okay, so we can see in the descriptive statistics that the incumbent workers don't just transition into the new jobs. Here we're looking at the panel data from 1861 to 1881, which is the period sort of immediately, the first period of mechanization. And you can see that and this is for men, and so you can see that the male incumbents, about 6% transition into the new jobs. For women, it's even lower, and about 3% of the incumbent women make their way into the new jobs. The flowchart also shows us how many people, what share of incumbents left the industry in this period. And you can see that for men, about 36% exited as mechanization set in, while for women, about 89% exited. And seeing those exit rates might raise the question of whether incumbents were therefore pushed out of boot making as their industry mechanized. To look at this question more closely, I'm going to run a 2x2 difference in difference, which is based on 2 stacked transition windows, where I have a transition window pre, which is 1851 to 1861, and a transition window post. So what I'm doing is looking at the exit rates of bootmakers from their industry vis-a-vis the corresponding exit rates in other industries to see if bootmakers experience an increase in the exit rates and whether that was in any way unusual. And what we find when we do this is that the female bootmakers indeed seem to experience a considerable labor displacement. So they had a 14 percentage point increase in exit rates vis-a-vis relative occupations against an already high baseline. Whereas for men, the increase was only just under 1 percentage point, and it's not statistically significant. To verify whether these estimates were in any sense unusual relative to what was happening in other occupations, I'm going to run a placebo in which I rerun the diff and diff for every other occupation. I am going to restrict to occupations which have at least 1,000 people in both transition windows, which means for men, I'm working with 164 occupations. And this is the distribution of those beta coefficients for all of the other occupations. And we can see that for male bootmakers, their 1% increase in exit rates is a little bit above the mean, but certainly not into the right tail and doesn't look very unusual. Whereas for women, the picture is strikingly different. We're now down to 43 placebo occupations. Here's the distribution of those beta coefficients. And you can see that the 14 percentage point increase for women is quite far into the right-hand tail, out around the 2 standard deviations. Okay, so I'm seeing some evidence that female bootmakers did experience displacement. men much less. But men accounted for more than 80% of all incumbent bootmakers. So actually, I don't think that men experienced all that much displacement, which interrupted my priors like you wouldn't believe. But to recap, right, what I've shown you so far is, first of all, that there was very little transition. Incumbents didn't move into the new jobs.
This is
Yeah.
So what's going on, I think, with a lot of those situations, right, is you've got these families that are engaging in work together as a firm. And so I imagine you often have husbands and wives and sisters and brothers working together, or fathers and daughters.
Yeah.
And so is this implicitly telling you something about the shrinking demand for this? That the women are sort of marginal labor at these firms. And so the men are maintaining their occupation, maintaining this, but they're not making as much money, so they can't support their wives, daughters, sisters, or whatever working in this anymore. And do you have any way to get at like people's wages in that way?
Yeah, so I don't have wages. The best I can do is figure out on a parish by parish basis, like how wealthy the parish is, just proxying, and how rich your neighbors are, again, proxying just by occupation. And so I can't look at wages, but what I do see is this move from smaller kind of firms and workshops to larger workshops and factories. So I think that transition that you're talking about is happening. And I think that women are an easier kind of margin of adjustment in exactly the sense you mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking like these men previously were implicitly running these big firms that were employing more than now they're sort of employing.
Yeah, like, yeah, right. Demand is contracting. Who are you going to lose? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I've shown you that incumbents don't transition into the new jobs, and I've shown you as well that incumbent men, but most incumbents aren't experiencing much labor displacement. But nonetheless, right, 150,000 artisanal jobs are disappearing. And there's only two margins along which that contraction could have possibly happened. Either there was an increase in exit, right, a labor displacement, or there was a decline in entry. So with that in mind, I turn to look at the entry margin, and here you see it just immediately in the descriptive statistics. So what I'm doing here is I'm taking all of the young people between the ages of 12 and 18, and I'm seeing what share of them go into bootmaking pre and post the shock. Pre-shock, about 3.24% of young men were going into bootmaking. And this tallies well with what we know of the pre-period, like 1820, 1800, going far back. Bootmaking was about 3%. But as the shock sets in, that drops all the way to 2%. So about a 38% decline for the men. For women, it starts at about 0.78% and declines immediately to 0.1%. The decline was geographically very widespread. You can see that in most counties in England, this is for the men, the decline was between 30 and 40%. In some counties up in the north, that decline is more than 50%. So the entry rates are just collapsing. For women, in every single county, the decline in entry is more than 50%. So women are losing on both margins. There's a collapse, they're being pushed out, and then there's no more new jobs for them to enter. And I have some very preliminary evidence that mechanization was causing this decline in entry. I focus on the sons of bootmakers, who, for occupational inheritance reasons, had always been disproportionately likely to become bootmakers themselves, and whose persistence in entry just continued very steadily through this period, irrespective of what was going on around them. This occupational stickiness is not unusual in the period, but I think very interesting. But of course, we've seen that what happens with mechanization is that most of the counties in England go into decline for the bootmaking industry. So what I do is I focus on the sons who become bootmakers, and I compare their outcomes against their own brothers in counties where the industry is flourishing against counties where the industry is in decline. And what I find is that the sons who become bootmakers in areas where the industry is flourishing post-mechanization don't suffer any penalties. But the sons who become bootmakers in places where the industry is in decline marry less, are less likely to be married, are less likely to be head of their own household, and they're less likely to have children. So just going through this very quickly, this is the within family specification where I'm comparing brothers against each other. And what we can see here is the 7.5 percentage point, that there are 7.5 percentage points less likely than their brothers to be married and 7.2 percentage points less likely to be household heads. I'm going to run a placebo with the Sons of Carpenters, and the Sons of Carpenters show no difference between the brothers based on whether the bootmaking industry is in decline in that place or not. I want to say just a few things on the flip side of creative destruction, right? The new jobs. As mentioned, the emergence of the new jobs is really heavily concentrated in only a few places. But I want to underline two things. Firstly, that almost all of the new jobs go to people who were born in those places. We've had 120 years of skills bias technological change, and we're used to thinking about education mediating access to new opportunities. But in this case, this is a de-skilling technological change. And in this case, access to the new jobs seem to be just geographical based on where you were spatially. And then secondly, I want to show you really quickly that the new jobs primarily went to young people. Here you're seeing the average age of bootmakers, and here the average age of the mean age of people in the new job. So they're very young. The flip side to that, right, with the old jobs, is the old jobs are getting a lot older. They all spike up about 10 years. Makes sense, right? You're seeing a decline in entry. Young people aren't going into the artisanal jobs anymore. So the artisanal jobs all get older. Yeah. Okay, so just to sort of summarize what I'm seeing here, we've gone on a bit of a tour of creative destruction in Victorian Britain. On the destruction side, right, 150,000 jobs disappear. Incumbents don't just move into the new jobs. Incumbents experience relatively little displacement, but instead a decline in entry drove the contraction. And so I want to propose that we could consider two forms of obsolescence, sort of tied to the rate of adoption of the new technology. There are some technologies which are adopted pretty rapidly and comprehensively and necessarily just displace everyone. So Feigenbaum and Gross have a great paper in the QJE on the telephone operators, and that's a shock. You know, AT&T come in and they switch over, and once the switchover happens, you've just pushed incumbents immediately out, and that is necessarily displacement. On the other hand, at least historically, diffusion has taken years, 10, 20, 30, and demand for old skills persists in that time. It's contracting, as was mentioned, but it persists. And when this is the case, it might be that the pathways in collapse. So on the, yeah.
One question about that, if I remember the Feigenbaum and Gross paper correctly, it did take, I think, in aggregate 50, 60 years to be right. Like, it was like very short.
Yes, yeah.
It did take a
long
time to like, how does it have?
Yeah, I think it matters because, well, first of all, it matters because it gives them this beautiful staggered diff and diff. But apart from that, like the shock is immediate, which means incumbents are displaced there. But then, you know, it happens in different in different cities. So overall, it takes quite a long time. But I guess what that means, yeah. The displacement is going to push out incumbents in this case because the shock is so abrupt, but it's not going to displace all incumbents at once. But I think in that case, you see it on the incumbents margin more. Would be my guess. Okay. And there's a sense in which when we look at when we look at the on the destruction side, what we're talking about all the time is who bears the cost of creative destruction. And up until recently, most of the focus has been on incumbents, right? We had the Frey and Osborne paper, and then there were a lot of papers trying to estimate whose jobs were at risk and whose jobs were at risk and how many jobs were at risk. And this was really heavily focused on incumbents. Now there's been a recent surge in new papers looking at the entry margin, and The evidence is still contested, but there is quite a lot of discussion about it. But in both cases, the incumbent or the entry margin, most of the focus of the research is on the destruction side of the equation. Who bears the cost? The flip side to the creative destruction story is who benefits from the new opportunities. And in this particular case, since the margin of adjustment on the destruction side was young people, and the margin of adjustment on the new jobs is young people, it can be the case that some doors close and some doors open. Impact on workers is jointly determined. And if we're not looking at the creation side of the new jobs, we're probably only getting half the story of how workers are impacted. In this case, my young people had new opportunities, but not necessarily in the same spatial place.
You said this is a de-skill of technology, so it's not just interested on, like, was this work like more commodified, lower paid, less secure? Do you have any, is there any way to know anything about that? You said through a parish level evidence?
Yeah, so I have some wages, and I have some wages also through the commission on through the booth poverty results in the commission on work on sweatshops. There's quite a lot of evidence that incumbents were fairly autonomous. They had their own workshops. They didn't particularly like the idea of kind of factory discipline. So you're not just changing, there's multiple dimensions on which this change exists. It's not just wages. Although I do have evidence, one of the dimensions of this is that if for incumbents to move directly into the new jobs, they would have had to move. They would have had to move their families. And the ones who are actually based in Northamptonshire and Leicestershire, where the new jobs are emerging, they do transition more, but still not that much.
Right, I was just asking, this is just the new jobs.
Mm.
In terms of, or how commensurate are they with the old ones in terms of stability, wages? So, anyway,
Yeah.
Brad?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid we're out of time, but we're taking the break, so.
Thank you very much. Very excited to present new work on job ads as signals. And this is joint work with Pavel Adrian, Maria Balgova, Jonas Jessen, and Jason Socken, and I'm Simon Jäger. So the starting point for our paper is like this classic view that goes back to at least the wealth of nations, that jobs combine pay and non-wage amenities. And we have a lot of evidence that amenities arguably comprise a large share of the job value. So workers may weigh things like flexibility, dignity, remote work, but also very tangible amenities that employers offer. We also know, and as all of us have taught this in undergrad or grad labor, that pricing amenities is hard. So hedonic estimates have, I would argue, at best mixed success. And so a key innovation in this literature has been the advent of stated and actual discrete choice experiments, which we'll label DCEs, that vary wages and amenities to recover willingness to pay for workplace attributes. So what's nice about this methodology is it gives some control over the choice set and the amenities combined with realism about the trade-off that workers face. And there's also some nice evidence that stated choices predict actual choices. So we have reasons to believe that how workers choose in like hypothetical scenarios has some predictive value for how they might actually end up choosing a job. However, a core identification assumption to recover the willingness to pay in discrete choice experiments is that workers are thought to evaluate attributes presented in job ads in isolation. However, we also know that jobs are bundles of amenities endogenously chosen by employers. And so in theory, there's quite a bit of different strands of the literature that has shown that firm optimization will generally lead to non-independence of amenities and wages. Empirically, we know that attractive non-wage amenities tend to co-occur, and there's a debate on whether better amenities come with higher wages or not. So whether the overall value of high-wage jobs relative to low-wage jobs is greater than implied by the wage difference or smaller. We also know that jobs are experience goods, so you don't really know what the job will be like until you actually enter and learn about the job over time. And an implication of that is that job ads may be signals for the underlying quality of the job. So another implication is that varying one amenity may shift beliefs about other unlisted attributes, which may lead to a biased willingness to pay for individual workplace attributes to the extent that we're interested in those. We have some parallels in the labor economics literature, for example, the signaling and employer learning literature, or audit studies, all built on the idea that employers may use non-productive traits to learn about, for example, productivity relevant information. How do we attempt to make progress on this? We embed a priced amenity in a standard stated choice experiments. So we run a large-scale discrete choice experiment with 6,000 workers where we kind of view closely to what the literature usually does. And the key amenity that we introduce is the Deutschland ticket. It's an unlimited, this is what it looks like. It's on the phone now these days. So it's an unlimited local or regional public transport pass, has a subscription price of 63 euros a month. Price is set by the government. It's publicly available, so you can always purchase it for 63 euros a month on the outside market. And about 17% of the population hold it. It's also non-rival. And quite a few employers, or increasingly employers, offer it. So it's a salient but not universal amenity, also advertised in many job ads. And what's neat here is that we have an objective upper bound for the willingness to pay. We know workers' outside option for the Deutschland ticket. We embed this in kind of like a standard discrete choice experiment, and then we complement it with a second design where we test whether including amenities like the Deutschland ticket, but also many other amenities such as work from home, having the ability to set a flexible schedule, changes the beliefs about the bundle that the employer offers, also in unlisted dimensions. So we directly elicit how the wage and each listed non-wage amenity shifts workers' beliefs about other unlisted non-wage amenities, and we'll term that the belief spillover channel. And we'll do that in actually four different ways. I'm showing just a single ad, two different ads, and also measuring either beliefs in a structured way or kind of like open-ended text responses to see what workers spontaneously associate with a job when they see it. A couple of key results up front. So on average, the willingness to pay for the Deutschland ticket is higher than even a conservative upper bound for how workers can purchase it in the market. And we have pre-registered multiple groups. So for example, workers who know the price or workers who use public transit themselves have a willingness to pay that exceeds twice the pre-tax benchmark. So quite a dramatic overstatement. It's robust to a number of different, probes, for example, whether directly including the price, whether we tell people to hold all else equal about the jobs. I'll tell you a bit more about that later on. And so what that implies is that we've essentially recovered something that some folks in the political science literature about survey experiments already discovered, that in many cases, survey experiments may violate information equivalence, so kind of like background features of how people think about other features of the scenario that gets presented. We also show directly that this comes along with belief updating, so listing any amenity shifts beliefs about many unrelated workplace features, for example, workplace culture, and when we omit pay as well. And crucially, higher posted wages shifts beliefs about the amenity bundle. So the money metric itself is in some sense contaminated. So when you offer, when you advertise a higher wage, people think it's a better job, but also a more stressful job. And workers updating agrees in sign with real world amenity bundling. So we use some Indeed job ad data to try to get at that, but the magnitudes don't quantitatively align so much. So there's some room for non-standard updating as well. So I'll quickly talk about kind of like the standard methodology. So this is taken from the nice paper by Meisters and co-authors. Will follow as like a framework is the indirect utility for a worker I choosing job J, a vector of amenities or non-wage characteristics of length R, and a wage offer for alternative J. And then these individual specific taste parameters for the different amenities and the wage. Then the usual methodology is if you assume an extreme value type 1 distribution, these are the choice probabilities, classic logit result, and then we can solve for the willingness to pay as the ratio of the beta I and the delta I. Now, there's a large literature, people who have, many of you in the room here, Maria and I, with our co-authors, have also contributed to that literature in another paper, where a number of different amenities are evaluated and priced, essentially. And it's, of course, a very important methodology. Now, what happens if there are unobserved amenities that workers may do inference about? Suppose the wage and one amenity, for the sake of the example, are observed and others are not. Workers will then form beliefs. Here we follow kind of like a rational, Bayesian story, conditional expectation. And let's further assume that the amenities in the ads are binary. And in the paper, we do kind of like a more general case for continuous amenities as well. Then a crucial term will be gamma, the conditional expectation of amenity S that's not presented being there when amenity R is or is not presented. And that's simply the covariance divided by the variance, so the regression coefficient. So the expected indirect utility then becomes this expression where the key potential issue is that the beta star IR, contains both the true coefficient and kind of like this omitted variable bias component. So if amenities are independent, at least in workers' minds, there's no problem, there's no bias. Otherwise, the sign of the bias, at least for an individual amenity, will depend on the sign of the valuations and the correlations. If we're in a world where we have positive correlations and positive valuations, the willingness to pay for individual workplace attributes will be inflated. Comparing good jobs and bad jobs, summing up over the same OVB multiple times will also lead to like an inflation. You can also think, however, about the opposite, channel. Like some amenities might signal other disamenities, like free food signaling long hours, for example. And interestingly, we'll also have the case where the wage variation itself is potentially contaminated if people update about how stressful the job is as a function of the salary, and that of course will matter for the denominator of the willingness to pay expression. So how do we make progress on this? First, when this fairly standard discrete choice experiment with 6,000 German workers administered earlier this year with Belendi, we do like all the standard things and aim to mimic authentic job search behavior. So respondents choose a job title that's relevant to their own work. We incentivize that with wage structure information that we promise them for that title. Wages are calibrated to their own earnings, and we randomize around that. And then we have 3 modules. One, this standard discrete choice experiment, where workers do 10 pairwise job choices, then the belief elicitation experiment, and then a closing module. And we've randomized 2 additional treatment arms in a 2x2 design. One is whether we include the price. So we inform 50% of workers about the price of the ticket, and this prompt that some papers in the literature have included. So we tell workers explicitly all other attributes of these 2 jobs are identical versus not showing that prompt. Here are the job attributes that we vary: the salary, vacation days, training opportunities, work from home, full or hybrid for those who work in an occupation where in principle they could work at home. A flexible schedule that's kind of like a standardized, it's called a Gleitzeit or flex time in Germany, a standard thing that employers can offer, like a flexible start time essentially, a subsidized lunch, and the free Deutschland ticket. And we've designed the choice to resemble kind of like real indeed job ads, where, for example, here someone would trade off someone would compare 2 jobs as a paralegal that differ in pay and different amenities, including potentially the Deutschland ticket, which by now about 8% of employers offer. So what do we find? First, we have like our standard battery of amenities. We randomize vacation days, training opportunities, flexible schedule, and so on. And these are the implied willingness to pay for these different attributes, which align broadly with kind of like averages we form from the literature. So quantitatively, we find things that are broadly in line with what the literature has found. And so the way to read this is that, for example, workers would value the opportunity to fully work from home at about 12% of their salary. Now, the focal amenity that we're interested here is this Deutschland ticket that workers value at about 3% of their salary. Now, here we have a nice benchmark, and we are in multiple ways on the conservative side. And so on average, now we've converted this into euros. So on average, workers have a willingness to pay of about 130 euros versus about a 96 euro pre-tax value of the Deutschland ticket. Again, was erring on the side of conservative. And there's some pre-registered a couple of focal groups, for example, workers living in an urban environment, because in rural areas public transit is not that valuable. They basically have like twice the willingness to pay relative to a conservative bound, and even more so for workers who say they're currently using public transit. A key question is, does this reflect that workers have wrong beliefs about the price? That turns out not to be the case. Workers have, when we ask them, what do you think at the end of the experiment, what's the price of the ticket? Most of them get it right. Very few overestimate it. As good news for social science, the ones whom we told at the beginning what the price is actually have a higher spike. So there's some information retention. It's, I suppose, good news. And if you focus on those who know the price, actually you get very high overestimation. So that really speaks against misinformation as a kind of like a source of the pattern we find here. Yep.
About this, so what are you actually estimating? Is this like a mixed logit specification? I mean, how do we know that the types of logit models people are fitting aren't just misspecified in some other way?
Very good question. Let me answer it directly. So I'll do the robustness checks in reverse. So we don't. We're in the main one, we're estimating a logit, then like a mixed logit with different types. Then we've also estimated the logit separately for these subgroups. And we've also done kind of like different assumptions on the error term, like a probit, and then for what it's worth, a linear probability model as well. Although
I guess, I mean, some of the literature, like Alex's stuff with Mandy, they'll actually do specification tests that it fits the choice probabilities. Like, do any of these pass the specification tests? Like, I would imagine logit and probit are equally messed up. Usually they are, right? Like, you need to basically saturate these models to fit
exactly
probabilities. And then I'm sure you're going to get to this, but you mentioned that it doesn't matter whether you tell people hold all else equal, but then isn't there a logical contradiction if you say everything else between these two firms is equal except these two things? Now tell me what other things you think are different between the firms.
Possibly, yeah, possibly. That's entirely. It's entirely possible.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand the design.
Yeah, I mean, I can show you like perhaps very quickly. This works. Yep. So this is the willingness to pay estimates for those workers who are not prompted to assume all else is the same. And then when we do include it, it's essentially similar. Although I think Asit helpfully pointed out, we should check out what effect sizes are ruled out or ruled in. Yeah. And Johannes had a question.
That they view the Deutschland ticket as a signal for sort of how much the firm cares about the environment and sort of like.
Thank you. That's
kind
exactly
of
where we're going.
Moral values that are kind of different from job amenities.
That's exactly where we're going. I would say that is potentially an amenity, right? An amenity doesn't have to be something tangible, but it could be, I don't know, also, if I like the Deutschland ticket, it might also attract other workers who value it as well, so who will be more like me. So like something like homophily could matter as well. So that's exactly where we're going in next. So we test the extent to which belief spillovers could potentially play a role here. So the way we do that is in three different ways. One is we show workers a single ad, and that I think is like immune to have like the potential tension of like these jobs are identical in all other dimensions. We show one ad. We ask to rate the likelihood that this employer offers each of the 10 workplace features on a 5-item Likert scale with numerical probabilities attached to it. I'll show you what they are. Then we also mimic kind of like the choice that they make in the standard discrete choice experiments. So have like 2 ads shown simultaneously in a comparative judgment, and a single ad open-ended free text response. So we ask workers, for example, here's a job ad. Tell us what you think this job is like. And so that reveals what respondents will spontaneously associate with the job ad. The outcomes that we're interested in are some tangible things, like whether, for example, like the job offers a pension, like a company pension, something like a 401k plan, but also dimensions like whether the job is stressful, And then I think you have to ask whether this employer that cares about sustainability, for example, or has a young and dynamic team. And so what we see is that in a number of these dimensions, for example, including the Deutschland ticket, changes the likelihood that the respondents will say that this is a family-friendly employer, for example, but the two ones that jump out, whether it's an employer that promotes sustainability or that offers discounts, but also quite a few other things, like, for example, whether it's a young and dynamic employer. This is the 2x2 design. We find similar results in a single job ad, although here, like the x-axis is the effect size in percentage points. So how likely is this employer, for example, to promote sustainability? Exactly. Yeah. Whether they offer discounts on their products, for example, like if you yep. And then here's an interesting one. For example, another very famously studied amenity is the work from home. When a job offers work from home, workers are more likely to say it's a less stressful job, but also good in other dimensions. So it kind of like seems to shift the beliefs about the overall bundle. So bringing parts one and part two together. So in part one, we've shown that willingness to pay is overstated for a large share of workers. In part two, we've shown that listing the Deutschland ticket shifts beliefs about other unlisted job attributes. We try to bring them together by estimating whether the workers who had the highest willingness to pay in the first experiment are also the ones who respond most when we show that specific focal amenity in terms of their beliefs about the overall bundle, and that we do in a mixed logit model. And of course, we'll have a lot of noise just because these people are just doing like 10 different choices. So we can do a little bit better in terms of like shrinkage, something to think about the noise. But here's kind of like the raw, the simplest procedure we could think of. And what we see, these are the interaction effects. Precisely that interaction effect that I've just described is the workers who have a higher willingness to pay for the Deutschland ticket also respond more when the Deutschland ticket is shown in terms of their beliefs. Yes?
They already stated their willingness to pay?
Implicitly, yes. That we didn't. So we always have the choices first and then the belief battery afterwards. Sure. Yep. Yep. I agree. I don't know a good way around it because even if we did it the other way around, we would. Yeah, we could randomize. Could randomize it to. Yep. Same for work from home. And here's the money metric. So when the salary is posted, workers will think when the salary is higher, these are the effects of a 10 log point increase in the salary. Workers will say it's a more stressful job, but also good, quote unquote, in a few other dimensions. So there's this third design, the free text responses, that actually have quite a bit of rich information that we hope to leverage. And this goes back to this idea that free text responses are potentially a valuable complement to these structured belief batteries to think about what do people spontaneously associate with different amenities. And I give you a few examples of what the types of. This is simply in response to the queue. They see a job ad, and we ask them, "What do you think? What's your general impression of what this job will be like?" One person says, "For 5,000 euros a month, I would start working there immediately. It's probably stressful at times given the salary, and quite a lot is expected of employees, but I would accept that." Another one says, "High performance pressures due to the good pay. Young company cannot afford to have employees take paid vacation." But some people actually also have the opposite inference. So this person says relatively low salary, therefore either a greedy boss or family business. So that means high pressure, or traditional company, few vacation days, suggest understaffing and a lot of stress, high work pressure, numerous unpaid overtime hours, so on. Or this is a young family-friendly company that cares about and values its employees, or more of a traditional law firm, probably with older partners, no flat hierarchies to offer, as in my opinion, the bare minimum these days. Conservative employer rigid structure. So in the interest of time, very quickly, what we do, we use this paper by Modaresi, Jan Spies, and co-authors to have use an LLM to discover themes in the free text responses. Then we have the LLM score responses blind to the treatment. We do all of this with a holdout set. And then we estimate causal effects on each amenity, of each amenity on each theme. Here's the, and we did it in a bunch of different LLMs. And here's, for example, the overall spontaneous sentiment when the Deutschland ticket is included is better. Also, people evaluate workplace climate and culture as better. Or the LLM evaluates people's responses to be better. And here's the effect for wages. We see that higher wages come with overall higher sentiment and also higher stress and workload. The second to last bullet point here. So key question is whether workers' beliefs are moored, let's say, to real-world amenity correlations. And the way we do that, what are the potential hypotheses one could have? One is workers could be rational Bayesians, like as in classic signaling and employer learning models, they could just do conditional expectation. Or workers could have non-standard beliefs. We try to make some progress on that, and this is admittedly perhaps a bit more of a Rorschach test. So we try to approximate the real-world bundling of amenities from Indeed job ads, where we also extract whether employers self-describe as, for example, being family-friendly, and so on and so forth. And so I will show you let me just show you. On the y-axis is the effect size from our experiment when the Deutschland ticket is included, by how much beliefs change about, for example, whether it's an employer that offers a company pension. On the x-axis, we have the OLS relationship between the Deutschland ticket and, for example, whether a company pension is offered, controlling for county by quarter and job title fixed effects. And what you can see is like in kind of like the right quadrant here, but we're also far away from kind of like the diagonal. Again, it's a bit of an apples to oranges comparison. But so what you can see is like broad qualitative alignment, but some room for non-standard belief updating as well. So let me conclude showing you an experiment with two design features, a priced amenity and direct belief elicitation. The willingness to pay for the Deutschland ticket exceeds its market price. The willingness to pay for other amenities aligns with the literature. And so we have evidence for this belief spillover channel that listing an amenity changes beliefs about many unrelated features and both potentially contaminate willingness to pay estimates. What are some implications? Loss of informational control for the experimenter, although that may not be, there might be some solutions. I'll talk about them in the last slide. The bias direction will depend on perceived correlations among amenities. As I said, if empirically attractive attributes are often positively correlated, then willingness to pay for individual workplace attributes will likely be inflated. What does it mean for non-wage compensation accounting? A very nice exercise is to think about comparing low-paying and high-paying jobs, and whether they're also whether utility differences are even like amplified by amenity correlations with the wage. If we have like upward bias, willingness to pay for individual amenities will be integrating over OVB multiple different times. So that would mean that we are at risk of overstating differences between different jobs and overstating the non-wage component, although the opposite is possible as well. For monopsony power, many times we try to estimate monopsony power from, for example, wage variation and recruitment elasticities. If wage variation signals bundle changes, labor supply responses will entail both wage and amenity effects. So the wage-only elasticity will then arguably be smaller than the estimated elasticity. So monopsony power would be underestimated. A caveat is that wage-only variation may not or rarely exist in the wild. For example, Princeton froze our salaries this year and got rid of a number of different amenities. So in the wild, perhaps like this, these things tend to co-occur. And hiring and separation elasticities will generally differ because once you're on the job, you have of course better information about the amenity bundle that the firm offers. Some methodological, and I'll just take 20 seconds to conclude. One, I would argue, sometimes we are and sometimes we're not interested in individual amenity willingness to pay. This experiment suggests that we need to exercise some caution because workers inherently read jobs as bundles and treat job ads as signals, and so we as researchers ought to incorporate that in our interpretation. Practically, I would argue it makes sense to use open-ended prompts when you run an experiment like that to surface what is on the top of mind when workers see an amenity, and then design controls around salient worker inferences. So measure belief shifts directly, and then you can essentially get this OVB matrix of the gamma heads. And I would conclude by saying this is not an indictment of the stated choice methodology. I would argue the mechanism we document, arguably, although it's TBD, extends to real job choice as well. And so there's lots of scope to investigate to what extent this survives in the wild as well. Thank you very much. I think David's Microsoft, so we'll start again at 1:15.
I got it.
Okay, we're going to start now. The next couple talks are going to be in the 25-minute format. And Lorenzo, take it away.
Okay, so I'm Lorenzo Lagos from Brown University. Thanks for having me today to talk to you for 25 minutes on unions and inequality. This is joint work with Laura Dancorf, François Girard, and Claire Montelieu. And to motivate the effects that unions have on wages, one of these classic topics in labor, a lot of the classic texts in economics discuss how unions affect wages in the labor market. Now, the most recent chapter in the Handbook of Labor Economics emphasizes that union wage effects vary a lot across countries, ranging from 0 to 25 log points. And that includes some interesting correlations, like, for example, that high premium countries tend to have low coverage. Now, obviously, these types of correlations and heterogeneity could be shaped by the institutional context. The rules on collective bargaining and how unionization arises also vary a lot across countries. So in this paper, to better understand unions, rather than compare averages across countries, what we're going to do is study the distribution of wage effects within a single setting. And kind of the starting question for all this is to try to see whether there is heterogeneity in wage effects across individual unions. We have empirical evidence to think that might be the case, since union attributes seems to affect what these organizations do, whether they're organized at the industry or the craft level, the types of representatives they have, or the priorities they set. Why might we care about this heterogeneity, where it could have distributional and policy relevant implications if specific types of workers are subject to better or worse unions, and if policies themselves have different effects depending on the type of union that's representing you. So since not everyone is a super focused on unions, I want to discuss some core concepts on unions. So a worker can engage in individual bargaining with their employer. But once you have a set of workers to engage in collective bargaining, the kind of initial institution that one requires is what's known as unionization. So the concept of unionization simply means that the employer recognizes the union as having the right to represent the workers in collective bargaining. That can be different from CBA coverage, which is when an agreement exists that covers perhaps a subset of the unionized workers. Yet a different concept is the idea of membership, which is when workers affiliate themselves with the union. Now, these three concepts and their implications vary depending on the setting. But the reason why I want to bring this up from the very beginning is to be specific about the type of premium that we're going to be estimating here. What we're going to be interested in is the union-specific wage effects of unionization. So we're going to be in a setting where there's going to be unionization by default. Everyone is going to be represented by some union. And we want to know what's the effect on my wages from being represented from by Union A, as opposed to what we're going to call inactive unions, which are going to be unions that are not negotiating collective bargaining agreements and are not engaging in strikes. And then we're going to use this heterogeneity to understand the implications for wage inequality, better understands what unions do, and also have some interesting insights into policies like right to work laws. So to tell you a bit more of what we do, I want to do this within the context of the related literature. So there's literature on AKMs and that are estimating establishment-specific pay premia. The standard interpretation of these premia is that they represent firm-specific pay policies. But we know that employers face some constraints in setting wages. So what we're going to do in this paper is we're going to go directly to the AKM, augment it, but incorporate these union constraints into employer wage setting. Essentially, what we're going to do is take that establishment fixed effect from an AKM and split it additively into union and firm effects. There's also a strong literature on the effects of unionization on wage premia. A lot of these papers are focused in the US and Canada, where unionization is quite selective. They use RD designs or panel studies of movers from unionized to non-unionized workplaces. What we're going to add here is, rather than kind of just focus on the average effect, we're going to be able to estimate these union-specific pay premia also in a setting where there's widespread unionization. So one could imagine that in settings where unionization itself is not a struggle, it's by default, the type of incentives that union have and how they behave are going to be different. Finally, in regards to literature on right to work laws, which are these laws that forbid kind of mandatory payments to unions, that have shown that these decrease unionization rates, increase inequality, we're going to leverage this heterogeneity in union premia to better understand the effects of right to work laws. So are there different unions that are affected differently by right to work laws, and why is that the case? So the outline for the talk, I want to start with giving you some insights on the setting and the data we use. Then I'll jump into what we call the union firm AKM, or UFAKM, which is this augmented version of the AKM. And then talk about the results from these union-specific pay premia and end with the analysis of the right to work laws. Okay, so the setting, which I haven't said what the setting is going to be unions in Brazil. And to give you a crash course on kind of the three core concepts for Brazil that I want you to remember are the single union rule, union assignment, and the sources of union revenue. So the single union rule in Brazil says that there can only be a single union for what is known as a category municipality pair. What is a category? So a category is not an industry code or an occupation code. It's some vague classification that's closely related to the main economic activity of the establishment. And it can be as specific as workers in pharmacies and can be as broad as workers in commerce. Okay? Unions can integrate across municipalities, but not across categories. Okay, so it's only single category unions. The implications of this is that most unions are going to be multi-firm because they're going to be different firms within your cell of the workers you represent. It also means, because category is not an industry code, that even within local labor market industry cells, you're going to get different unions. Now, we're going to take a static approach on unions. New union formation only arises when there isn't already local representation. So we're going to kind of abstract from that in our work. In terms of union assignment, you can imagine an establishment comes into existence. It's going to have some main economic activity, sometimes some specialized occupation, that these two determine the category. And then depending on the physical location, which is a municipality, you're going to get assigned a union. The implications of these concepts is that in some cases, you do have establishments that have different unions. And this happens whenever the specialized occupations are different from the main economic activity. We're actually going to abstract from this by assigning the primary union to an establishment, which in 83% of the cases, an establishment is only negotiating or the workers only represented by a single union. What we're not going to abstract from is from the fact that you also have multi-union firms. So these are multi-establishment firms that some establishments perhaps are in different municipalities, which means they're assigned to a different union, or they're in the same municipality, but they're classified as a different category. So an example in the data is sellers of agricultural inputs have establishments that are sometimes classified as being part of commerce, sometimes classified as being part of the food industry. And 28% of workers are in these multi-union firms. The reason why I emphasize multi-union firms and multi-firm unions is because we're going to use worker mobility across establishments, that because of these facts, these movements sometimes imply changes in firms, sometimes changes in unions, sometimes changes in neither. Okay, so we're going to exploit that, and that's why I kind of mentioned it from the get-go. Finally, since we're going to talk about right to work laws, I want to talk about the sources of union revenue. In Brazil, these map back into the three core concepts that I mentioned, but the one I want to emphasize are those from unionization. So as I just described, unionization in Brazil is predetermined. And because you're assigned to a union, you, in the sense of you're being represented by that union, you have to pay unionization contributions. These are mandatory, and they amount to 1 day's wage per year, but they became voluntary after labor reform in 2017. So this is going to be our right to work law reform. Okay? The other sources of revenue we don't have data on, and the amounts are up to the union's discretion. So I'll punt on that for now. So what I want to take you away, I know there's a lot of information, but I think the main takeaway for how you should think about unions in Brazil relative to perhaps in the US or Canada is that unions here in Brazil, they're going to face very limited external competition from the single union rule, and they have a guaranteed revenue source, at least up until the end of 2017. So you can imagine the incentives of the types of unions here. Some of them are never going to strike or negotiate collective bargaining agreements, very different from the US and Canada, where even recognition itself is a struggle. Yes, Kristen. Yeah, it's by default. Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
One question about the timing. So I was putting on a firm people establishments with different unions. When I say bargain with them, does that have that the same time or is it spread out?
So the timing of negotiations is not as coordinated as in some European countries. Yeah, great question. Data-wise, we have HICE, which is a linked employee data from Brazil. We're going to use periods before the right to work law and after the right to work law. This data allows us to track workers across jobs with their hourly earnings, and we have separate identifiers for the firms and the establishments. We map into this data the union's contribution data, which is what links establishments that are making payments to unions on behalf of workers through this mandatory unionization contributions. This is what allows us to determine the union that represents workers in establishment. As I mentioned before, for each establishment, we assigned a primary union, which in 83% of the cases, it's just a single union. Whenever there's more than one, we assign the one that has the largest revenue, which on average is 75%. Is there a question there? Yes.
Talk about how.
Yeah, so we're gonna study everything in our data here is gonna be in the formal sector. And the informal sector is, by being informal, is not gonna be unionized. One could imagine potential spillovers to the informal sector, but that's outside the scope of this study. But that's a great question. A lot of informality in Brazil for sure. Finally, we have very rich data on union attributes from supplementary data sources. The two I want to emphasize is we have information on strikes, and we also have all the information on the collective bargaining agreements. We're going to use these to classify these inactive unions, as I mentioned.
When you think about their other sources,
We do not. So I was trying to look into this. Essentially, if you're a small union, a large share of your revenues come from the unionization part, but no, nothing's too specific on that. Is there not? Yes.
Can you share a bit about the intuition for how the unions are organized in terms of like within category, but not across categories?
Yeah, so that means essentially you can only represent, let's say, workers in pharmacies.
I understand that, but I'm asking, like, is there a particular problem that way of organizing it is trying to solve in Brazil?
I can talk about the historical legacy of how that came about, but since I have limited time, let's discuss during the break. But that's, I think, is a good question that values a lengthy response, so that's why I'm not answering directly now. Thank you. So in the end, what we have is going to be establishment level linked employee data, where each establishment is going to be mapped to a single firm, and all its workers are going to be represented by a single union. And this is the starting point for our empirical strategy, which is this union firm AKM that I want to discuss how it works. So to start, I want to begin with the vanilla AKM, regression of log earnings on worker fixed effects, the alphas, and establishment fixed effects of size and some time-varying covariates. These have been estimated wherever linked employee data exists, and the standard interpretation of these is that they're firm-specific pay policies. What we want to bring into the table is that some of this could actually be union-specific bargaining effects, and there have been other papers that also consider the effects of rents from location and industry effects. We're actually going to consider all four, but really just focus on the firm and union, which is what we're interested in. So what does our UFAKM do? Essentially, what we call the one-step UFAKM, it proposes that these establishment effects are additive in firms and unions. This can be rationalized from a wage posting model where collective bargaining essentially just generates a proportional shift in the monopsony wage. So these EDAs, which are our union effects, they're capturing the proportion of rents extracted, not the levels of the rents. Now, our baseline specification is going to include local labor market and industry fixed effects, which have important implications for what can be identified, but I'm going to punt that for exposition purposes. I'll just talk about the firm and the union effects. Now, alternatively, one can do a two-step UFAKM, which is where one just simply obtains the regular AKM and puts those establishment fixed effects as a dependent variable, projects them on firm and union. This is inefficient, but it saves us an additional assumption that one has to do about the one-step UFAKM, which I'll discuss in more detail once I get to identifying assumptions. We're going to implement both. We view them as complementary. Is there a question? Yes. Yeah.
The interaction, are you still identifying?
It's going to be a bit tough, but as I mentioned, even within these cells, you have multiple unions. We haven't done the version where we interact them both, but that's going to restrict our connected set when we do that. That's a great question. Okay, so now probably a big kind of question mark here is, what are the set of firms and unions we can identify when we have worker effects? And again, I want to start with the vanilla AKM. So this diagram is showing you movers, which are arrows, that are transitioning between establishments, which are triangles, okay? And this connected set of establishments, you can back out the establishment effects because the movers essentially drop the worker effect, okay? What we're proposing is saying, well, what we're attributing to these triangles is actually some function of the circles, the firms, and the rectangles, the unions. So what are the set of circles and rectangles that one can identify in a connected set? The basic intuition here is that we need a connected set of firms, the orange circles, that are connected from firm-only moves. So these are movers that change firm but stay within the union. Same union, same worker, those fixed effects drop out and you can back out the firm fixed effect. And then the corresponding set of unions that are connected from firm union movers, so those that change both firms and unions, you can then back out the union effects. So that's kind of the quick way of summarizing this. There's obviously some additional restrictions given nesting when we add the local labor market and industry fixed effects. But again, I'm going to punt on that given time. So what are we identifying? So one needs to impose some assumptions to say that we're actually looking at the wage premium from unions. Oh, yes, Larry. Yes.
If the union actually, like, you know, a lot of them does tries to sort of set the industry standard, you would think it would have a larger proportional effect.
Yep.
From the sort of standard logic of most unions in trying to set wages, this should, you know, would tend to violate that. Some tools that they would test that.
I have to think a bit more about that, but I think that's a good point. Yeah, you're right that the assumption is that the effects here are proportional, but let me get back to you on that after some additional thought. On the assumption case, essentially the assumptions we need for identification are going to be the same standard assumptions from an AKM, which are A2 through A5. The one that's new is that first one, which is that you have essentially what you've replaced the establishment effect with accounts for all the correlation and wage effects between workers and establishments. So I want to show you some falsification tests of that. So the first test I'll show you is here on the y-axis, we have the sum of the pay premium components in our UF-AKM in a split sample, projected against the establishment pay premium from an AKM on a separate split sample of workers, instrumented by the size of the establishment to deal with attenuation, and we see that the projections align with a slope of 1. So that's one test we do. Another thing we do, maybe you're more familiar with the usual spider graphs. Here on the left-hand side, you have firm-only movers. These are events, and we see the parallel trends, the symmetric change in the wages. Once we move towards those that move within firm and union, this job ladder essentially disappears, implying that there's no additional kind of residual change in wages when you implement these moves. The last thing I want to show you is that comparing in terms of fit, a match effects model, an AKM and our UF-AKM have very similar fit, all above 0.9. If you take the R squared of our two-step UF-AKM, which is regressed on the AKM, we find that the R squared is very similar to signal to noise ratio you would get from a KSS adjustment. So we're essentially capturing most of the signal in the AKM by implementing our UF-AKM. Okay, so that's all the technical part. Now let's look at results. So the first thing I want to show you is the variance decomposition of our one-step UF-AKM. Perhaps, as not surprisingly, person firm effects and their covariance account for most of inequality. We're interested in unions, and we find that unions account for 3.7% of that variance in log earnings. So not huge relative to firms, but meaningful in the following sense. In terms of the variance, our two-step UF-AKM shows that unions account for 10% of the variance that we usually attribute to establishments. Obviously, the largest part is the firm, but unions explain more than what local labor market and industries do. In terms of the covariance, you'd see that that's actually positive. What does that mean? That means we have positive assortative matching. So it's been shown before in AKMs that if higher scale workers, higher alpha, match to higher premium firms. We actually find the same for unions concentrated among the low skill workers. Now, the interesting takeaway from this
is that whereas in more selective settings, like in the US, where you find negative selection of workers to unions, that doesn't hold in places where you have default unionization, like Brazil, meaning that sorting is not a source of compression when you have default unionization. Compression can result from within union bargaining, which is differential bargaining, which we'll explore in a bit, but this is, I think, an interesting new insight on unions. Finally, we find minimal union to firm sorting, which one would be expected with a predetermined assignment of unions to firms. This actually alleviates some concerns on limited mobility bias. Strongest evidence of this is that our decomposition results are robust using a split sample adjustment. So limited mobility bias isn't explaining what I just mentioned to you. Okay, so now what I want to talk about are the premiums themselves. To interpret these premia, we have to choose a normalizing constant. So the normalization constant we use are the set of unions that are inactive. These are going to be unions that don't engage in strikes and are essentially not negotiating collective bargaining agreements. So unions that are essentially not doing anything are kind of our baseline. And with this normalization, we find an average premium of 2.7 log points, sorry. That's actually quite similar to estimates in other settings with widespread unionization like Germany and France. Now you may think, okay, unions do more things than wages. I have work on this topic, so maybe this is just capturing some compensating differential. When we run regressions at the establishment level, we actually find that these establishments with high premium unions actually enjoy higher retention rates and higher leave taking, a measure of amenity take-up, suggesting that high premium unions are also effective in other dimensions. This is not simply a compensating differential explaining this. Now, as I mentioned, compression could occur within union. So what we do is run our UFAKM on a separate sample of high educated workers and low educated workers. And then the difference between these two is going to be a measure of within union relative bargaining. And what I'm showing you on the right is a histogram of that difference. So more to the left, more negative means more compression. We find that unions aligned with the literature compress wages on average, closing the gap by 2.8 log points. And there's also substantial heterogeneity. So a quick note on heterogeneity. Just from the standard deviation here, doing a split sample adjustment doesn't really change the standard deviation on the premia. It does reduce substantially the heterogeneity on the compression because those are noisier estimates. The standard deviation in that case is 4.8 log points. Nonetheless, one can look at the differences across industry to explain some of the heterogeneity. We see that, for example, unions that tend to represent workers in oil and gas and car parts are high premium unions. But in terms of compression, those in car parts are compressing much more than unions representing workers in oil and gas. Yes.
So he's saying there are some unions that are way worse than not the unions, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. So there could be some unions that are actually negotiating worse things for workers, and that's perfectly fine. In Latin America and developing countries, you find many unions that are co-opted by employers that could actually be operating to the detriment of workers. That's so kind of the next question we want to bring to the table is to see whether there's a trade-off between increasing pay and compressing pay by the union. So we're going to use a split sample IV that's going to have compression on the y-axis and the union pay premium on the x-axis. And what we find is that the unions that secure high premium tend to compress wages more. So this trade-off is quite muted. And one could posit that, for example, in the US, where there's more selective unionization, we see premiums are around 10 log points and a lot of compression because the selection process ends up creating just, let's say, these more effective unions. Whereas when you have unionization by default, you're going to end up having perhaps some worse unions operating in the labor market. Yes. That's correct. That would be one way of thinking.
In some sense, if you think about union threat effects, because everyone's already unionized, there's always a credible threat to the union. I'm just trying to think about, there could be a very big effect of unions on, labor share in, Brazil that is shown up in the baseline because there's always a credible threat, and that will, because you're just getting the differential.
Yeah.
Would have an active union versus inactive, but it does all to workers.
Yeah, that's a great comment. We in this setting, it's hard to, since everything is unionized, it's hard to make a neat comparison to I think what we're accustomed to. That's correct. Yeah. And that might relate to something that I'll show you now is we do some correlation with our rich union attributes to try to find which attributes kind of with a post-double selection lasso correlate with being deep into this 4 quadrant, so high pay, high compression. And we find that those are unions who strike, who negotiate firm level CBAs, who have competitive elections, and who also have skilled leaders. So to wrap up, since I have not that much time, I just want to talk about the right to work reform and analyze its effect. So this labor reform in 2017 made the mandatory contributions from unionization voluntary. And as a result, the union revenues plummeted by 90%, at least in terms of the contribution from unionization. When we run our UFAKM in the pre-period and the post-period, we essentially find a leftward shift in the union premium. So it drops by 44%. So instead of 2.7 log points, we're at 1.5 log points on average. And this kind of aligns with the literature, but what we want to explore next is whether specific types of unions are more negatively affected by right to work. So what we do is, again, a split sample analysis where we look at the change in the premium between the right to work and union pay compression. And what we find is that those unions that compress a lot suffer more in terms of the pay premium. So car parts unions are going to suffer a greater decrease than oil and gas. And this is kind of interesting because, again, it's a way to explain why inequality increases after right to work laws, because it's affecting different unions differently. Moreover, we actually find some interesting evidence on a mechanism where we look at worker support to these unions through the contributions that they make after they become voluntary. And we find that the unions that are very imbalanced in how they negotiate between high and low educated workers are less likely to maintain support. Yes. Perhaps if there are strong spillovers to the informal sector. Yeah, so the entire sample is always with informality. So there may be interesting thing happens in the informal sector that in terms of overall inequality, we can't speak to. But I think the comparison here is pretty clean since we're within formality, unless there's some. I see. That's a good point. Thank you. Let me wrap up since I'm over by a minute or so. Just to conclude, we find substantial heterogeneity in union pay premium for these 4.8 thousand unions that we have in Brazil, standard deviations between 6 and 7 log points. In the variance side, we find that unions actually account for 10% of the variance that we usually attribute to AKM establishment effects, and that on settings with default unionization, working to union sorting does not lead to compression. However, compression can arise from within union differential effects. Interestingly, these unions that compress are also ones that tend to be high premium, and they're associated with unions that strike, negotiate firm level CBAs, have internal competition, and skilled leaders. In a setting with guaranteed unionization, even in these settings, right to work laws weaken unions. We saw a decrease in the average union pay premium. Interestingly, those unions that compress more are the ones that experience the largest drop in gains, and a potential mechanism from this is that securing broad support, like getting solidarity from workers, is hindered when you have unequal rent sharing. So thank you again for giving me this 25 minutes, and looking forward to additional comments.
Yeah, last calls. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're very excited to present this work on employer preferences and job seeker beliefs. This is joint work with Laura Karen. We're both here, so we're both going to present. I'll start us off and then they'll step in for the results. So this work has to do with job seekers' beliefs. And we can imagine, of course, that job seekers draw on what they think employers want in their job search process. But do they actually understand what employers want? So this is a fundamental question in labor economics that we have limited empirical evidence on. And the gap related to this research question is even more salient in the campus recruiting setting, where college students are recruiting for what is typically their very first full-time job out of college, which has shown to have lasting implications for their long-term labor market trajectories. And we also know that there are largely heterogeneous returns to college education that haven't yet been fully explained. So it is possible that one potential but underexplored channel that can explain this earnings heterogeneity could be that students may not may have different levels of accuracy about what they think employers want. So the challenge in, of course, empirically testing this is going to be eliciting both employer preferences and then the beliefs of the workers or the job seekers trying to be hired exactly by those employers under incentives, simultaneously in the same labor market, and also in a non-deceptive manner. So this is exactly what our paper does. We conduct two-sided incentivized experiments on both undergraduate students, so this is juniors and seniors, and their potential employers at a large mid-tier university located in the southeastern part of the US by partnering with the Career Service Center there. So we ask, one, how do employers evaluate different attributes of applicants on resumes? And then two, we ask, do job-seeking students and which ones accurately understand what employers are looking for? And then third, we look at the correlation between the accuracy of students' beliefs about what employers want and their job and salary outcomes. What we find generally tells us that employers tend to value both professional and resume elements like professional internships and academic GPA and non-professional work experience as well. So you can imagine this can be like being a barista or a waiter. Employers also value extracurriculars. We do find substantial heterogeneity across employers by the specificity of the kind of skills they may be looking for and whether they are high or low paying employers. Do students understand this? So overall, we find students seem to be very misinformed about what employers want. They especially tend to overestimate the importance of GPA, but very particularly of professional internships at the expense of non-professional experiences like being a barista, like I mentioned. And students do not anticipate the large heterogeneity that exists across different employers. This miscalibration, we find, is more concentrated among students that are non-white and also students that tend to have friend groups that are racially homogenous or similar to their own race, which suggests to us that potentially diverse social networks may be useful to transmit tacit information about labor markets. In terms of outcomes, we see that inaccurate information about what employers want is associated with poorer job search outcomes. So we find that being one standard deviation away from what employers actually value is associated with about a $2,000 lower annual salary among these college students. So I won't spend too much time on the related literature, but I'll highlight that there has been a lot of experimental work on both employer preferences and job seeker beliefs, but this literature has tended to really study the labor demand and supply sides in isolation. So we're bringing these two together for what is to our knowledge the first time. So we're bringing them together both under incentives and studying an object, which is whether job seekers have accurate beliefs about what employers want, which is a new object to be studied relative to prior work, which has found very useful information on job seekers' beliefs about objects like the wage distribution, labor market fundamentals, outside options, things of those nature. And so because of this new technique that allows us to pin down both employer preferences and job seeker beliefs, we offer new evidence on a channel that may contribute to the heterogeneity in earnings after college, which is the accuracy of job seekers' beliefs about what employers are looking for. So this contributes to the large literature on the returns to college and their heterogeneity, and also gives us new evidence on the role of social networks in job finding and mobility. I should highlight that our setting itself is unique and important. We know from prior work that large public universities tend to be sites of social mobility, right? And we also know that more than 70% of US college goers attend public universities. And so the fact that we're situating this study on a mid-tier public university allows us to sort of generate more generalizable evidence that complements prior work that has tended to focus primarily on, very elite selective universities. So to say more about our context and the study design, as I mentioned, we're focusing on this mid-tier public university. It has more than 10,000 undergraduate students across all 4 years, and the acceptance rate is more than 75%. So a third of students there tend to be first-generation college students, so they don't have any parent or guardian that finished a 4-year college education. And a third of students are also Pell Grant recipients in that campus. This is a marked departure, say, from other studies that have studied employer preferences at the University of Pennsylvania, where this margin of disadvantage was much less prevalent. And the median salary upon graduation from this campus is just under $40,000. Now, what do we do in the employer survey? We mainly conduct this incentivized resume rating exercise that builds on the work of Kessler, Lowe, and Sullivan. So in this exercise, the Career Service Center blasts our survey invitation to all the employers, close to 10,000 employers in their database, and employers are invited to rate 40 resumes that they know to be hypothetical. So here's an example on the left. We tell employers, Serena Anthony does not exist in this exact profile, but please rate 40 such hypothetical resumes on 3 metrics. So they're going to be hiring interest, the likelihood that the employer believes Serena might accept a job from them, and then the highest amount they'd be willing to pay to this profile. Of course, the names are redacted here only for preserving the anonymity of the school, but employers saw everything on the resume. And in return for their participation, we sent them 10 real students or 10 real resumes for students that could be useful matches for them based on their stated preferences. So this is an incentive that we used in sort of to achieve the purpose of eliciting truthful responses from employers because they'd want to make this time worthwhile. And we had a particular focus on generalist employers that were open to multiple majors. You can imagine that if an employer wanted only chemistry majors, this exercise is not going to be very useful for them. And we're also not going to get sort of enough variance in their ratings to be useful for our analyses. Each resume that we constructed, each hypothetical resume, randomly varied the GPA, the major, the work experience type, so whether it's internship or non-professional after the junior year of college, and then whether resumes included 2 work experiences. So all resumes have at least 1 experience, which can be either an internship or a non-professional experience, and then some resumes, we added an additional summer experience that was always a non-professional work experience after the sophomore year. And finally, we varied whether and what type of extracurricular activity was shown on the resumes. So then taking it to the student side, we asked students to, yes?
What is the preference for someone by gender, race, ethnicity? Is that reported, or they, sent more resumes?
Good question. We mainly focused on sort of just meritocratic elements, like the major they were focusing on, the kind of GPA they wanted, the relevant work experience they seemed to rate highly. We did actually have a couple of employers who ran sort of boys summer camps that only wanted boys, so we did honor those kinds of requests to make it useful for them, but we didn't focus on race, gender, those types of elements in our matching. So in the student exercise, we conducted a very similar incentivized resume rating exercise on students where they rated 20 hypothetical resumes. And how we incentivized it is by telling them truthfully, that, hey, we've already surveyed employers that are trying to recruit, you on your campus. We know what they want. If your responses get it sufficiently close to what they already told us, then you can earn an additional attractive bonus cash prize in addition to the $15 base pay. And so each student was randomly assigned to one of two employer types or role types that were closest to their own job search. So you can see here the list of the 9 sort of more common employers in our employer survey that we gathered actual data from. And then we asked students, tell us which 2 were closest to your own job search experience, and then randomly assigned them to pretend to be only that employer for all 20 ratings, because of course we want to anchor them to just one setting for the entire exercise, and also to make sure that they are sort of reasonably well placed to have some idea about the kind of sector they're responding about. So we conducted the survey in 2 waves, in the 2023-24 and then 2024-25 academic years. First, in the summers, we collected student resumes because that's exactly sort of where we sourced the characteristics that we used for generating the randomized hypothetical resumes. In the fall semesters, we would conduct the employer survey very concurrent to the actual start of the recruiting cycle. In the winter, we surveyed students, and then finally, starting May into the summer, we conducted follow-up surveys on both employers and students. We had about 169 employers complete our survey in full. This is much larger relative to all 2 previous incentivized resume rating based papers, which have had sample size of about 72 employers. And so this gives us, with each employer rating 40 resumes, a nice and large sample size, which is fairly representative of the kind of employers that we're recruiting on that campus, which were mainly concentrated in construction, healthcare, and public administration sectors. In our follow-up, we found that about 40% of these employers actually reached out to at least one of the 10 real students we recommended to them. So this tells us that employers took our incentive fairly seriously. On the student side, we collected full responses from about 951 students. These were both seniors and juniors. This also fairly represents the student body well, but slightly overrepresents white students and Pell Grant recipients. And finally, our end line response rate, where we asked students about, how many offers did you get? Did you negotiate or not? Did you get any offers at all? Right, was about 35%. All right, so now Laura will finish us off.
Great. So since Tariko has laid out the experimental design, I'll bring us into talking about some of the results. So our first set of results is going to relate to trying to understand what employers value in this context. And we're going to do that using this very simple regression. We're going to regress an employer's interest in a specific candidate on the 4 main randomized resume elements that we showed them. The GPA that was on the resume, whether the resume had that second work experience, and just to remind us, that second work experience is always a non-professional type experience, something like working as a barista, working as a receptionist, things like that. Also, whether the first experience was an internship type or non-professional type experience, and whether the resume showed an extracurricular or not. We're also going to include fixed effects for employer, as well as the order of the resumes that we showed. And what we find is that on average across employers, they place a high value on all 4 of these resume elements. So you see that here we have a coefficient plot. Our x-axis is the size of the effect of each resume element on the interest. We have the 4 main elements. What we see here is that the most important element across these employers is that second non-professional work experience, with GPA, internships, and extracurriculars playing a smaller role. And we tie this back to the importance of understanding this kind of context because we compare it with prior work studying more elite, more selective universities, which found that these non-professional kinds of work experiences were really not valued by employers at all.
This is like really interesting. Oh, that's a work experience is always a non-professional type of work experience. Did you consider analyzing whether the second work it's hard to tell whether they want to see a second work experience or they want to see a second work experience that's not professional. So you can't really tell it.
Yeah, that's true. So in our setting, we felt that it would have not been realistic to show candidates who had 2 internships. Based on the student resumes that we were collecting to construct these, those were not very common. Non-professional work experiences were extremely common on these resumes. So that's a choice that we made to kind of increase the realism of the resumes and try to ensure that employers felt that they were reading the kinds of resumes they would really be reading from students from this school. Exactly, right? They wouldn't have gotten that kind of student in their applicant pool. We also find this kind of interesting and surprising result that extracurriculars are quite important, again, on average across these employers, where they're having an extracurricular on the resume is just as important as having that type of experience, internship type versus non-professional, or almost an entire GPA point. Yes, so we had several different types. In the paper, you can see we disaggregate results by types of extracurriculars. The highest value ones are volunteer activities and sports. But we think that these average results mask a lot of heterogeneity between different types of employers. So we're going to explore that using a causal forest approach. And we think this kind of approach is well suited for what we want to do, which is very exploratory and trying to understand many possible dimensions of heterogeneity between employers. So very briefly, what this looks like is we're going to create regression trees that are splitting our data into different subgroups or leaves in a way that maximizes the heterogeneity between these different leaves. We'll then look within each leaf and compare these groups of similar employers in order to estimate conditional average treatment effects of each resume element. We'll repeat this for many trees and average the results, and this will let us get something like an estimate of the conditional average treatment effect for each employer conditional on their characteristics. And we'll include all kinds of characteristics, such as characteristics of the recruiters themselves, like their demographics, as well as characteristics of the job that the employer is hiring for, such as the salary they expect to pay, and characteristics of the workplace that the employer is offering. And what we find here is that the 2 most important dimensions of heterogeneity that come out are the salary that the employer is offering and the specificity with which employers are searching. So that's what we're going to see in this figure. Here we have on our x-axis the salary that an employer plans to offer for this position. And on the y-axis, our measure of specificity, which is how many student majors the employer said they were willing to consider from any major to one specific major only. Each dot in this figure is going to represent an employer, and the color of the dot is going to tell us the size of the effect of the given resume element, here it's GPA, on that employer's interest, with the darker blue dots representing more positive effects, red dots representing negative effects. And so what we see here is that for GPA, these bluer dots, these positive effects, are concentrated towards the right side of that figure, towards the higher paying employers. And when I say higher paying employers, just to give you a sense in our sample, we're talking about employers paying about $50,000 a year or more. You'll also notice we do have a number of employers who are offering very low or zero salaries, and these are either unpaid internships or temporary positions in some cases. So we see that these higher paying employers are placing more emphasis on GPA. And if we do the same analysis for internships, we see a similar pattern. We can also do this for willingness to pay, just to try to give you a sense of the magnitudes of what we're seeing here. So for example, employers who are offering above the average salary in our sample are willing to pay almost $1,400 per year more for a candidate who has this internship type experience. On the other hand, when we turn to our lower paying employers, they tend to put more emphasis on these non-professional experiences and extracurriculars. And so that's what we see in these 2 figures here, where we're seeing that concentration of those bluer dots towards the bottom and left of the figures, towards the generalist lower paying employers. Question, yes?
On GPA, are we thinking about grade inflation? Is that something which, I was just thinking, we have more than one major in, like,
yeah.
So is there a way to see if like certain majors are have much more grade inflation, whether GPA matters differently?
Yeah, that's a good question. So our sense is that grade inflation is not a huge issue on this campus. So to give you a sense, the average GPA we observe in our sample is something like 3.5. So there does seem to be a lot of dispersion. We could look within major. We haven't done that yet, but it could be done. We also point out something interesting about these figures is that we see almost none of these red or orange color dots. We don't see any employers penalizing any of these resume elements. And so we'll come back to this as we get to the student part, but there is, in some of the conversations we've had with the Career Center and with students, a concern that maybe if I put a non-professional kind of work experience on my resume, maybe that looks bad, something like that. We don't find any evidence of that from employers' preferences. We find that we have only kind of positive or zero effects. Yes.
How long was the second work experience with the summer job? Say the resume.
It was a summer job. Yes. Great. So now we turn to trying to understand, do students, oh, sorry, another question. So you see here plotted on the x-axis, we asked employers, what is the salary that you plan to offer for this position? And then we also elicited their willingness to pay for specific candidates. So I am not showing you those results here. These are results on employers' interest, but we did find variation in what employers are willing to pay for different candidates. Yes.
So you're using the cost of course to estimate specific
or employer-specific preferences based upon observed characteristics. Do you know what share of the variation the observed characteristics explain?
That's a good question. We definitely can find that out. It's a lot. It's most of the variation is explained by this, by these two characteristics. So now we turn to, do students actually understand these things about employer preferences? And so the first thing we find is that overall students seem to misunderstand employer preferences in some important ways. So here we're seeing that same coefficient plot that you saw earlier for employers, and we'll do the same regression for students and plot their results here with the squares in the red colors. And what we see, one thing that's striking, is that students overestimate the importance of these internship type experiences. For employers, this internship type experience was among the least important resume elements, and for students, they think it's among the most important. We also point out that these students' coefficients are larger than employers across the board on all 4 of these elements. And that has to do with the fact that these 4 elements are explaining a much higher share of the variation in students' responses than they were for employers. And this is consistent with some of the more self-reports and descriptive work from the survey, where we're finding that students are overestimating the importance of academics and work experience relative to other things that we might consider noise on these resumes. Question, yes?
Whether or not like kids estimated like are closer to the word like this depending on it's not like what you said earlier on the internship salary higher paying job, so curious about the higher paying job.
Yeah. So that's definitely possible to disaggregate by major. The version that I'll show you here is we're going to disaggregate by which kind of employer the student is thinking of. And so let me get into that very shortly. Yes.
I'm concerned if these things are fully comparable. The resume you show with the employers are very high dimensional objects. But you're just asking the students one element at a time. How much do you think this matters? I think.
So students are participating in virtually the same exercise as employers. They are seeing the resumes. They're looking at the resumes and they are reporting, what do you think an employer in this area would have rated this resume? Yes. So getting to some of these questions, given the heterogeneity in employers' preferences, we then start to pull apart the heterogeneity in students' beliefs. And the most important dimension of heterogeneity in students' beliefs is a student's own GPA. We find that students who have higher GPAs put more emphasis on GPA in this exercise, which makes sense. We also find very diverging beliefs about this second non-professional work experience. So here in our figure on our x-axis, we're having a student's own GPA that they tell us in the survey. And on the y-axis, we're having the type of employer that that student is imagining themselves to be in this exercise. And we see that especially those high GPA students are believing that these second non-professional work experiences might actually hurt their profiles, might reduce an employer's interest in them, which is very different from what we saw in the employer's preferences. We also see that between students who are imagining themselves to be very different types of employers, we don't see much difference in their responses. We don't see them anticipating the kinds of heterogeneity between different types of employers. So given this question, yes?
Did you ask if they ever got to your center or got career advising? If you did, is there any effect on their disease?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think we specifically asked them about career center participation, but yeah, that would be interesting to think about. Yes.
All these different dimensions to the employers about willingness to pay, a chance that they would take it. Did you also ask all those dimensions to this? Sorry, I was asking about all these different dimensions of interest in students that were asked the employers about willingness to pay. Did you ask all those same dimensions to the students? Because I mean, you know, it's true that they emphasize GPA too much relative to the baseline interest in the candidate, but for the willingness to pay, GPA was super important and the others weren't. And so, you know, did you get a sense of like, are the students thinking about interest in the same sense as interest as the employers were saying, or like, are they thinking, are good employers interested in me? Like, do you have these multiple dimensions that you let you suss that out?
Yeah, so we did also ask students about willingness to pay, and we find that they also have their willingness to pay results mirror their interest results pretty closely.
But did you ask them about employers' interest, willingness to pay for them, or their willingness to accept the salary?
So we asked
I
them,
guess-
looking at the resume that we put in front of you, what do you think an employer would have answered on their interest or willingness to pay for this resume? Yeah.
But I guess is what you're saying that for the students, the answers align closer across outcomes more than they do for the employers?
Yes, for the students, the willingness to pay and interest results align pretty closely.
But that wasn't true. Okay.
For employers, it's a bit different. And I think that's partly because we have a group of employers that's very low paying, that doesn't seem to have a lot of flexibility in what they're able to offer candidates. So their willingness to pay doesn't move as much. Yes.
So first of all, I think this exercise is really cool, great, and I've learned a lot from it. That being said, it's not obvious to me, you're kind of using the employer's preferences as sort of the gold standard. That's what we're all trying to achieve, is getting as close as possible to employers' preferences. But it's not obvious to me that the employers have better information about the productivity associated with some of these characteristics than the students do. I mean, for instance, the students may know it's really hard to get a high GPA in this major, and the employers may be very vague on that. Or the students may know, oh, wow, getting that internship, that's really a hard thing to do. And so it's if what we're trying to do is figure out who are the most productive students, the fact that the students weight things differently than the employers does not necessarily mean that the students are wrong. It could be that the employers are poorly informed compared to the students who know a whole bunch of their fellow students.
Yeah,
Right?
I think that's totally fair. So we're taking sort of a very limited view here. We're thinking of a job seeker is trying to apply for a job and get their resume noticed. And that's sort of where our exercise ends. But there's certainly more to be thought about in terms of the ultimate productivity of the worker and so on. Yes, for sure. So given this, we want to create a measure of how well informed a student is about these employer preferences. And we're going to do this by going back to those regressions, regressing those resume characteristics and employer's interest. And our measure of misperception is going to be very simple. We're going to take the distance between a student's coefficients in that regression and an employer's coefficients. And specifically, we're going to compare each student's coefficients to the coefficients of employers in their targeted sector. So we're comparing students with what they were trying to achieve. Can also create a summary measure by just taking the Euclidean distance between all four of those coefficients. The first thing we find with this measure is that it's pretty weakly correlated with students' own self-reports of their understanding of the job search. So that we argue that this measure is picking up something that students themselves are not very well able to assess or be aware of. We then look at which students seem to have better or worse information about employers. And here we find some evidence that non-white students and students with more racially homogeneous friend groups tend to have worse information. On other characteristics, other demographic characteristics, other dimensions, we don't find much evidence of a difference. For example, we don't find a strong correlation with first generation status or gender. Yeah. So we asked students about their 5 closest friends at the current time and about the characteristics, whether they shared certain things like race, major, and so on with those friends, and construct a measure from there. Sure. So they did not give us the actual names. It's also a population that is not very present on LinkedIn from this community, but it's something we can think more about. So next we try to correlate students' information quality first with their job search behavior, and then I'll talk about their job search outcomes. And we find that in this market, students' application behavior is an important margin of inequality between different students. And I say that in the sense that this is an outcome on which we find evidence of large gender and GPA gaps in terms of the number of job applications students are submitting. We also find that students who have worse information, and especially worse information about how important GPA is, tend to submit fewer job applications. And once again, we'll pull apart this relationship and try to understand the heterogeneity that's going on. So here we're plotting, again, we're going to use a causal forest approach. And we can just remember that in a causal forest kind of framework, we're thinking about matching students on their characteristics, on things like their GPA and their demographics, thinking about almost controlling for those things. And so here on our x-axis, we have a student's GPA. And on the y-axis, we have the magnitude of that relationship between their misperception and the number of applications. And so what we see is that this link between having worse information and submitting fewer applications is strongest for our low GPA students. For high GPA students, the link is almost nothing. It's almost a 0. Now, when we turn to job outcomes, we again see these kinds of patterns of heterogeneity. So here we're plotting the probability that a student has accepted any kind of position by the time they take our follow-up survey. And here what we see is that students with worse information, especially these low GPA students, are less likely to have a position, to have a job at the end of this survey. So at the lowest end here, students who have 1 standard deviation worse information are up to 4 percentage points less likely to have a job by the end of our exercise. And the relationship is almost nothing for the high GPA students. But when we look at conditional on having a job, the wages that these students are accepting, we see a very different pattern. Here we see that for high GPA students, having worse information is associated with lower wages accepted. And to give you a sense of the magnitude, for these high GPA students, having 1 standard deviation worse information is associated with up to $2,000 per year lower wages that they accept. And so we argue that this information quality is linked to job outcomes and that this is occurring at different margins for these different groups of students. So to summarize, in the paper, we try to understand what do employers in this context value, and do students understand this? We provide new evidence about what employers value in this context that we think is understudied, and highlight that they place high values on extracurriculars and non-professional work experiences. And we also highlight how these preferences vary between different types of employers. We then create a measure of information quality, measuring the information that students have about employer preferences. And we find that students tend to overvalue these internship type experiences and GPA relative to other elements. And this is despite this finding of the high value that employers place on non-professional experiences and extracurriculars. So there does seem to be this mismatch here. We also suggest that understanding employer preferences may be important for students' job outcomes. And this is because we find that students who have worse information also have worse job outcomes, again, after controlling for things like their GPA and demographics, all of the things we observe about them. For high GPA students, this looks like worse information being linked to lower wages. And for low GPA students, this looks like worse information being linked to being less likely to have a position. So we suggest that this work has important implications for thinking about how students use their time and make decisions when they're in college If they want their decisions to respond to employer preferences, being informed about them may be important for that. And also about the kinds of resumes they create, about the things that they choose to present to employers or highlight to employers in the job application process. So thank you all, Tariqa, and I look forward to more conversation.
Take it away. All right. Thank you all for being here. As you can tell from the title, this is a paper that combines lots of admin data from countries, so a very long list of co-authors. I just want to give a shout out to Ona, I think she's in the back. She's a fantastic student, PhD student from Uppsala. I want to start by showing a graph that I hope we all know and love. This is taken from JLS, Jacobson, Lalonde, and Sullivan, and is showing the evolution of earnings among displaced workers in Pennsylvania. I still remember when Pat introduced me to this graph in grad school. He called this graph the figure that launched 1,000 dissertations. Pat, I don't know if you updated your slide. You should say it launched 10,000 dissertations, not 1,000. So why is GLS so influential? So GLS is one of the first papers that use admin data. That's part of the reason. It's also one of the first papers that use event studies, dynamic differentials, which are, as you've seen, everywhere. But we're in labor studies. GLS is also very influential for labor and for our understanding of how labor markets work. Why is that the case? It's because the earnings trajectory of displaced workers are informative how well a labor market is functioning. In the ideal, perfectly competitive benchmark, your wage should be your marginal product of labor. So if I was to randomly destroy jobs, you should be able to just get another job that pays exactly the same. So imagine that you live in a labor market like labor market A. So there is a displacement. Maybe you get a bump in the first year of displacement, but then your earning trajectory looks like, for this particular labor market, the earnings trajectory looks like the blue graph. This is a labor market that we think is functioning pretty well. Compare this to the red graph, that's another labor market B. These workers, when they suffer an involuntary job separation or a displacement event, their earnings drop quite a lot on impact, but most importantly, even 5 years after the job displacement, their earnings never catch up. They are still, say, 35% lower than what they were before the displacement event occurred. So this was an idea that we had some time ago where we kind of like apply this concept to sort of see what happens when you run these GLS displacement regressions across countries. And perhaps unsurprisingly, what we find is that if you take a displaced worker in Denmark or in Sweden, they do suffer persistent earnings losses. But these losses, you know, 5 years after displacement, they earn about only 10% less of what they used to earn pre-displacement. Now you hit Southern Europe, okay? Italy, Spain, Portugal, and you can see that there the losses are quite different. There are persistence there, but the magnitude is substantially larger. Okay, so for instance, a Spanish worker, they still earn 5 years after displacement, almost 40% loss of what they earned pre-displacement. Okay, is this it? So you might not know this, but these are all with the zeros, yes, very important, okay? Another thing that you might not immediately realize is that GLS commits one of the cardinal sin of doing empirical work, which is they actually condition on an outcome. What is the outcome? The outcome is displacement, okay? And now go back to my idea of ranking labor markets using the trajectory of earnings of displaced workers, then, you know, this could be a problem. Like, you know, selection can kill the interpretation, like a lot of things in economics, selection can kill the interpretation of our findings. So let me be more concrete here. And suppose that we live in a world that following a negative firm level shock, most Italian workers are actually not laid off, whereas most Swedish workers are. Would you conclude based on this that the Italian labor market is worse than the Swedish one? Probably not. And in fact, if you know how employment protection laws work across Europe, you would have a prior that things might look like this. So it's hard to take this potentially highly selected group of Italian workers who are displaced and try to learn something about the overall functioning of the labor market. So what is the solution of this? Perhaps unsurprisingly, the answer is do not condition on displacement. And we're not the first to make this point. I think Evan and Yotam have a recent paper that kind of like make a very similar point out of this. So if we do not condition on displacement, how should we think back to this question of still trying to understand how earnings trajectory, this time following a firm level shock, propagates to workers? And this is essentially what we're going to be doing. We're going to do one level up, where we're going to try to measure how firm level shocks propagate to workers' earnings across countries. The key is that we're not going to condition an outcome, particularly we're not going to condition on either workers staying at the firm nor at them leaving the firm. And so we're going to follow the workers at shock firms, both leavers and stayers. And so I promise there's only one Greek letter that you guys should follow out of this talk, and that's this phi. This is the elasticity, and it's the pass-through of the change in your firm sales into the labor earnings, okay? What I'm going to show you is a bunch of graphs where we're going to try to compute this phi across labor markets, which we're going to proxy as countries, okay? I want to stress what this phi is, also what this phi is not. So as I essentially told you, you can think of GLS as sort of like conditioning on displacement. There's a lot of papers that instead talk about a version of the phi where they condition on staying at the firm, okay? That is because, you know, how the earnings of stayers react in response to a shock to their firm's sales or value added, that under some assumption can be used to infer the degree of market power of firms. Again, we're not going to do it doing that. We have this aggregate measure of phi, and one simple way to think about this is that rewrite this phi in the following way. So let pi represent the probability that a firm retains its worker in response to a shock. Countries are going to potentially different in this phi, but I can now write this elasticity as a combination of two things. One is a condition that all the workers are retained at the firm. What is happening to their earnings in response to the shock? That's what I call phi stayers. Suppose the workers are displaced, okay? What is happening to the earnings of the displaced workers? That's the phi displaced, okay? That's what the GLS was sort of like about, but again, they were conditioning on displacement. I want to stress that we're going to try to provide a measure of insurance that is market-based, meaning that workers in a given country can be insured through two fundamental mechanisms. One is because their firm don't fire them and does not pass the shock through them, okay? That would correspond to the perfect benchmark would be a phi equal to 0, because again, there is no firing and there is no pass-through among the stayers as well. The other way, and this is why this is a market level measure, because it could be the firms in a given country fire the workers in response to the shock, but the labor market is able to allocate these workers to equivalent job, meaning jobs that pays exactly the same as the pre-displacement. Yeah, Andy.
Sorry, starting from, you kind of started with this kind of perfect competition benchmark. And in those worlds, wages depend on the market, not on the firm.
Yeah.
And so you can think of what insurance would mean actually in that context would be that there'd be firms that would protect workers from market fluctuations in the wage for their skills. I think you mean the opposite here, though, right? I think you're starting from the benchmark of no competition and saying, okay, what if you're in a world where there's no competitive wage shedding? Like, is that what you're going for? Like what type of insurance?
My understanding of how, let's say, Luigi would answer to this question would be that phi equals 0 means that your earnings should just fluctuate in response to your human capital changing. And so if there is something idiosyncratic, say, to the firm that is changing, that should not propagate to your earnings. So that's kind of like the benchmark that we had in mind, yes. And I think this is how people in this literature about earnings insurance typically talk about it.
Okay, cool.
Okay. What do we do? We're gonna, as I said, it's about showing you phi across several countries. I say European here, but actually we do have Canada. Might be in the European Union soon, who knows? I only have some result for Canada to show you, and Spain, I don't know what's going on with Spain. They're taking their time giving us the data. But anyway, this is the country that we have. One advantage is that we're going to run what we call an harmonized research design. So we have one code that everyone implements across all these countries. Okay, so that's when we're going to harmonize. What we're going to do in terms of the shock, we're going to consider sudden changes in the sales of a firm as sort of like looking at these shocks. We're going to call that an internal instrument. We're also considering doing an external instrument version that basically amounts to do NBER's job market paper spam across all the countries that we have. So we're going to look at export-driven type of shocks, but for today, I'm only going to show you the first one, the internal instrument. Yeah.
Might sales themselves be affected by layoffs?
Yeah, so this is a big thing that we have to fully understanding what is the underlying shock is hard, especially with the internal instrument. We're not going to take particularly a stand of that. You would see that the firm level responses to sales are pretty homogeneous across countries. But if you have something in mind to better address this, it would be great. But this is, it is, and everything is going to be combined in this incredibly reduced form parameter feed that we talk about. What we don't know, especially with the internal instrument, is to what extent this is a different shock across countries. But for the moment, this is what we're going to start with because it's easy to measure consistently across various admin data. So for each country, we're going to see how, if they provide insurance, where is this insurance coming from? Is because employers do not fire, or is because maybe employers fire, then the labor market is pretty good at reallocating workers to similar job. Now, one thing that you might wonder is that the workers that are affected by this type of shocks, they might be different across countries. So we're going to try also to decompose how much of these heterogeneity losses that we see or heterogeneity insurance, how much is driven by difference in observable characteristics that we have. We're going to do an ANCA decomposition on that. So I'm going to just jump right in on what we have. So these are the countries that we have right now. So we're mostly covering the period of the 2000s. For several countries, we do have the full population level, micro level data. This is only not true for, I think, Italy, France, and Hungary. That's the third row. Over here, we do not have a consistent measure of labor supply. This is kind of a limiting thing in the sense that we don't have, for instance, hours across all the countries. In fact, for some, they're not even have days worked, but we do have earnings. In terms of balance sheet information, we're going to just be focusing on sales, but we can do all of these analyses also for value added. And you can see the export-import data is also available for several of the countries that we're analyzing here. So this is what we do. We're going to start by identifying firms whose sale drops suddenly at T star after a period of stability. Let me give you some context of what that means. The shock means that in a given year, a firm's sales has dropped by 10% or more between, say, T star -1 and T star. Stability, what does it mean, stability? And why do I say this is a sudden shock? Is because this firm had positive sales in the years prior that were within, so they had positive sales in T star -1, T star -2. And those sales, those level of sales were within 10% of T star -3. Importantly, this measure includes closure of firms. Then, once we establish, we look at firms, this firm seems to have got a shock, then the next step is okay, great, now we're going to find the workers at these firms. In particular, we're going to look at the workers at these firms in the year T star -1. And we're going to pull this group of workers, and we're going to compare the outcomes of these workers relative to a match control sample of workers that is employed by a firm that is not experiencing a shock before and after T star. How do we match them? We're going to match them on a bunch of observables that you see here. One thing that I want to stress is that in the control firm is going to be in the same industry of the affected firm. It's a pretty aggregate level, though. It's just a one-digit industry. Yeah.
So
One conceptual question here is how would you think, so this isn't the right time period for what you're studying, but imagine you had like one of David's, like China's accession to the WTO, which hits a bunch of sub-industries within manufacturing and hits every firm and is essentially a direct, I mean, you could think about it in like a Heckscher-Ohlin framework as like directly hitting the market wage. You know, it's not about the firms, it's about the entire market. How would that show up in this setup? Like if in some countries, I'm saying, what in some.
A market level shock,
Yeah.
that is the China entering, and it's possible that all the wages might go up in response. Is that
Or go down.
or
in
go
an
down if
industry
it's
where it's not about
it's
your
a threshold.
firm, it's not, it's just about the
Yeah,
underlying.
I think,
disrupt-
primarily for us, that maybe in that case is about like where these responses, are they heterogeneous across countries in that sense? So it's like, are they going down by the same amount or are they not? That is primarily what this exercise would say. I don't know if you want to filter it out furthermore to sort of say, do you want to think of one doing a properly idiosyncratic shock to the firm? Is that what you had in mind more?
And do you know, at least in the comparison, that the shocks are equally idiosyncratic or maybe some?
Yeah, no,
countries are-
yeah, that is, yes, I take that point, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we're gonna try to do that more with the other level shock. We're also gonna caliper matching with a 20% bandwidth on the earnings of the control workers and the firm sales. Okay, so the control firm for the worker is gonna be a firm that it was always on a stable type of trajectory of firms up to the T-star. What we're gonna do then is run this event study regression for each country. Here, treated just means I was at a firm in period T-star -1 that was affected. And this is a pretty standard type of specification. One twist of all of this is that so far in my mind, I always sort of like presenting this to you as a negative shock. But we can easily extend this research design to also talk about positive shock. So there's like a bump in revenues at the firm, and now we're gonna see how things sort of like evolve before and after the shock, again, across countries. Okay, so that's gonna be the positive shock version of the same type of design that you have here. Yeah. Yeah. We have that information. We haven't done much, but we can do that and use it to augment to see whether this heterogeneity and in response they come from what is the typical firm that is being impacted. So we can do some of that. And this is what I just said. We can look at the positive margin as well. So this is a bunch of summary stats across all countries. All the earnings and sales measure are expressed in real 2020 euros. There are large differences across these countries, for instance, in their level earnings, in the levels of their sales, but they're also quite homogeneous across a bunch of characteristics, like age is not too different, for instance. This is, plotting this is just also to sort of say what we're going to do eventually. We're going to see how much of this difference that we see in these axes matter in explaining the findings that we have. Okay, so first stages. Here we're plotting the responses of firm level sales in response to this shock, okay? The main takeaways to me out of this graph is that there is not a lot of heterogeneity when it comes to the first stages. So to me, these patterns are pretty much the same across all countries. If you fix your mind about 3 years after the shock, we're roughly always talking about a drop in revenues that is around 30%. The other thing that is interesting is like the dynamic part of the shock is also pretty consistent across all these countries. We don't see for a country that this is like a more transitory shock and it goes up. So this is important, in particular, the not so much heterogeneity in terms of first stages, because now when I show you the ITTs, which is just the impact that this shock have on the earnings of incumbent workers, this is what we see. And now we start seeing more heterogeneity. In particular, just like what you see with the very first graph, the Southern European countries, which here are just Italy and Portugal, you can see that these earnings tend to decrease more in response to the shock relative to the other subset. Here, earnings are always expressed relative to the average level of earnings that we see in the year prior to the shock, okay? First stage is ITTs. You can guess what's coming next. So we're going to compute now the elasticities. So we're going to scale these earnings responses to the sales responses across all of these countries. I was struck by how low this measure is for Hungary. So I've devoted an entire button to it. So it turns out that Hungary was as usually Hungary surprises you in many ways. Definitely surprises me. So they're very, Hungary turns out to be the country that has the lower level of elasticities here. And importantly, this ranking is very similar to what we found when we were doing the job displacement regression. So Italy and Portugal are at the bottom, okay? Yes, that's my takeaway. GLS is safe. The firm level shock, we will set it to 0 when sort of like when we compute in this, we will just assign it. This firm is making 0 sales, and it would, and they're part of this and the earnings would be 0 as well. Yes, which is the closure of the firm, and they're unable to find a job. We sort of like see how much this full impact on the extensive margin matters for the ACA, and it is one of the things that matters the most. So there's like Italian firms, some of them is like kaput, and they're not able to survive out of this. Yeah. They could find a job. Yeah. As I say, it's one in the worst case scenario that the firms. Yeah. Great question. We're still thinking about it. Yes, but so we definitely know that in Italy and France too, there's been quite a lot of usage that has been expanding, especially in these years. So this is something that we want to develop more. Another thing that I'm really interested, especially in explaining this pattern that we see in Southern European countries, also the duality of the labor market. So the idea of temporary and permanent contracts combining, because this, you'll see that this becomes important also to sort of explain the asymmetry, why positive shocks have a certain elasticity in Italy versus negative shock. Alex, you had a question, Alex? No, okay. Okay. These are the elasticities, and now I promised Canada. So I'm glad to report to Thomas and all the other people from Quebec that Canada elasticity is exactly the same as France. And I also have the US. There's this great paper by Wang and Sammy Young. It turns out that if you stare at figure 7 a lot of their paper, we can compute this elasticity for the US. And this is where the US stands, okay? It's not exactly the same type of shock that we do. Theirs is a more continuous version, but you can pack out that elasticity also for the US. And perhaps surprisingly, the US is over there among the Scandinavian countries. So the mean of this elasticity is 0.15. The bias corrected version, the bias corrected standard deviation or the signal standard deviation is 0.09. So a big amount of heterogeneity. How do markets ensure it? So here I'm going to combine two graphs. One is the response of employment, and one is the response in separation. So one thing that is striking to me about this graph is that you see employment responses, Portugal is like very, very big. However, when you look at separation responses, for a lot of countries, when looking at all the countries, this heterogeneity is much more compressed. One thing that struck out to me in this graph is Sweden. In Sweden, the separation response, so how much separation do you see in response to a negative shock? That number in Sweden is pretty similar to what we see in Portugal. So what does this mean? Is that again, how markets allocate workers in response to this shock is very, very different. Let's make this point further. So this graph is completely stolen from the paper by Evan and Yotam. So what we're going to do here is compute deciles of our firm sales shock. And on the x-axis, we have the effect on job separation from the baseline employer. So this is, for the largest shock that we see in Denmark, this is the effect on separation. It's pretty large. Denmark employers fire their workers, okay? However, their earnings effect is pretty flat, okay? Now you compare this to Portugal. Portuguese employers, they also fire their workers, but you're basically screwed. after that if you're a Portuguese worker. And all of these very large earnings responses always comes from the extensive margin. So from the fact that I have earnings with the zeros here. Okay? Yeah.
So you're really it's something about trees themselves. But think about people that your borrower, we look at the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, and workers that get displaced from Canadian firms when they face import competition end up doing reasonably well in the long run. It seems to be because it was a bilateral trade deal, and the trade deal created a lot of options for them to jump into after they got displaced from their Canadian employers that look pretty similar to the jobs they lost. Okay, so that's not a feature of the Canadian labor market working particularly well. It's a feature of where the sales reductions are coming from.
I agree. Yeah.
So which way
Yeah, so I think I agree with this. So this is why we want to do eventually the ND sort of like approach, because we want to make sure that we're trying to align things as much as possible for the firms when it comes. Wow, you guys have a pretty efficient system here. All right, thank you. So to line up sort of like, this is a firm that exporting this product, these other products, and they're exposed to the same type of shock, and it will make it more apples to apples. But if you have other idea, another thing that we thought about was multinationals. We can look at multinational located in different countries that they're exposed to the same level aggregate shock and see whether the response is or to the workers in their country where they respond differently. But I'm happy to chat more afterwards. This is what happens across all the countries. This is again, what we're reporting in particular is the slope, how much earnings are responding to separation losses. And again, these numbers are really high in the Southern European countries. For the US and Canada, these numbers are pretty small. I'm gonna conclude by showing you two additional pieces of evidence. First, what happens to stayers. Here, I do not need to contradict myself. Stayers is an outcome that could be impacted by the shock. So here, to see the impact on stayers, you can either do rebounds, or in our case, what we do, we leverage on our design and we use just consider pairs of treated and controlled that are always staying with the firm to sort of get rid of the selection problems. So this is the standard graph with the unconditional elasticity. When we look at stayers, we see this heterogeneity compressing much more. Okay, so Portugal, for instance, if you now look at the stayers in Portugal, their responses is pretty much similar to what we see among other countries. And this is when I'm in Canada, and this is what happens when I'm in the US. Last piece of evidence is about the symmetry of, yeah, sorry. I'm done. I'm done, sorry. Just let me finish with this. What about the symmetry of the shock? This is showing what happens when you combine a negative and positive shock, and perhaps surprisingly, there is a lot of symmetry across a lot of countries. The only two countries where this doesn't seem to be entirely the case are, perhaps unsurprisingly, Hungary and Italy. And I think the Italy in particular, the positive shock, the elasticity is much smaller compared to when it is a negative shock. Okay, I'm running out of time, so I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Ben wants to say more, stick around for a second.
Yeah. If I could just ask you to stay for just a couple of minutes, and having seen how draconian the running out of time is in this meeting, I'm going to be very careful to say just a couple, but hope that's not exactly two. I want to do just a bit of, I'm Jim Peterba. I want to do a little bit of administrative housekeeping here for the Labor Studies program. As many of you will know, after 9 years in the role of sharing the program director duties, David Otter and Alex Moss told me earlier this year that they thought it was time to pass the baton. They have done an amazing job, but I felt that it was not my role to try to persuade them to stay in servitude any longer. So our role this afternoon is really to do three quick things. One, I would like to thank them for their service. Second, I would like to welcome Lisa Kahn and Isaac Sorkin, the new co-program directors, to taking on this role. And third, I've asked Larry Katz to just say a few words about the broader arc of the evolution of labor studies and how the program has fit into the broader field. But just a quick overview on those issues. So let me start by quickly thanking David and Alex for their service. Labor studies has always been one of the more rambunctious programs at the NBER. And I will just tell you, this is, I mean, we've done this, I've done this many times. This is the largest round of ovations this has ever produced. So, thank you, labor studies, for doing this. If you think back on the evolution of the labor economics field and labor studies over the course of the last 9 years, the time that David and Alex have been managing things, I mean, it has been not just an extraordinary time for the growth of the field. This is one of our largest programs at the NBER, and those of you who've been here year in and year out know it's been a time of remarkable excitement within the field and the program gatherings that they have helped to organize. Because it's such a big program, it also means it's a lot of work, right? The programs tend to attract a lot of submissions, and there are pretty hard calls to make in terms of balancing what's going to be on, what's going to be not on. It's also been an extraordinary time of change in the labor market, right? If you just reflect on what's happened since 2017, right? You could start with the widening of the wage distribution kind of began to flip, and we got to this kind of convergence for a bit. But we had the pandemic, we had all of the pandemic stimulus and the distortions that created in the labor market. We had work from home and all the consequences that led to, plus all of the pandemic health-related things, which of course were changing what was happening in the labor market, right? We had immigration going up sharply, then coming down sharply with the consequences that's created for the labor market. And then we've had AI and whatever that is doing to the labor market as we go forward, all in the course of 7 years. Now, I don't know that I'm going to wildly misstate the history, but labor studies has, if you start back in 1978 with Dick Freeman, Dick stays as program director until 2012. Larry Katz, who will speak, actually served as the unanointed co-program director for quite a significant part of the latter part of that time. And that's one of the reasons I was very glad he was going to be able to speak this afternoon. But, I'd ask you to some of you could do this probably from mental recall, but think of another 9-year period with as many major shocks in what was happening in the US labor market as what we have seen in the last 9 years. I think it's actually a pretty hard challenge to come up with another period. So it's been a remarkable time, and David and Alex have led through balancing up these different things. They have led from the front, okay? To be very clear, they have not just been administrators who are taking care of the program. Between the two of them, they've produced 42 NBER working papers during their time as program directors. So just in case it was a slack submission pool, they'd always be able to draw on their own papers to fill it out. But it's been really quite remarkable in terms of how this is run. When we thank program directors for stepping down, we always try to think what's the appropriate gift. And David, of course, sitting here with the bell, we have struggled to find a bell that is crafted in any semi-precious or precious metal that can be engraved for its recipient, and we have not yet found that. So the next best thing we've done, and the red screen that I'm looking at here, is an engraved clock from Simon Pierce. It's a glass clock that will recognize your service as program director. So I'd just like to present each of them with a clock from Simon Pierce and to thank them. So. Okay, task number 1 done. Task number 2. I want to welcome Lisa and Isaac to this role. When I learned that Alex and David were ready to pass the baton, I sent out an email. I've subsequently received many emails from many of the folks who are here. I've had a number of conversations with people. And as I collected suggestions for who would be successful in this role going forward, there was actually a very strong pool. I mean, this is a very broad and diverse and exciting program, and many people who could serve in this capacity. There were more than a dozen candidates who were sort of on my short list as I worked through this. Isaac and Lisa's names were coming up a lot as I spoke to people from various perspectives and different parts of the field. And as I did that, what was particularly fun was that when I talked to each of them about the evolution of the program, they each said they thought the other would do this job really well. And I decided, well, that's really interesting. This was, I don't know enough about directed search to be able to know exactly what, but it sounded like that was kind of a neat pairing to be able to go with. So I am delighted that the two of them, they have complementary interests in terms of their research activities. Lisa, of course, working on technological change, organizations, education. Isaac studying, labor market search, as well as social insurance programs, minimum wages, inequality. And I think between the two of them, not only has it been really fun for me just in the last, few weeks to talk to them about their visions for the program and how they think that we can do lots of exciting work going forward, but also I think they will bring a wide coverage to the many issues that are so important and fall within the rubric of labor studies at the present time. So Lisa, Isaac, congratulations and welcome aboard. Okay, and last with this preamble, I was delighted that Larry was willing to step up and just say a few words to place the broader labor studies program in historical context. So Larry, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jim. The danger always of coming after Jim, and he's already said everything you wanted to say in his comprehensive manner. But I just want to thank David and Alex for their service. I think the Labor Studies Group has a long tradition in empirical labor economics under Richard Freeman and then under David Card. And I think David and Alex have done a superb job of both keeping the core of labor, but also broadening it, making a more inclusive group over the years. And the shocks that Jim talked about that affected the US labor market also affected, the way we do work in academia, having to be program directors during the pandemic, but during the shift towards having microphones and Zoom meetings and others, they've done a wonderful job, as you can see by the group here, of keeping it coherent and now in person. And, it's incredible how the group has, latched on to the major changes, the growth of matched employer-employee data, big data, of experiments, of survey experiments, of new surveys and data collection, as we've seen here. I mean, I think if I look back on labor studies, many of the questions about inequality, job amenities, discrimination, gender have stayed very similar, but I think the methods and the data have gotten much better and the much more broader international and global perspective. And I think David and Alex should get a lot of credit for integrating that into the labor studies program, as well as coordinating with the huge, growth of lively other programs, from education to children to personnel to crime to urban to public to aging to gender. And so it's become, a much more than a three-ring circus. And I don't want to stand between you and your break, but I hope we can congratulate them. And I know Isaac and Lisa will push us even in further wonderful directions.
I just want to say one quick thing. First of all, it's been an honor. It's been a thrill to work with Alex, and we've gotten better at this. It's been great. The other thing that I want to say is I'm really proud of our labor studies culture. I think it's really healthy. I really enjoyed just today. The level of engagement, it's polite, it's respectful, it's extremely constructive, and there's a lot of people talking. It's nice to see. So that leads, I think we both feel really good about that. And we're excited about the leadership ahead. So thanks you guys very much.
Bit of an abbreviated break, but we'll try to give you a little time. So just stay close.
I'd like to close that.
Okay, I think I can just tap it on here. This is HDMI. Oh, no, that's. Is there not an HDMI? That's HDMI. Let's see if that works. We don't have too much time to get it organized. Okay. And that works. That's awesome. It's a little too high. Yeah, I don't really care about YouTube.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Got a few comments from Larry.
Yeah, I think, so Larry, I think we're fine. So the way I took it is like, the way I was presenting the stuff about saying like, you can think about selectivity of the union.
Yeah, it's working. It's awesome. I'm gonna do that on Thursday as well. Assuming you still. I don't care.
Or do you think it was?
He was saying something about how the threat effect is more credible in a high unionization context.
All right, so you're saying with the threat effect, non-unionized places.
I guess that means that goes from inactive to active. Like the threat of active is really credible, and so the overall premium is not that much in the active. That tends to be, yeah, I think that's fine. I wanted to ask about the personality comments. I think we understood. The AKN, when you have the additive AKN, there's a one-step approach. There's like a micro founding of that means that each of these is a proportional increase to the weight. And so we're saying the same.
Yeah, so.
Does the like separate UFACAM and education speak to it? I mean, he was saying like, no, like, I mean, I couldn't quite grasp exactly what we would expect the union effect to look like in function.
I take of this as like the way you interpret the effects, or to say that it's actually just an unfortunate effect of it being represented by one union relatively. Under the assumption that the set of workers that the union is representing, that they're having same effect, the same proportional increase in monopoly wage, for all the different establishments where that union is representing workers. Maybe in reality that's not true. Maybe, like, for example, I could be a union that represents many workers at establishments, but then maybe I only negotiate firm level agreements for one set of workers. Like the assumption falls apart, but then my understanding is what we're capturing is then it's some average across all the set of workers that you're just. That's
Okay, thanks, everyone. David and I have worked hard to strike a balance in terms of letting the audience speak and presentation, but since I'm last, you can throw it out the window and you're welcome to just interrupt me as much as you want. Look at David, yeah. All right, so what's with this mysterious title? Well, what is the news vendor model? The news vendor model is a canonical model from operations research, and it says it's a model of inventory decisions, and it says that a firm stocking inventory that's perishable before demand is realized is trading off excess stock against the cost of a stock out. They're trying to strike that balance. So now you can think of that in terms of the labor market or a firm hiring labor, and this firm is trading off hiring permanent workers before demand is realized, trading off the cost of potentially idle staff against the cost of coverage shortfalls, which will lead to either rationing or having to go into a potentially expensive spot market. Now, we're economists, and so this is still in the operations research mode. As economists, what differentiates us, it would be that we're going to think about equilibrium. So the starting point of this paper is to say, well, suppose you have a lot of firms who are acting this way, kind of hiring in this news vendor approach, and suppose that the spot market, which is kind of the shortage option, is subject to thinness, so frictions. So firms are going to decide whether to hire workers as regular permanent workers or in an as-needed capacity. And then I'm going to ask, given the setup, what are the equilibrium effects of these different employment modes for wage setting, unemployment, productivity, and output? So the application is going to be to the nursing labor market, which is well suited for this problem. So the plan is going to be to develop an equilibrium model of permanent versus spot employment. By permanent, I don't mean permanent in the European sense necessarily, although it could fit in more like, think of it like labor hoarding. In a competitive market where there's aggregate demand uncertainty, I'm going to test it in the nursing market. I'm going to test for some general equilibrium predictions using the universe of daily timesheet records from skilled nursing facilities, which are quite detailed and also well suited to evaluate this. And then I'm going to estimate the problem structurally at the end, where at a facility level, I'm going to estimate this news vendor problem by facility, and I'm going to estimate three objects, the spot market frictions, rationing costs, and then ultimately do some welfare evaluation. So theoretically, what the model is going to show, if you think about it a little bit, I think it's kind of obvious, is that firms, if there's market thinness, firms are not going to internalize their thickening of the market when they use the spot market. And so it's going to lead to excess buffering, so kind of excess labor hoarding. Then when I go to the data, I'm going to show some GE evidence to support this. I'm going to show that thicker agency markets have less rationing at the firm level, conditional and total hours available of workers, and are going to compress and have more compressed top of the permanent staffing distribution, which is consistent with less buffering. Then I'm going to, kind of as an application, I'm going to look at this post-2020 period in the nursing market, which is quite interesting. And I'm going to show that the market, based on an interpretation of this model, kind of shifted towards the spot market and became more efficient. The frictional markups went down. And using the structural model, I'm going to estimate the marginal external benefit of spot market participation, again, because there's idea that there's excess buffering. And I'm going to do some counterfactuals where we're going to say, suppose that we can shift all markets, cap them at the 25th percentile market in terms of the frictions, and then show you that there's large efficiency gains, that in particular, that there's going to be a lot less precautionary expenditures, so less from buffering, kind of idle workers waiting for demand, and then rationing will fall as well. So I just want to start with the macro episode to motivate things. So post 2020, the focus here is going to be on RNs, registered nurses. Post 2020, their wages increased dramatically. That's pretty much following the entire labor market. In many ways, this market looks like a lot like other occupations. And like in other occupations, you see that there was a lot of turnovers. There was a spike in quits, a lot of churn in this labor market. And these two facts combined have been studied by David and others in particular. And it's kind of the source of what's been called the unexpected compression, which a hallmark of that is elevated quits and rising wages. And in their paper, the monopsony explanation was advanced as potentially explaining this. Now, I'm not going to make a judgment on the entire labor market here, but in nursing in particular, when you kind of break it down, it wasn't a job ladder phenomenon. And let me try to show you two reasons why. The first is, and I'll tell you more about the data I have, but I have facility level data. If I look at the source of wage growth, almost none of it was high pay facilities getting bigger. Okay, that explains almost none of the growth. It was all within facility wage growth. Secondly, if I look at the increase in separations post 2020, the initial wage of facilities explains almost none of it, right? So it really looks like a market phenomenon, something that happened at the market level, and not so much kind of all of a sudden workers seeing that, there are better opportunities elsewhere and kind of moving from facilities and so on. Now, you could just say, well, this just looks like a demand shock, and it is a demand shock. But what's different than kind of the vanilla demand shock is that if it's just a plain old demand shock, you wouldn't really necessarily expect to see this spike in quits. Like, why is there separation if it's all kind of within facility growth? So what I'll be proposing is that it is a positive demand shock for nursing, which resulted in an equilibrium shift from stable employment, kind of permanent workers, towards spot employment. The spot market became more efficient. More workers entered the spot market. That led to higher separations because by its nature, the spot market churns. And so the combination of the positive demand shock and the thickening of the spot market led to wage growth. And here are a couple indicators along these lines. So if I look at the agency share, this is contract workers. These are people who come on a temporary basis, sort of outsourced, you can think of it that way, to facilities. Their agency share increased a lot over post 2020. This is in nursing facilities, which is going to be the focus of what I'm going to do, from kind of 4% to 10%. And along those lines, you can see that the premium that facilities had to pay for agency nurses rose. So you can see that prior to 2020, there was already a premium, which makes sense. This is the idea that if I'm going to hire in the spot market, it's going to be more expensive and I have to pay a higher marginal cost than if I hire internally. And that premium rose over the period. Yes, Josh. That's the way I approached the problem as well initially. And the further I got into this, and I did some tests specifically of my monopsony, which I'm not going to show you, I don't have time. It does not look to me like a monopsony explanation.
The agency in the national market, producing market power.
Right. So one of the best references on this is Jordan Matsudera's 2014 paper, where he looks at increases in the nurse requirements. He shows in that paper that there is no effective increase in the wage rate paid to those nurses as they have to hire more nurses. So that's consistent with a competitive model. I do some work here in this paper that kind of more or less land in the same place. Yeah, David. What's that? Right, so I'm not looking at hospitals. This is skilled nursing facilities. Yeah, I'm David and then Matt.
Yeah, I mean, So Sue Hasman a long time ago looked at these same facts and sort of said, actually, agencies were being used, so you didn't have to raise wages of internal nurses to meet the spot market. So it's sort of the inverse explanation of what you have.
Yeah, although I believe Sue Hasman also says that the primary use of temporary workers is to smooth demand shocks, which would be along the lines of what I'm going to argue here. Yes. Matt.
That's 2020 this month also kind of that center for, first like I think COVID risks of first results and higher report burnout and stuff.
Yeah. So I don't have all the facts here. I don't have time, but if you look at there was an episode where the patient census did go down briefly, but if you look at nursing employment, which is what you might say, oh, it's just drop employment. I don't have that figure here, but it's just going up. Yes.
This, but my understanding is that the technology for getting a nurse to fill a specific shift has changed a lot over time. So that now there's sort of a national market that is like, you can post your shift and somebody can fill it, and it's much easier to employ an agency nurse efficiently because the actual technology of just matching a nurse to a shift has really changed a lot over time.
Yeah, I mean, that's fully consistent with what I'm doing. Later in the paper, I'll be talking about the frictional cost of hiring agency, and that would be a reduction in the frictional cost. Like I said, I'm going to be looking at skilled nursing facilities where the travel market is less important than in hospitals. Here, it's a little bit more local. But nevertheless, that's fully compatible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's even without the travel nurses. I think it's just that they have these local things where you can easily match yourself with a shift.
I'm fully on board with that. Yeah. Yes. There is variability in nursing and facilities with agency, and I will definitely be using that as kind of a relevant moment when I estimate the model.
We're always using spot market. How does that line up? Like, sort of like,
So I have a model here which where the variability in agency use in the model is going to be coming from productivity heterogeneity, and I'll show you that. Okay, so this model has 4 elements. The first is a choice between holding a stable staff versus hiring as needed from the spot market. The second is productivity and heterogeneity. The third is aggregate demand uncertainty. And the third is a thick market externality in the spot market. That's to say the frictional cost of being in the spot market is a function of how many workers are in that market. I should say that this is going to be fully a model of the labor market, but one can easily remap this to a model of other things. So an example would be like cloud computing. In cloud computing, you can get an on-demand instance, and you can enter a spot market for instances. And in the spot market, there's frictions because you're subject to preemption risk. So it's really the same idea. So instead of firms, I'm going to be talking about positions, which is more natural for how I'm going to write this out. So there's a continuum of positions with productivity theta. I'm abstracting from the labor supply question, so it's just going to be fixed N mass of workers who are going to have some outside option B. I'm going to simplify, just look at 2 demand states, high, low. Each has a probability. And the way demand materializes in this model is that there's going to be a certain probability that any given position will be active in a period. So if it's active, they are in need of a worker. If they're not active, they're not. And in a high state, more positions are active. So finally, firms are going to be able to choose between buffering. And buffering means that they have to hire a worker and pay them regardless of whether they have activity or in the spot market after demand is realized. So this is going to be a static model. Again, I'm trying to keep this as parsimonious as possible. So in a static model, the way it's going to work out is there's a timing question, and the timing is before the state's realized, a firm's going to decide hire buffer or later go into the spot market. And at the same time, workers are going to decide whether to enter the buffer market or the spot market. Workers are going to be identical and risk neutral. So and there's no renegotiation. So in the end, there's going to be equilibrium is just going to be by indifference. Yeah, Dan. Yeah. Absolutely. I have worked on this with Mandy. I have looked at extensions of this where I've deviated from that, and it's going to push the results in the same direction that I'm going to be arguing is what's happening here. But the focus of this paper, since my data at the end of the day is firm data, is going to be very much just on the firm decision. So I just want to simplify it by not having worker heterogeneity. Things get complicated once you have two-sided heterogeneity, and trying to avoid that. Okay, this is going to be what kind of makes everything happen here. So there's going to be this productivity theta, which is what a firm gets by producing. But that's if they're active and they're in the buffer market. But if they're in the spot market, they're only going to get a portion of that, which is this gamma term. So they're going to get gamma theta. And gamma is going to have two parts. One is it depends on G of L, which is number of workers in the spot market. That's going to be market thickness. The idea here is that when you have more workers in the spot market, you can think of it as it's easier for the firm to match on the kind of characteristics that they need. For example, they're going to get, you can think of it as better match, or you can think of it as faster response or better scheduling. And the second term is going to depend on the slack ratio in the market, which is the ratio of workers to firms. And that's a measure of congestion. So the first term, that second term is kind of like a DMP type congestion. So you're just gonna, when there's more congestion, you have a harder time getting that one match if it's available. Finally, this theta star term is going to be the threshold productivity level above which firms buffer. So higher beyond at that point, from buffering below, they're in the spot market. So what's going to happen here is that this frictional term is endogenous to the model, right? It depends on how many firms and workers are in the market. So pretty much all of the action is going to be through there. And in fact, all the action is really going to be through this theta star term. Once theta star is determined, kind of everything falls into place. Okay, so the buffer wage is going to be the probability weighted average of the scarcity wage and the outside option. There's a simplification here. I'm assuming that in the slack state, there are more workers than firms. One can not do that, but it kind of simplifies things a bit. And then there is the WH term, which is the wage, the scarcity wage. When it's a high state, the scarcity wage of the spot market. And because of worker indifference, the buffer wage has to be in expectation the same as the weighted average of the high and low state terms. Yes. Correct. Yeah, so again, a simplification in the context in which I'm doing it. It's, I think, pretty reasonable because a lot of these agency nurses have to be registered. They have to be registered nurses. And if you look at it qualitatively, if you look at job postings and so on, often these agencies require at least 2 years of normal, regular working experience to become an agency nurse. So in at least any reasonably short time frame, there's going to be some one-for-one substitution between who chooses to be an agency nurse versus a regular nurse. But obviously, that's kind of specific here. Yes.
Nurses are paid to stay home.
Not paid to stay home, paid to be at the facility working when there's not sufficient need for their services. What do you mean, who's to say? Well, the pay. So I'll look at this. The important thing in nursing is going to be staffing ratios, and if facilities are going to be targeting certain staffing ratios, and on certain days they're going to exceed it, and they didn't need to exceed it. They were paying people to exceed it that they didn't need to, but they're employed. So that's ultimately the idea of the news vendor model, which is I don't know how many people I'm going to be needing to service. Yeah. Oh, I'm not making an assumption about what's the right minimum. I'm saying that there is a certain level of staffing. This could be gold-plated, high level of staffing, but it's not, well, I'll talk more about that, but the issue is that there's variability both in census, patient census, and also in callouts. And so the firm's gonna have to do some buffering so that even on days when they get a bad shock, they have sufficient staff. Okay, so the more complicated market is the spot market. There are two states. And what's going to happen is in the tight state, scarce workers are going to go to the highest productivity active positions who are willing to pay the most. The marginal one of those positions is this theta M position. So basically any position between theta M and theta star is going to be active. They're going to be in the spot market, and positions above theta star will be in the buffer market. And positions below theta M are going to be rationed. They're not going to get the labor they need. So the scarcity wage is going to be just Walrasian, and it's going to be the willingness to pay for that marginal worker, for the least productive worker who's hired. So that's going to be the gamma H times theta M term. And you can see right away that that's going to be a function of itself, the threshold, because the friction is endogenous. In the slack state, the outside option is just the wage. So then the decision for firms is it profitable to hire? And so then there's going to be a break-even productivity, which is going to be indexed by this L min term. So any position below that is not profitable, they won't hire, and ones above will. So what's going to happen is in thicker markets, that theta M term is going to fall. That means there's going to be less rationing. And the theta L term also falls, so there's going to be more slack state hiring as well. So one thing you can see here, if you kind of look closely, is that scarcity wage term is going to be highly non-monotone. The reason for that is, think about it as the market becomes more efficient, the wage is going to go up because the workers are more productive. But on the other hand, that marginal position is going to go down because more firms can hire. And so there's two offsetting effects. And depending on the distribution of the thetas, it's going to depend on the distribution. It's going to be non-monotone as a function of the theta star term. Okay, so then how do firms get determined whether they hire buffer or spot? There's going to be sorting. The reason they're sorting is that higher theta terms lose more from entering the spot market. So they're going to want to buffer, but they're balancing that with the idle cost of buffering. So the cutoff firm is going to equalize the frictional cost of the spot market with the idle cost of buffering. And if you do that, you get expected output loss to spot frictions equated to expected wage paid when the worker is not needed. You get this kind of ugly term. You can see that the theta depends on thetas in the inside of these parentheses. So it's a fixed point, and it's going to look something like this. So the equilibrium is going to be the downward sloping part of this line. That's going to be the fixed point. This is with actual parameter values. This is a unique equilibrium. I can gym this up to get multiple equilibria. That's not going to be the focus of what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to be in a unique equilibrium frame, but a multiple equilibria here would be self-reinforcing thinness. So basically what happens is all firms buffer, market's thin. Because market is thin, no firm wants to enter the spot market, and it would be more efficient if everybody entered the spot market, but no one does. Okay, so one of the results here is that when there's more buffering, there's more congestion. So the way to think about that is, suppose you got a firm and they buffer a position that otherwise would be in the spot market. They're going to use up a full worker, but they're going to only lose occasional demand because that position's not only always active. So if they decide to buffer, there's fewer workers left for everyone else. The pool thins, market becomes less efficient. As a result, the competitive equilibrium is going to have too much buffering relative to the social optimum because they're not taking into account their benefit of entering the spot market and other firms. So if you do comparative statics, you can see that you can model the effect of, say, an expected demand shock. Why do I say expected? Because the way I'm going to think of, say, the COVID shock is all of a sudden both the probability of a low state, or sorry, a probability of a high state goes up, and the severity of the high state goes up. So both the delta and the pi's. That's a statement about expectations, not a statement about actual realizations. Like all of a sudden the firm is seeing it in expectation, these shocks are going to be bigger, I'm going to adapt. And what you can show is that if the spot market begins sufficiently thin, it's going to grow after the spot market and become more efficient. So this is just a parameterization of that. I'm not a calibration. So I'm starting with some low delta and low pi's. That's kind of low shock state. And then as you move them bit higher, they're going to get, these shocks are going to get an expectation bigger and bigger. And that theta star term is going to go up, which means that there's going to be a bigger spot market. The higher the theta, the lower is the buffering. And for the same parameter values, I can then look at outcomes. I can look at labor market outcomes. Yes. It's both, because it's really, the unit is the position, not the firm. And so in any given state, a certain fraction of these positions are going to be active. But because there's both a high and low state, that's going to be, there's going to be an aggregate shock associated with that. So it's both aggregate and idiosyncratic. So in this numerical example, you can see that as the theta star gets bigger, that means the spot market gets bigger. You can see that the wage, both for spot market and buffer, it's a little nonlinear, but eventually is going up. The output per worker is going up. That's because the market's more efficient. There are fewer idle workers. There's more wage dispersion, and the separation rate's going up because there's more workers in the spot market. Yes. The theta is the output, and then the workers, yes, yeah. So in the paper, I have like expressions for these things, but yeah. So this model can generate a bunch of stuff. It can generate wage, it determines wages, and you can generate unemployment, and so on. Okay, so let me take it to the data and start with, and I'll talk about the data in a bit. I just want to show you some of the evidence first. I'm going to show you some GE evidence for market thickness. Oh, I'm going to talk about the data now. Okay, so this is the CMS payroll-based journal. You can download it from the web. It's available. Maybe you can replicate everything I do by the end of the talk. It's cool data. It's staffing hours daily for every employee and every agency contractor at skilled nursing facilities. It's highly detailed. So even though I'm not looking at individual personnel records, it's at the individual level. You can see worker IDs, and crucially differentiates between regular and contract staff. So for what I'm doing, I'm going to be looking at the 2017 Q4 to 2024 Q4 period. Skilled nursing facilities, about 16,000 of them, 37.5 million RN facility day records. For wages, I don't have that level of granular high frequency detail. I'm going to use the HCRIS cost reports, which give it to me annually. But from that, I can generate salary plus fringe benefits paid per hour for regular, for RNs, and also I can get contract RN hourly rates, inclusive of agency fees, which is what the skilled nursing facilities are paying. That's their marginal cost. So the first thing I want to do is just descriptively is show you the relationship visually of where I segment markets, and markets are going to be CBSAs, kind of like MSAs, of markets with high agency share and low agency share. And I'm going to residualize by the total number of hours worked in the market. So you can think of it as holding fixed how many hours are supplied. Then the outcome is going to be what's the probability of a rationing event. And the way here, I'm going to get a little bit more involved in a second. The way here I'm going to define rationing is where the hours per patient day in a facility goes below 70% of usual levels. There's nothing magical with 70%, just a threshold I used. But crucially, it's hours per patient day, so it's dividing by the patient census. And what you can see fairly consistently is that you get more of these downward spikes, which are kind of where the facility is short-staffed in markets with low agency share, conditional on total hours supplied. Suggests that there's a level of misallocation, that some facilities have too many, not too many, but have more than sufficient number of RNs, and others have too few given demand volatility. So I'm going to take a somewhat more careful definition of the staffing target, and I don't have much time, but basically what it comes down to is CMS classifies facilities by their star rating, and for each star rating there is a minimum FTE that's acuity adjusted that's necessary to maintain that rating. And I'm going to assign each of the facilities that level for hours per patient day as the target, and then ask kind of within a time period, look at fluctuations around that target. I do some work to show that that seems like a reasonable target. So here I'm plotting the distribution of HPPD around each of the targets based on how many stars they have. And you can see that depending on the stars are higher quality. When they have more stars, it kind of, the distribution shifts along with the star that is in theory they're tracking. So if I use that measure of target and define rationing as in a given day you are below that target, then I can do the same thing I just did with the figure, but in the regression setup, and say I'm going to regress the probability of a facility rationing on the agency share conditional on total hours. And I've got various fixed effects. The most stringent specification is both year and CBSA fixed effects. You can see there's a strong negative correlation between having higher agency share and the probability of rationing. The last GE item I want to show you is I'm going to run a RIF regression, which is the same. So what I'm doing is I'm going to regress. This is the dependent variable. This is number of permanent hours of permanent employees, conditional on total hours. Sorry, not conditional total hours. So I'm regressing total employees on agency share, and I'm going to look at that relationship by quantile of the distribution. And so the takeaway here, and this is kind of a GE point, is that if you look at just permanent employees, when you have a higher agency share, you have significantly less permanent employees at the top of the distribution. So basically, that's consistent with there being less buffering. You have fewer firms that are kind of hiring a lot of permanent workers. Now, if I add in not just permanent, but also agency workers, then you can see that they're insignificant from zero in terms of total hours, but at the bottom of the distribution, you have significantly more hours worked. So that's consistent with what's basically, I think, going on, is that when you have a higher agency share, you have less buffering at the top. Those nurses are going somewhere, and what they're going is into the agency market and supporting firms, facilities that require them elsewhere. And so you have kind of less rationing events. In the 6 minutes I have, let me go through the entire structural model. So the news vendor model, I already gave you the basics. Basically, in the canonical model, a firm is choosing between how many hours to hire a buffer, how many hours to hire in the spot market. The buffer decision is made ex ante before demand is realized. It costs MCE per hour. That's the marginal cost for a buffer worker. And then WA is the cost of a spot market worker. And their objective is just to minimize cost, which is this objective function right here, where H is number of buffer hours. So they're minimizing how much they spend on permanent workers, plus the second term, WA is the spot wage, times the expected shortfall, given demand fluctuations in terms of having to hire from agency. Now, This is the well-studied problem in operations, and it has a well-formulated solution. And the solution to this problem is simply to say, and this is maybe what you're going to get in any MBA class on the topic, is that the optimal buffer is 1 minus MCE over WA quantile of the gap distribution. The gap distribution meaning the shortfall distribution, which one can compute with the data I have at a facility level. Okay, so you can kind of see theoretically where that should be. But this is missing two important points of the market, which are going to be relevant for the labor market. First is firms are going to tolerate potentially rationing at some cost, right? The previous model says firms will never tolerate rationing. They're always going to hire agency, but that's not always true. And secondly, it assumes that the spot market is identical to the buffer market in terms of frictional cost, which is also not necessarily true. So I'm going to add two components to this. One is alpha, which is going to be a frictional markup on the spot wage. Yes, Pat.
Is WA a state-dependent wage, or you passed it through the expectations operators? So I'm interpreting it as a constant here, but I don't understand why a spot market can have the competitive wage.
Yeah, for what I'm doing, I'm going to take prices as this is a competitive market, so prices are given, and so then what varies is potential demand. This G term is what's random.
But I understand that in a competitive model, there's one price, but normally it's a state contingent price. So if the shock is, if the gaps are coming from a market-wide disturbance, then the spot wage should move as well. And so you should have a covariance term between the max and the W.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think I need to think about that a little bit because I am thinking about the G term as at this level primarily being facility level, in which case the WA being fixed is correct. But you're right. If it has an aggregate component, then WA might be relevant as well. Yeah. Okay, so then the objective function, when you add, okay, so the first is this alpha term, which is the frictional markup, and the second is the theta term, which is going to be the marginal cost of unmet need. That reflects rationing. So then the variable, so putting that together, the variable cost of agency hiring is going to be the C term, which is going to be your agency wage plus the frictional markup 1 plus alpha, that's going to be endogenous, times AT, that's number of agency hours. And then I'm going to assume a quadratic cost to rationing. Okay, I need it can't be linear because then you would get a corner. So then if you do it that way, you have a two-stage decision. The first is choose the buffer before demand is realized. Then the second is conditional on the buffer you chose. If you have a shortfall, then decide whether and how much agency to hire versus to carry rationing. And that leads to a new minimization problem, which is this one, which if you work it out, leads to this bottom expression. And the nice thing about the bottom expression is it's a function of many things that we can observe. And so the things that we can observe are WA, that's the agency wage. We can observe that G term, which is the realized shortfall. R is going to be the tolerated residual shortfall, which I can also observe because in equilibrium, I can see when they have a shortfall that they don't address. And finally, well, those are the terms I can observe. And then the things that I'm going to estimate are going to be the alpha, which is the frictional cost, and the theta rationing cost parameter. All right, so I don't have time for this, but there are two other cases which are corner cases, which I have to deal with. Can ignore that. So if I initially assume a frictionless benchmark, that's to say I assume alpha equals 0, then this is showing me both the observed, the blue line is, sorry, the red line is the observed agency share in facilities, and the blue line is what the model is telling me is the optimal agency share. So that right there is telling me that this alpha term is going to be important. These facilities are hiring a lot less agency than you think they should be if the agency workers and the permanent workers were perfect substitutes. And this alpha term is going to be a residual concept. The alpha is going to be what reconciles effectively this gap. How big does the frictional cost have to be given the model in order to meet this? So if you estimate the model in the 21 seconds I have left, I estimate a frictional markup of 48% above and beyond the wage. I can estimate rationing costs. I can estimate mean residual shortfalls, which are about 5.5 hours a day, and so on. Now, going back to the macro case, I can now take the alpha and plot it over time. And what kind of consistent with the motivation, you can see that the frictional cost is going down over the period of post-COVID. I have a different definition of frictional waste share, which is also going down. There's just less frictional waste because if you take the model seriously, there is a more efficient spot market. And I can do the counterfactual where I say, let's move everybody's alpha to the 25th percentile, resolve the first order conditions, and there's going to be 3 sources of savings. One is lower frictional waste. The second is going to be lower precautionary expenditures, less idle time, and the third is going to be less rationing cost. And if you do that, you can see that the buffer threshold, there's going to be less buffering, there's going to be fewer idle hours, and there's going to be more agency hours, and overall it's going to be about a 45% increase in agency hours. Sorry, actually forget that. So the last thing in the time I don't have left is I can estimate the marginal external benefit of spot market participation. If you take the model seriously, what kind of comes out of it is that this is going to depend on the product of the agency share and the regression of the frictional markup on the agency share. Have to do some issues. There's some issues with have to do some split sample stuff here because they come from the same sample. But if you do that, you see there's a very strong relationship between the two. So markets with higher agency share have less frictional markup and it leads to about a 12% MEB. Okay, that's all the time I got left. So the takeaway is this labor market underprovides flexibility because the value of availability is not fully priced. Large returns to reducing frictions, like what Caroline mentioned, the technology that can better match spot market workers to facilities. And I kind of believe that this model, this application probably has applications elsewhere, like I mentioned, cloud compute, but housing, it's kind of the rent or buy decision, or things like retail and logistics. That's it. Now, don't move because Lisa and Isaac, I want to give them one opportunity to take over. Yeah.
We didn't want to steal your thunder, Alex. Just 2 quick announcements. The fall labor studies program meeting, we've changed the date and location. It will be October 16th in Chicago, and then we will go back to the West Coast for the spring. So don't be upset if you're on the West Coast, we're still coming back. And then in my first official act as incoming co-director, I'm going to steal a joke that Isaac just gave me, which is Jim mentioned that he couldn't find a bell that was fancy enough to give the outgoing directors, but luckily Isaac and I are not bound by taste. So we would like to thank you very much.
Instead